Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は366日目です。It is day 366. Business as usual. I'm getting into the groove of integrating Bunpro to the schedule. Today is pretty sure tomorrow's level up day. How does that line up? So tomorrow we level up at 6. Oh no, not really level up, sorry. Get our second group? Possibly. It's not that many of them, so we're kind of like split. But we'll get lessons tomorrow. Not too bad. Does that line up? There's a P5X update. 3.0 update coming in either tomorrow or the day after. We gotta plan that accordingly. This shouldn't take too long. Probably less than 10 or 15 minutes. Let's get into it. What? Oops. Equal.
込める。
素人。傷つける。言い訳。詰め込む。Or just stuff, I guess.
著作権。
血液型。また下。垂れる。飼い主。
引っ越す。申し込む。
収まる。
裏切り者。
傷つく。
傷つく。迎え。
Or meeting. Meeting's good.
鑑みる
Kanga-miru. Big difference. Oops.
蒸し
押し
返す
返す。Oops, missed the H.
染まる
Amaru.
雨天
Uten. Isamu.
盛り上げる
盛り上げる。
ソーリフ。
うん。
痛む。
痛む。Oh wait, this one's better.
追い越す
す。
暮らし
だし。
否定形。
形。
書
書
き込む
き込む。Ooh.
尊敬する。一
一
筋。
筋。
汚す
Oops.
否
否
定する。
定する。
使い捨て。
使い捨て。使い捨て。
三つ編み。
くれる
る。Oh.
宣言する。
優位
人
こ
混み
み、
祖父母
祖父母、
装
装う。Oops, that's a misspelling.
尊敬語
英語、
算定する。
Oh, wait. Just kidding.
もろもろ蒸
蒸し
し暑い
暑い。投げ捨てる。
投げ捨てる。
Hmm.
同
同
音異義語
意記号。
賛
賛成
成する。
する。
メガネ
メガネ。
気象
気象。納
納得
得。あー。Okay. All right. Over our kanji. Seki, relatives. Abe. At. Eat. Blow. Cho. Carve. Soku. Measure. Ah. Air. Sha. Cottage. Ko. Lecture. Cho. Introduce. I. Jammed in. Ko. Self. Ken. House counter. Eve. Yaku. Misfortune. Ken. Sword. Yu. Lifespan. Ha. Haji. Shame. Suji. No. Shuki. Leader. Yu. Soup. Soul. Miso. En. Flame. Uma. Air. Namida. Air drop. Teardrop. Not teardrop. Teardrop. Bucket. Desert. Cook. Prison. Sweet. Drunk. Su. Vinegar. Nabbit. Hot. Coal. Lake. Dole. Copper. U. Oil. Alright. That is a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try and let me know what you think. You're always free to come on by and yap. Share some mutual interests in studying, keeping each other motivated, right? So until next time for WaniKani, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. We're gonna switch right on over to Bunpro. Being a short session, right? Take care, Gio. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は6日目です。It is day 6 of Bunpro. Anything interesting happening? Nah, this one's more like HanziHero, right? We're just going through our routine for the first month, see what happens. Let's get into our new grammar pieces here. De, at, or in. So kind of like, yep, case marker. I think most particles are considered standard. I don't know if that has ever changed yet. A de particle is a particle that has several different uses in Japanese. At its core, it is always used to highlight something that is required to perform some sort of action, you know, by means. One of these uses relate to the place and translates roughly as at or in. Right?
私はここでピザを食べる。私は部屋で寝る。
In these sentences, the place is considered essential for the action to be performed or the result of the action to be achieved. This is unlike the particle ni, which, have we got a bit on that yet? Which marks a location itself as being the destination or target of an action. Basically, de means a place allows B action to occur, while ni means a place is the target for B action occurring. Yeah.
彼は公園にいます。
Right.
彼は公園でバーベキューをする。
In the first example, we can see that ni marks the place that the person exists during an action, but the action itself is not dependent on the place, right? Either can exist with or without being in the park. In the second example, the action is considered dependent on being at that place, as there are possibly no barbecues in the area. Yeah. So we got nite. Oh, interesting. And two. I'm not familiar with nite, so. Yeah, right. With by using, right, means. So they have a separate part for that. Now, there was earlier. On the related things. Both. Nyoite or nyokeru indicate the location where an action takes place but differ significantly in formality. De is common in daily speech and informal writing, whereas nyoite and nyokeru appears mainly in formal context or written language. I see. Additionally, nyoite. So ni in and at or right. Oh wait, we did. I think we did get ni. Oh no, it doesn't. It should say underneath that we studied it. I'm pretty sure. So we're getting it probably today. Ni is a versatile particle marking direction, destination, target of action, or place of existence. Often translate as to, in, or similar English preposition. De specifically marks the location where an action. The main distinction is whether the verb describes an action or existence. For example, Tokyo ni sumu emphasizes existence, while Tokyo de benkyou suru highlights the action. Okay, so it does relate. This is what James mentioned yesterday, where when it's related, the little blips are phrased in a manner. Like these are phrased in a manner that corresponds with the current lesson. Okay, there's ni. Okay, these are good. Ni can be a very difficult particle to master in Japanese as it has many different translations in English. These translations are usually in, at, to, for, or on. Let's take a look at an example of each.
彼は部屋にいますよ。
So in the room.
私は家にいます。
At, right?
公園に行く。
To.
私は誕生日にケーキを食べる。
It's kind of like for. Yeah, I can see why that's for. Okay.
バスに乗る。
And then on. Fair enough. While these examples may seem quite confusing at first, it will be easier to think of ni as always having one basic meaning. That meaning is to be the end point of an action. Intriguing. This means that whatever action is being described can only be considered complete or able to be completed once you're at, while you're at a location, time described in the sentence.
マンションに住む。
Fair.
旅館に泊まる。
Fair. Verbs like sumu often confuse learners as they use ni instead of de. This is also due to the fact that sumu is a verb that can only be completed at the destination. You can only complete the action of living, dwelling in a place that you live, so to speak. I mean, I don't necessarily think I thought this any other way. The living existence thing is kind of, yes, maybe if one thinks of existence as not something particularly from the act of doing something. Interesting. So what marks the direct object the thing in action is done to, right? Ni has multiple functions, including marking the destination of movement or the target of an action. Be aware that grammar patterns can differ between English and Japanese. For example, I passed the test uses kyoken no pass in Japanese, not I see. Interesting. Right, because of the tab. Fair enough. We're gonna wait on that. And then this is the reverse. Right, the reverse relation. Okay. Okay, we got ka for or, right? Adverbial particle. Okay, adverbial particle. Adjectives and nouns. Okay, and verbs, right? All of them. One of the common uses of the particle ka is often translated to or in English. While this translation is accurate, it is not actually any different from the ka regular use as a question mark. Yeah, because it's denoting an unknown. So when you're saying something or something, there's an unknown to it. Like you don't know which one it is. It's one or the other. So it still functions as an unknown marker.
それはお母さんの靴かお父さんの靴。
Okay.
それはお母さんの靴かお父さんの靴か。
From these examples, we can see that in Japanese, ka is performing the same role that a question mark would, or that a change in tone of voice would in spoken language. You either make two of the same statements in imparting the question, or you put them together, right? Would you like tea? Coffee. Said with a rising tone. So would you like tea? Coffee? Right. This nuance of ka can be used after the dictionary form of almost any word in Japanese. However, using des or mas will change the nuance from presenting possibilities to asking a formal question, so should be avoided. Okay.
今日か明日休むか。
Right. Oh, that's interesting.
今日か明日休むか。
Okay.
今日か明日は休みますか。
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. We will hold off on reading. Let's read the N4s and N5s. We'll hold off on the others. The particle demo something in particle ka can follow nouns to mean or. Follow nouns to mean or, clearly specifying alternatives. Right. 今日か明日休みます. I'll take off today or tomorrow. On the other hand, demo, which also follows nouns, means or something suggesting an open-ended alternative. Right? So, お茶でも読みましょうか? Okay. Fair enough. What's this? Question phrase plus ka, including questions within sentences. Both uses ka are extensions of its basic function as a question mark particle. When following a what question word like who, what, where, why, how, it creates a phrase meaning some word. 誰か, oh yeah, 誰かどこか, いつか. When following regular nouns, it means or. Okay. That's a excellent separate grammar point. Oh, with instead of we already got and, right? But to also means with, yeah. Standard stuff, yes. And then one, yep. Topic with verb. In our second lesson about to, we will look at the common translation of with, which is associated with this particle. To shows that there's a relationship between A and B regardless of if that relationship is translated as and or with. Regardless of if that, okay. In either case, the nouns that are marked with to are usually all performing some mutual action. That mutual action may simply be existing. Yeah.
カレーはご飯と食べるよ。
Mm-hmm.
コーヒーを妻と飲む。
Interesting. Huh. Okay. I see. When to is used as with, it means that both all people or objects are equally involved in action. However, ni highlights that one person is the target, right, of the destination of an action, so will result in something sounding like a more one-sided.
先生と話す。
Right?
先生に話す。
Talking to my, yep. Here we can see that both people are talking. When to is used, it is a mutual conversation. When ni is used, however, the person marked by ni is being talked to and is usually not actively participating in the conversation. Really, we're gonna pause on N3 stuff, so let's just keep going. でしょう auxiliary verb. Okay. Dependent word is polite. Noun, verb, adjective, tentative. About desho. Desho is a conjugated form of des and can also be seen in a contracted form desho. Desho is regularly translated to right, or probably in English, right? In a broader sense, it's just expressed an assertion about something like this that the speaker assumes the listener would probably agree with, kind of like ne in its very specific function, like in one of the specific functions, but a polite, like a more polite version.
イタリアは良かったでしょ?
よかったでしょ? Right.
今日の昼ご飯はハンバーガーでしょ?
In the above, we can see that in both examples, the speaker is looking for confirmation that's affirming that the listener agrees with them, right? As desho is a conjugation of des, the polite form of da, it usually follows the plain form of words rather than conjugation of des, the polite form of da, it usually follows the plain form of words rather than words using masa. Yeah. However, in very formal situations or older literature, oh, interesting, right? Right?
彼も踊るでしょう.
彼も踊るでしょう. Right? 踊る dance.
彼も踊りますでしょう.
Okay. Caution, despite sounding relatively low confidence, using desho implies that the speaker has some form of information that makes him believe that the A statement is true, right? Because otherwise, you would use an unknown marker. If you are unaware, let's look at the daro. Oh yeah, this might be the next. Oh no, we're at our end of our lesson. This might be tomorrow's lesson. Both desho and daro express conjecture, it's probably, or seek confirmation when used when rising tone in a question, right? Omoshiroi desho or omoshiroi daro. It's interesting, right? Yeah, right. And desho is more popular and used with strangers or those of equal higher rank, while daro is casual and blunt, used with close friends, family, and informal settings. Fair enough. What do we got any low? Okay. Janaika. Desho, in addition to expressing conjecture, can also seek confirmation or agreement from the listener, right? And Janaika is more forceful and casual, implying the speaker strongly believes that something expects the listener to agree with. I see. Omoshiroi janaika? Janaika or janaika? It's kind of saying, isn't it, in a bombastic way. So janaika. Note that desho is polite while janaika is very casual. We're having like a hierarchy of things. And then we got this, alright, ne is the related thing. What do they say about how desho is a form of des used when the speaker is uncertain, often translated as probably, I guess, or right when asking a question. In contrast, ne is a sentence ending particle used to seek confirmation or agreement, similar to isn't it. When combined, omoshiroi desho ne, the sentence expresses both uncertainty and a request for agreement. Okay. Interesting. So the request for agreement is how they're distinguishing between and desho. Might, maybe, probably. Kamoshiranai. Kamoshiranai, polite form of kamoshiremasen and desho both express uncertainty or possibility, softening a statement. The main difference is the degree of certainty. Kamoshiranai expresses less certainty, similar to maybe or might, while desho, casual, daro, expresses a higher degree. Okay. Man, eventually we're gonna have to like put this in the degree filter. Like certainty, you know? We take certainty and then we do like a scale. I do this with English too. Not that it serves too much of a function, but You see how like might, maybe, probably use degree definers. So less, more, usually, seldom, rarely, often. These are used to modify probability. So whatever word it is attached to when it's describing something. So in this case, if we're talking about the possibilities, it could be like is or existence, right? It rarely is seldom is, or less deals with adjectives, but it's fine. And then, you know, rarely is, seldom is, usually is, often is. To define like degrees. Not that it functionally does that. Most of the time, people go with generally and specifically. And certainly, or not certainly actually, they use absolutely, absolutely, definitely, never. Right. These are the hyperbolic, colloquial internet. And this is NetSpeak. Is what I typically define it as when it comes to probabilities. This is NetSpeak. Generally, specifically, absolutely, definitely, never. You could also throw in like forever, always. This is NetSpeak, exclusively NetSpeak. I don't really engage specifically in NetSpeak. Whenever someone talks like it's always, it's never like this, I've never done this, I've always done this, my counter is often to use degrees. And degrees is not because I'm Japanese, like I'm obviously not Japanese. Degrees is because this is in scientific writing. So my background is in scientific writing, and typically you evaluate, even if you have to communicate with individuals who do not process data properly. And what I mean by data properly is they do not do interpretive data, like interpret data into like colloquial speak. In science, you use other words than these. When it says, if you maybe generally, maybe generally can be in science, specifically can be science, but these are out of the question. Most of these things are out of the question. Always, forever, never, definitely, absolutely, out of the question. Like, there are very few things that are as defining, and you can see if you make this up, generally is pretty good. Specifically isn't even that much of a NetSpeak. So NetSpeak includes all of these words all the time, right? All the time. So in order to like sound more in tune with other people, typically when someone says like every, for example, there's also every means anywhere from more than 50%. So that's every. All, generally, it usually is defined as greater than 50%. So there are more times that it happens than it doesn't. That's kind of, you know, the nature of English NetSpeak. You think you're turning Japanese? You really think so? I could imagine spending a substantial amount of time trying to think in Japanese. Yeah, so NetSpeak is something that is very obvious, at least in my opinion. NetSpeak is very obvious to those who have other diction in English that isn't NetSpeak. So being not that and that at the same time is able to appreciate NetSpeak. Other than that, you know, when you're speaking to someone who has been on the internet for a while, they may see it as there's no distinction, right? Until they talk to someone who may have some distinction between NetSpeak and maybe, like, for example, professional writing. Usually the speaking voice, when you think about probabilistic natures, oftentimes it's kind of like a degree of probability, a degree of like, oh, that seems like a possibility. That might seem quite reasonable. Logically speaking, that could be possible. That's this to me. That's how I feel when it comes to, like, when you're talking formally, like to a stranger, and you're talking in public, you're in a professional space. That is why, in my opinion, personally, the way I speak typically on stream and like when I'm interacting with someone, my English is supposed to reflect this. It's supposed to reflect the nuances of what Japanese and even Chinese culture does. They reflect possibility, more and more possibility in formal, polite ways. And it can sound like, oh, you're just being polite, or you sound like a politician or someone who's like trying to be very politically agreeable. That's typically, maybe by coincidence, the manner in which, at least for me personally, how I was raised to be polite. And by coincidence, scientific writing, and when you're at a seminar or you're giving some professional lecture, typically speaking bombastically in definite and certainty terms imply that either you're super genius or you're way arrogant, right? You're incredibly, you hold your weight, you throw your weight around. And typically humility and conservativeness in your speech and your perception, like your projection of your information, tends to create a balance between humility and pride, or arrogance and reservation or hesitation. And you can speak confidently within uncertainty. Like, it's not like, oh, I think that's true. Oh, I think that may be true. So, like, despite certain keywords that may determine apprehension, you can still deliver with certainty about uncertainty, because that is the limit and understanding of the application of your data or your abilities to know for certain. Meanwhile, in NetSpeak, generally most people speak in what I would call, this stuff, I'm not sure if Japanese refers to this, but this is the subjunctive to me. At least what I refer to as the subjunctive versus the indicative form in English. So these things are like moods in English. And oftentimes when you're thinking about the subjunctive, it sounds like a politician or a doctor trying to break a bad news to you, or a scientist trying to be as specific as possible about the conclusions and the results that derive from their data. It's often very strongly subjunctive. And subjunctive represents like less than 50% of the population, right? Or population of English speakers, in my opinion, because really there's less than 50% of people who are in professional communications skills, right? In professions that require communication skills. So oftentimes when you're talking to someone, it's a really telltale sign. So this is how I adjust my speaking voice and my typing skills, or like my English usage, to the person. It also reveals a lot about whether they are in a it's not definitive, obviously. I'm using percentages, but it's a probabilistic state. The likelihood of someone who exclusively talks in the indicative is either very prone to normalizing net speech, or they haven't worked in a professional setting in which they are responsible for communicating probabilities and certainties, which typically means that they have low accountability. These are associations, right? Not causations. Low accountability in what they're doing, and they have a high rate of certainty in the things that they do. So the development, in my opinion, oftentimes when you go like high school to college, right, and then to grad school, if you will, or I would call it a professional school, because there's also med school, law school, etc. So a professional school, the diction of English tend to change. It shifts from indicative to subjunctive majority. And I rarely execute on subjunctive when I'm talking with people I meet on stream or read like YouTube comments. It's people talk intellectually with facts, and then they use the indicative voice to command how they know from those facts that they can predict a probabilistic state. That is usually very logically fallacious and presumptuous, and it can lead to what usually the internet happens is hyperbolic behavior that deals with zeros and ones and rights and wrongs. Like, oh, this research paper said it's healthy, so therefore it is. That's using indicative form derived from a factual observation. Like, oh, all the kids got better grades than me, I must be stupid. Right? Must. That is definitive. I must be stupid. You could even soften and say, I could be stupid. Or I may be stupid. I might be stupid. I might be less smart or less grade oriented than the other students. So now you're going up and up in probabilistic uncertainty. And what happens when you start going up is it becomes more and more subjunctive. The mood is there is a uncertainty of which you are trying to be polite either to yourself or to other people, right? Oh, that's someone did better than you. Congratulations. I hope that I may also perform as well as you next time. Versus, oh, I did bad, or I did worse than you. That's indicative, right? Indicative versus subjunctive. Not that they're presenting the same exact messages, but the nature of your presenting probability when you express things deal with indicating whether you appreciate this Japanese nuance or not. In my opinion, I think in order to appreciate this, if in English, like, I speak to someone in English quite often, since English is my common language. If in English you're already spending like 99% of your time in the indicative voice in English, the comprehension or like the comprehension kind of understanding and intuition about this subtlety between desho, desho ne, and stuff would be a very coincidental learning experience through explaining in English. The other way to do it is literally know when and where to use them, right? And that would be in context. It would be in Japan or in immersion-based thing. However, you can, in my opinion, you are able to comprehend the nuances if you have some sort of analogous function in English. The thing is, a lot of times when people talk about this, kids, younger people, or those who are not in a professional setting, they would say something very similar to this. There's no English equivalent of this. That is not true. It is rare in English because most people don't use it, in my opinion. Like, we're not talking about like one-to-one transliteration situation. We're talking about the feeling and the elements involved in understanding that there is a necessity or function to depict degrees of uncertainty in your English. Now, when someone, the question is, are people aware of this when they hear it? Actually, they do. There is some intuition to that. So whenever I speak in the subjunctive, it is clear to them that they don't. Oftentimes people who speak in the indicative and express things in the indicative, when they hear someone who dominantly speak in the subjunctive, they often feel uncertain. Like, oh, okay, so I'm not sure. Are you saying it might really happen or it might not happen? So even though there's no, like, people may not use the subjunctive, that doesn't mean they can't react or respond to the subjunctive, which is kind of what is humorous when you take like an intellectual, like you take a scientist, for example. I'm being a little general here, but take a scientist or like a lawyer, right? For example, and they would respond or react to a politician's statement versus someone who is not in a professional communication field thing, like a construction worker, for example, and they would react to a politician. These two would be very different, and it's not necessarily all about the language, but it would be a reaction to the language. The language reaction would be very different between these two, right? And because one is steeped in understanding probabilistic natures, you're wondering, what does lawyer have to do with probabilistic states? Circumstantial evidence. Whenever someone brings up circumstantial evidence or situational conditions in a court of law, like for evidence-based, interrogations and questioning, prosecutions, that also ties in with substantiating proof for hypotheses and theories. Construction is, I build something, and this is not in any way disrespectful because I can't do anything in construction, right? But when you build something, it is being built by a method that has a certainty. It's almost 100% certain most of the time. So the tasks do not require that you have to understand or normalize what a politician would say. Like, I promise on the very technical assertion that these things will get done if I am elected, for example. But there's a lot of probabilistic nature in it. If they get elected and what they promised is something that they can do without fulfilling the expectation of someone who may be thinking exactly that. Like, for example, making a wish. Like, we'll do something like a genie wish, right? When someone says, I want to be tall. And then you start thinking, are you subjunctive or are you indicative? Because someone who says, I wish I am tall, that is indicative. Like, it's limiting, it's very open. So there would be a lot of questions. You would raise a lot of questions already immediately about, wait, don't you want to be more specific? Because tall sounds like, if you want to be tall, you would be the same. The genie could grant you a wish and be the same height, because if you're tall, the genie could say you're tall compared to an ant. So the probabilistic nature is there are a lot of things you are taller than. So you can still grant being tall without changing anything. That kind of thing. So oftentimes people who become more informed become less and less certain. So they often require to be more and more specific. Meanwhile, someone who is in the indicative sounds more and more general and become more and more certain. So things like, oh, I suck at math because I failed my last math test. Like, that's a leap of logic, but sure, it could be possible that since you failed your last math test, you suck at math. It could be possible. That is one way to contribute to the idea that you suck at math if you failed your last exam. Whether that's permanent or it's a certainty is not there. When you're speaking in indicative, it makes it feel like you did very little effort, in my opinion. Like, from my perspective, you did very little effort to think about the cause and consequences of how you're making your decision and how you're framing your realities. This would be another one too. Anyways, I like talking about uncertainty and probability in language because I think that is not really absolutely, but there's a high frequency of its absence, even in English. So when someone tells me they're learning Japanese and they're young, impressionable, and they speak entirely in the indicative form in English, when I think about it, it's like, how can you tell when someone is going to have a comprehension problem? For example, very early on in Japanese, one of them would be this. They would use like desho ne, like or desu ne, in a way that is very indicative, as opposed to comprehending why those things exist, right? Like, they would say it because they found an example in which you say it. So then they apply that fixed thing to everything. And oftentimes, like, oh, okay, I suppose. That's usually when someone drops in and gives me like this, oh, that's not the right or the wrong way to do things. And I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure I know what type of person I'm talking to, which it's not a good or bad thing, in my opinion. It's very useful. It's useful to know that when you're learning another language, in your current language, the way you speak, the way you comprehend your language can also be a place in which you must negotiate with the new language and how it's framed. And I think this was one of the biggest ones. When someone, I remember maybe 3 weeks into my Japanese in Duolingo, someone was telling me, like, they were using their Japanese and they were telling me things, and I'm like, why are you constantly telling me like you know what this is in Japanese? They were like typing in Japanese, and I'm like, why are you using that ending? It's like, are you trying to correct me or something? How can you be so certain when you're learning Japanese? Meanwhile, the person was explaining to me why they use desho or like yo ne. Like, at the end, I'm like, okay, but I don't. So he and I, even despite we're both learning Japanese, I'm less certain than this person, but they're talking to me as though I'm the familiar. So when in English, a lot of times most things are typed in indicative and colloquial speak, and usually that's very casual forward. So then it translates to Japanese when the person starts talking and they try to type their first Japanese interaction with a stranger, which I'm usually the stranger. They would talk in the indicative form too, or the Japanese equivalent of the indicative form. And that was their intent. And my first thought is, they're speaking English Japanese to me, as opposed to using the nuances of Japanese and quote unquote behaving like Japanese, like the way they would say, like, you would not use those colloquial speak. So this is where it's really interesting. I wonder where Japanese is gonna go from there. And my question often in the back of my head is, what would net speak Japanese be like in the next 2 or 3 years, given its trend, right? And these topics are going to be interesting. Like, how is this topic, the last couple of topics that we did, how is it going to change? Because English did change. It very noticeably have significantly shifted. When I am online, we speak in certainties, in absolutes. On a rare, very rare occasion, right, there may be an intellectual discussion that deals with using something that's beyond colloquial speak. And what I mean by that is, how can, you know, someone can counter argue, how can speak not be colloquial if you're online? And I start to ask myself that question oftentimes. It's like, well, it probably isn't, because if something is rare, then it wouldn't be considered colloquial. So most of the time I use the trigger word intellectual discussion. So instead of having a normal discussion with someone, I would have an intellectual discussion with someone, which is less than 10% of the time. So I don't elicit this stuff, in my opinion, online would be like N5. I mean, it would be like N1 concept. Like if English, I actually have no idea how English is taught online. So like what I mean is, if I went and learned in ESL, like go to an ESL app, the concept of certainty, for example, maybe, might, perhaps, less often, more often. I wonder where those concepts are in English, because to me, if you know, someone comes up and say, oh yeah, I'm all about sounding natural on the internet or natural in the United States, typically that also means like trying to sound colloquial. And the vast majority of people who use English colloquially do not use concepts like less often, more often, perhaps, suggest. You do not use those. So for me, when I'm thinking about if Japanese become a form of net speak, I think these concepts would be like N1. It would be less than N5. Like these would not be concepts that would be early on, because NetSpeak is NetSpeak. You Google it and it's true, right? Most of the time. Oh no, I just triggered all my phones again because I said the G word. That's kind of my thought here. I think it's a really interesting thing to see in the future how NetSpeak is going to affect this. Right, this is our last grammar topic, so let's go into our quiz stuff. How did they do the English keywords? Probably
そこで寝る
Sokote neru. And the only way I know this is because a neru is like the way it's phrased in Japanese, it would be a de, but I gotta get used to how they're equating the English word to it, because it's actually kind of hard. Like to me, it's really difficult to go the other way. Like when you read a Japanese phrase, right? And then if someone comes up to you and say, oh, what is that in English? I'm like, at, in, for, like it's all of them. Like what I mean is, you know, when you're doing translational, you're trying to figure out an equivalent. And when they're doing it, they're separating the different English words into their particular uses. But when I'm reading this, it's all of them. So like I'm not making the distinction that it's at, for, in, so it's just all of them. Like it's very similar in Chinese, and what I mean is the feeling is very similar in Chinese, but in Chinese you just don't have this. There's nothing here. Yeah, like 这里, right? 这里睡觉, like here, 这里睡觉. And then you could 我在 because there's no implicit like subject thing. This would be required in Chinese. So 我在这里睡觉. No particles. Like it's gone. And what happens is in English, you have to decide what you're going to use. At, in, for, or by, into, and it's all of them. all the things that apply specifically. So that's kind of an interesting feeling going the other way around. Whenever you like turn the tables, it's like, what if a Japanese person like asks me soko de neru, and they ask me, oh, how do you say this in English? I'm like, here I sleep, or I sleep here, I sleep at here, or there, sorry, there, like I sleep there, or I sleep at there, or I sleep in there, I sleep. So it's all of them. In English, it's like, okay, so you just pick one, right? But in English, the weird thing is there's gonna be a quote-unquote natural word that's gonna be there. So I sleep in there is fine. I sleep at there, kind of less fine, right? Or sleep there, that then becomes an imperative, right? So we can't really do that, especially given this. So that's kind of interesting. Actually, I'm kind of curious what the sentence is. I sleep, yeah. I sleep at there, but it would be I sleep there, right? Because at is implied, or all the different prepositions are implied there, depending on your action of where the nature of how you sleep there. You can either sleep at there, on there, or in there. And that's the reason why I'm saying this is that's what happens when you learn more than one language, or you're talking to someone who doesn't speak English very well, and you start thinking, oh dude, prepositions, they're a nightmare in my opinion, in the reverse role, because it's like sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there. In fact, if you put it in there, it's still kind of okay, and then all of a sudden you're going to the native speak, right? When someone says, oh, I sleep there, what do you mean you sleep there? Is that like in, like how, right? And if you do the reverse, it's very similar. Like, oh, okay, de is like, how do I engross de? And the idea is it's all of them, in my opinion. Like the idea is Satori Reader stream when the only reason we can't do Satori Reader is probably copyright. That was a thing I considered as opposed to Bunpro. I would have to email them. So I'll probably try to email them and see if I ever get a response in the year 2026. Like I will probably email Satori Reader. I might also email Du Chinese, which is the other graded reader for Chinese, right? Because written language, like written stories and written articles, they're all subjected to copyright. So you would have to go out of your way to transform whatever you're reading for a different reason. Educational is fine if you're adding something, but if I spend the majority of my time learning from Satori Reader, that would imply that I'm simply reading in a lot of times, and that can lead to copyright stuff. So I haven't read anybody's work like literally online yet. This is kind of an exception because these are like mechanical things that are existing in many forms. But when you're reading a book, for example, there are people who do this, and they specifically have to go through hoops, or either they don't care, right? Like a narration, like someone's just reading through a book, that usually they don't show the book, or like they try to get into a moral gray area for reading. Basically, they either don't show the actual text or something like that to try to like circumvent copyright. A Satori Reader would be a great way to do something like that, like even translating or something. Tadoku Reader, I'm already aware. It's all free, but you can't stream the intellectual property on a monetized platform. So they already have that. They already have that in the social queue. You can do it educationally, but I'm on Twitch and YouTube, so there's no guarantee that that clause will stand. I can still email Tadoku reader people. Because it's free doesn't mean you can't be copywritten struck. So that is a leap of logic. When something is free, that doesn't mean you're free to share it. And when it's commercialized, actually, that's also a leap of logic. When it's commercialized, that doesn't mean you can't stream it online. You might be able to stream something that is not free online. That deals with copyright laws and like how the platform operates. But in Tadoku Reader, the site, they specifically state certain things. And technically, it's still a moral gray, it's still a legally gray area because they say you can use it for educational purposes in a non-commercial way. However, technically, one could make an argument that if I'm on a commercial platform, despite being educational, it could be commercialized by something else. And I would be accountable for all those things. So it doesn't free up Tadoku Reader as well. It is better though. Like what I mean is there's a higher likely chance that Tadoku Reader, the people who do those things, I used to also read Tadoku stuff. I actually suggest this as a graded reader before you invest in something like Satori Reader. They do have a clause that says like, oh yeah, you can use this as long as it's cited for educational, non-commercial use and personal use. I don't know legally, I'm not a lawyer, right? So, and I don't understand the legalities of Twitch and YouTube. So long story short, basically, just because it's free doesn't mean they can't sue you or ask you to take down hours and thousands of work because they just happen to feel that you're taking advantage of whatever they're offering. That's not to suggest that they would, because I feel like the people at Tadoku, when something is free, there is a higher likelihood that the creators are contributing it to public domain in a way for educational purposes, but specifically for non-commercial educational use. So that's another one, right? Another one. Good sources though. Very excellent sources. I do tell people whenever they're interested, if they haven't cited like a graded reading source, I do point them to Tadoku before considering a paid source like Satori Reader. And then there's one last thing, right? I typically gravitate towards products that do not require a time limit. So Tadoku still fills that because it's free, but Satori Reader has a time limit. As in, there's a limitation to how I can use the resource. Bunpro, all of these, by the way, WaniKani, HanziHero, and Bunpro, I specifically invest upfront. And that's how I typically do it for creative purposes. I invest upfront. So I buy the license. They can shut down at any time. That's still a time limit, right? It doesn't guarantee that despite owning a lifetime license, that doesn't mean the thing can't close down and then you lose it. So there is still a time limit. However, the time limit is not in a lot smaller window like Satori Reader, which is subscription based. Okay.
彼はそこにいます。
Talking about existence, right? 彼はあそこにいます。
ここかそこ。
ここかそこ。Tomu. Oh, that's Tom, right? Tomu と
トムと話す。
話す。Then we got...
これはあなたの本でしょう。
All good suggestions, James. I think for the month of 2026, since I have to think about what we're gonna do in 2027, somewhere in halfway in the month, I will probably like try to send out emails or something. Like, I don't even know if they reply to emails or anything like that, but I am slowly trying to build maybe like a unofficial image that I am someone who has social integrity and copyright integrity, and therefore if I have enough of a presence, I might be able to email them like maybe persistently to try to communicate with them to say, hey, can we find an arrangement that fits my wanting need to comprehensively show the process with their product or something. I think needing to demonstrate that and spend years, maybe like a couple years, developing or coming up with a format to present to them is probably how I would go about it. I really rely on the most valuable thing I have in my life is my professional integrity, pretty much. So I jump through lots of hoops. I am a hoop jumper and a safety jumper when it comes to open communication with people. So hopefully, with some luck, we can get into contact with some of the developers who are commercially responsible for their product, but also they are willing to entertain a person who spent most of their life contributing things to public domain. So like I would have to make agreements and stuff with them to say I won't ever sell this stuff, or I won't ever build a educational course on top of their material, that type of thing, in order to reach an agreement of like maybe I can use their stuff, but I make a formal consent or some sort of consent that I wouldn't ever convert their product and build on top of their product for the reasons of competing with them. And I think that's probably the fairest things that they have to consider. Like, I'm not going to build a WaniKani competitor. I'm not going to use my use of WaniKani and HanziHero to build a masterclass that is meant to compete or replace WaniKani and HanziHero. That's kind of the thing that I have to either demonstrate or explain with professional integrity. I don't honestly think that is the standard that content creators hold themselves to. In fact, I don't really think content creators even have experience with that, because ultimately they come from different backgrounds. For myself, the reason why I'm talking about this is because that's how science happened. Despite being in academia, when you publish something, it becomes sort of public domain under whichever journal you published in. And that kind of makes it slightly okay that when you're producing something, you cite the methodology and you cite all the resources and sources of the primary literature in which you adopted and built on top of their methods. And then at the same time, when you publish something, it goes into public domain. So it is, for all intents and purposes, directly a non-commercialized product that's built on other non-commercialized product on which other people can commercialize when it becomes public domain. So things like a tech company can take what's available in academic science and commercialize it. Satori Reader and Tadoku and other reading things, I treat them with the same professional diligence. Like, I like to do my due diligence. Bunpro was nice yesterday. I was talking about yesterday when I have seen evidence in which Bunpro's developers interact with content creators. That gives me a slightly more green flag. It still doesn't necessarily mean that if I do something or talk about Bunpro in a bad way or associate Bunpro with maybe some sort of disagreeable topic, the developers of Bunpro, for example, can just come by and say, we don't like how you're associating our product and misrepresenting it. We ask that you take down all your content or remove it entirely or delist it, please. And it would be their legal right to do so. Probably. And that would mean that everything that I have made and built would be undone, right? And that is kind of like the worst case scenario for doing these. So, and then Satori Reader and Tadoku is even higher on that list. And Tadoku, I don't think it's built, like it's not in collaboration with people overseas. Bunpro is actually headquartered in Osaka, so I don't know what the legalities are with that, if we ever engage in legalities. Again, not a lawyer. However, a very procurious person about people's work. I like to do as much as I can to give credit where credit's due. Alright, let's go to our 20 vocabulary. Koichi. Right, Koichi. Attractive, appealing, convenient, favorable, desirable, profitable. Oh, because of offer and opportunity. I'm like, attractive? Excuse me? Sono? That's the. Oh, like usually written using kana alone, something or someone distant from the speaker, close to the listener, right? Actions of the listener or ideas expressed or understood by the listener. Part, as in part 2, usually written in kana preceding a number. Interesting. Or or sono. Interesting. Okay. Apato. It's kind of weird when you're doing the 4 across an extended vowel.
Apato.
Yeah, apato. Apartment. Wait. Apartamento. House. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't even consider apartment house out of apartamento. Okay. Honshu. Shigoto. Physics. Work. In physics. Oh, like the amount of work. Sort of like energy. Right? Wait. Oh, there's no play on. There's no voice sample. Oi. Tsumetai. Emotionally cold-hearted. Yeah, I've seen that used a little bit. Yasai. Saka. Yeah, saka. Nagai. protracted, prolonged. Okay. Yeah, both in distance and time. Atatakai. Having enough money only applies. Okay, that's interesting. Hawaii. Right? Okay. Good to go. Toi distance in both relationship, time, distance. Oh, far from something else in quality. Oh, interesting. And then hard of hearing. Intriguing. Oh, I see. In a fixed phrase. Oh, yeah. Hard of hearing and nearsighted. Yep. It's kind of humorous that, like, the perspective of nearsightedness. So it's saying eyes far, as in you can see far, so you're nearsighted, as in, or is it the other way around? No, it's the other. Yeah, so like you're far eyes, so you're only good for far reading, so that means you're nearsighted. So it's like a confirmation, but it's the opposite. So when you're nearsighted, you have eyes for the close, so you can't see far. Right? So then that'd be farsighted. It's the other way around. And oftentimes when in English, when you're saying nearsighted, it's the confirmation. So when you're nearsighted, you see near. When you're farsighted, you see far. But in nearsighted is eyes far, not eyes near. And I often found that really humorous, the subject, like how the subject is different. Like, and it's also the same as when you have far, near, there's also give, receive, loan, and borrow. It's really interesting to think about it, because it's not like person-centric or confirmation-centric sometimes. Such an interesting contrast. Right, so we got muzugashi. Muzugashi, let's see. Difficult, fine, impossible, unfeasible. I didn't think of it as that strong, but that's interesting. Oh, euphemistic. Interesting. So euphemistically impossible and unfeasible. Fair enough. That I can accept as a euphemism. Let's see, particular, fastidious. Ooh, fastidious. Haven't used fastidious in quite some time. In my head, I would typically refer to a lot of compulsively people on the internet as fastidious, but I usually don't use the word fastidious. Quite an excellent one. Gloomy, glum, sullen, intriguing, serious. Oh, a look. Okay. Dirty, unclean. Filthy. Oh, these are archaic terms. Okay. Unpleasant, uncomfortable, creepy, spooky. That's interesting. This almost gives more like a hentai or a kikai, or maybe like fuben situation, and then we have like kitanai and or impure stuff like Fujun situation. Okay. 難しい。ね。とても、とても。I used to say とても a lot. とても. Okay, not at all. Yeah, depending on positive or negative. Right. And then kabam, usually written in kana, but occasionally when I see this, I'm like, I see bao, so it's gotta be bag. Although this, I actually don't know if this lines up with bao. Actually, I gotta look. Like, strictly bao, not. Because die would be the first thing that I would think about. Yeah. This is, I think, very specifically Japanesey, in my opinion. Like I can't think of a character. I would say the closest thing I would go with is maybe like bao. But kabam is no equivalence in terms of the character that I'm aware of. Image, right? Picture, footage. Got it. Right. Onna no hito. Ima. Spare time. Time it takes to do something. Right? Right. Time off. Leave. Right, when it's associated phrase. Dismissal or firing. Used as a non-adjective. Free, not busy, right? And then a pseudo verb, yep, to be free. Colloquial only. Oh, okay. Alright.
このケーキは美味しいです。
このケーキは美味しいです。What are we doing?
その日は雨でした。
Interesting. その日。I feel like that is kind of a grammar point. その日は雨でした。Apartment.
このアパートは新しいです。
このアパートは新しいです。
今週は彼の誕生日です。
今週は彼の誕生日です。仕事。
彼女は仕事をしていますか？
仕事をしていますか？この町には木が多い。
この町には木が多い。
この漢字は何と読みますか？
この漢字は何と意味ますか？ Or is it 読み？ Wait, 読み？
この漢字は何と読みますか？
読みますか？ I was thinking of something else. I was gonna add like 意味 as in like the meaning, and then いますか？ Or あますか？ Or ありますか？ Possibly, or maybe even Suru. They know if you can pull that off. Huh. We'll know in the future. That's an interesting.
家の床が冷たい。
Yeah, no, you got smetai. I mean, like, I haven't really described the floor as cold to the touch, but that's interesting.
このトマトは安いです。
Tomato. Oops, I missed.
サッカーをする。
する。この停止の定期の定価。Wait.
この定規は長い。
定規。Wait. 定規。定規。That's a special one. It would take me a while.
この毛布は暖かいです。
私は怖い話が嫌いだ。
私は怖い話が嫌いだ。嫌いだな、近いだ。嫌いだ。
アメリカと日本は遠い。
Es verdad. Es verdad. Oops. Wait. I often spell this incorrectly.
この問題は難しい。
I don't know if I typed ga at some point and then I might have missed something.
彼はとても背が高い。
背が高い。Very tall. Uh-oh.
そのカバンは誰のものですか？
Again?
そのカバンは誰のものですか？
Oh.
私は絵を描きたい。
Mm-hmm.
その女の人は私の姉です。
Oh,
今暇です。
Mahima this. Yeah. Alright, hooray! Alright, let's go into our reviews here. Article confirming.
いい質問ですね。
Article confirming, right? We need to confirm. Article exhaustive and inclusive.
トムとジェリー。
Jetty. Oh, interesting.
座面がふかふかな椅子を購入するつもりだ。
Fuka fuka is like supposed to be like creaky, right? Oh no, it's soft. Dang it. Fuka fuka. Okay.
「僕は彼女のすべてが好きだ」。
全てが好きだ。子犬。Oh, 子犬. Okay, 子犬は I'm like, oh, I got it backwards there. Is there a form we typically use for? Oh.
この子犬は女の子です。
Intriguing.
お父さんからたくさんの漫画をもらった。
Nice.
バスケのゲームを見る。
Watch the basketball game. A light. What? Oh no, read. Okay. 僕も遊びます。
その店はテレビに出たので有名になった。
この店はテレビに出た。出たので有名になった。Emphatic?
これはケーキだよ。
自転車に乗りながら傘をさしてはいけません。
そしてはいけません。
日差しが強いので帽子をかぶった方がいい。
兄、ここから一番近いコンビニはあそこだろう。
Oh, yeah, okay. So cold heart. Wait. How does that work?
心が寒い。
Oh, interesting. But sumetai has, I wonder how that's used. It was like a auxiliary. Maybe it's just archaic. I'm not sure.
明日は母からもらった時計をつけるつもりだ。
母が娘に、お風呂では飛び跳ねないでください。
飛び跳ね。跳ねないで。はい。跳ねないでください。I jump into dive into. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I see. Kind of a cute phrase.
パン屋さんの張り紙。注意。パンを素手で触らないでください。
Like the 注意。お金をnegative standard?
お金を借りない。お金を借りないです。お金を借りません。
I like what they did here, where they read out the 3 in contrast or standard.
駅はどこにあるの？
そのホテルは先月にオープンしたので綺麗です。
Open. Oh, open. Oh, that's interesting. Open したので。あ、綺麗です。Open. Oh, クリスマス。クリスマスの晩、テーブルの上にご飯、what? ごちそう、oh, yeah, that's how you write it. ごちそうが並ぶ。ごちそう。
これはペンですか？
Light.
覚える、覚えます。
Right, 一段。
バターを食べる。
Butter. Just straight up butter.
父は夜働いています。
働いて。
この曲は楽しいです。
Oh, music. Casual.
飲む、飲みます。
子供が親に、服にアイロンをかけてください。
アイロン。アイロン？服のアイロン。Oh, iron.
もう朝だけどまだ眠いです。
まだ眠いです。Relatable. My right eye is kind of twitching.
兄は自分の部屋で受験勉強をしています。
自分の部屋で、受験勉強をしています。
客。この車はいくらですか？店員。250万円です。
That's kind of reasonable. Oh. Wait, there? Near the listener. Oh. Wait. What? Wait. There, no. Pancone. No, Pancone.
So このパソコン。
Oh, pasokon. Oh my god. Pasokon. I don't want to talk about it. Shh. Oh, wait. Yeah. Adjective.
"静かな部屋。
Oh, I know why they mean by subjective. Okay.
あれは人ですか、それとも人形ですか？
どうですか？
僕の妻は手紙で感情を表現するのが好きだ。
Interesting.
バスに3人の人が乗っている。
私の姉は20歳です。
20歳 Special one. 20歳。
それは新しいゲームのソフトだ。
ソフト Is that software? Probably software. Oh no, ソフト。No. Hmm. We're gonna go with
彼と私は近い関係だ。
close in relations.
ここがいい。
あなたは昨日何をしましたか？
古い洋服を姪っ子にあげました。
Hmm.
私の父は面白い人だ。
ここにお金があります。
母が牛乳にはカルシウムがたくさんあると言った。
アルンはむカルシwhat カルシウ
母が牛乳にはカルシウムがたくさんあると
カル
言った。
シウム
そのカフェのケーキのカロリーは高くないです。
That cafe's cake is high in calories. There's a lot of calories in it.
今日はワインはもういいです。
Oh no. Are we doing
彼女はこのクラスの中で一番優秀な生徒だ。
I don't know if I used Yushu at all yet, but seeing is there.
あそこも楽しい。
かわいい動物と言えばパンダやた抜きだ。やた抜きだ。やた抜きだ。Oh. Oh, tanuki. Oh. Oh, panda ya tanuki da. Oh, okay. Oh, that's That's weird to look at. The breakup, there's no breakup between this. I didn't see a breakup between this and this. I'm like, what is going on? But tanuki. Or tanuki? Nationality. Excuse me? Nationality. I'm gonna go with... I don't remember... Oops.人類?
あなたは何人ですか？
Wow. Okay. I went with like kind of like race or something and said like or mankind or something. So I went with 人類 or maybe like that's interesting. Huh.
あなたの犬は大きいの？
夫婦。私たちはまだ子供の名前を決めていません。
Intriguing.
このお皿は父の手作りじゃないです。
手作り。Oh, 手作りじゃないです。Oh. Instead of plate, it's more like... Oh, no, they really literally mean plate. Okay, so not figuratively like a dish. Like, 料理, right? 料理 or something like この料理は父の手作りじゃないです。I thought maybe they were referring to, oh, this plate was not handmade, but like kind of handmade or homemade situation. So I was like immediately thinking, oh, like この料理 or something, like the cooking was like the dish, but they literally meant a dish. Yeah, and my mind sort of wandered.
父が都市の電車は混んでいると言った。
修理師がエアコンの修理のためここに来ました。
あなたは今日何をするの？
3番ホームに電車が来る。
子供。キャラクターデザインのノートを買いたい。
キャラクターデザインのノートを買いたい。これは私のテストです。
それは私のテストです。
それは私のテストです。カメラを、which got quality. Quality. Quality が高いカメラを買いたいです。カメラ。
クオリティが高いカメラを買いたいです。
Okay. Won't have negative polite. This is... This is,
車は持たない。車は持たないです。車は持ちません。
カレーが辛い。
カレーが辛い。
父、どの洋服が欲しい娘。それが欲しい。
父が義母に。これは捨てた方がいいですか？
義母。義母。Mother-in-law. Oh, that makes sense. 義and po. Okay.
寿司って日本の料理だよね。
Oops.
歴史の先生。ケネディが何代目の大統領か知っている人はいますか？
何目？
ここはあなたの部屋ですか？
Oh.
おや。娘は元気ですよね。医師。はい、とても元気ですよ。
彼は背が高いです。
Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, now we're getting a little bit boosted here. There's some boosting going on. Okay. We did a bit of digression today to fill in the... I'm padding my hours, you know, just padding it with digression. The Deshone is great. Gotta pad them hours. Where are my points at? What are my BPs at? 2000. I think I want a profile theme first. Right? We kind of just want a profile theme. I really dig these. These ones are awesome. But, Ooh. Okasia. This Okasia is cool. Halloween themed. Oh, but cherry blossoms though. Sakura no hana. Yeah, sakura no hana. Matsuri. Ooh, Matsuris are great. Oh, wait. How did I skip it? How did I miss these? When did I? Dang. Osaka no Jo. That's probably how we're gonna do the Jo part. Kyoto is. These things are nice. They kind of flow with my art style as well. Like how I would typically paint and render backgrounds. City profiles are nice. Simple vintage stuff. I do like the touch of green over the kind of lovely. Anyways. Oh, but no, we need quiz. No, we have to do quiz theme first, right? Because that's the dominant. I really like this wrapping paper thing. Oh, I am a fan of the stencil stuff. That is very pleasant. What is this? No. 10,000, huh? Aw, I love these like stencil things. They're kind of hard to see, but that's good. Like they're like non-intrusive, right? All right. Purely optional. Let's scroll down and see if there's anything else. Any tips for learning to write a rireki? Oh, that's how you say. Oh, interesting. If you combine the rireki. Okay. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for Bunpro today, right? In our Japanese session. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. There's a 1.5 month trial period from the creation of your account, right? Feel free to come on by, share some stories, make some commentary. I have thought, I usually am a thinker. I think a lot about a lot of things. I know how generic that sounds, but generally speaking, if something came across your mind, I might be able to contribute to it, right? Or discuss it. And I feel mutual discussions and expressions keep each other mutually thinking, innovating, being creative, encouraging each other to be interested in each other's lives as well as the lives of our own, because trying to express it to another person encourages communication skills and make things a little bit more motivating, right? This isn't about a specific time, but you were wondering, why do you always undo if you get one correct? Because as long as I can get it correct, that's the point. Yeah. The idea is to understand the nature of my errors and then to go through the act of correcting the mistake, as opposed to embracing the mistake and then passing it along to come back to fix it. I disagree with the idea of trying to reach perfection on a singular attempt. So I always undo if I can find a better answer, and I usually can. So my life is surrounded with the idea that it's not really an undo, it's more of a reattempt on the thing. So not to confuse it with the mindset, but if you think of it as an undo, as in the mistake hasn't ever happened, that would be a different alternative. So if I had to prepare a contrast, oh, I wonder if I can put like a blank space somewhere for this writing. But there is specificities. So if you think of it as an undo, then you are implying often that you're erasing a mistake. Versus retrying. Retrying on the spot is to correct the mistake. And when something is a habitual mistake, usually when you think about undos, there is often an argument for habitual mistake. So a habitual mistake is going through the ropes of moving a problem to later, which maybe could quote unquote fix itself through repetition, right? And that is certainly a way to, that is certainly an approach that one can do. And what this also means is that it can lead to perfectionism. It can encourage perfectionism. And for myself, whenever I'm learning, so things, when I'm practicing things actively, I do as much as I can. So this is more from the perspective of doing as much as I can without delay. Telling yourself that you'll get it next time, for example, you'll get it next time. And also, or sorry, this is the other way. My list is a lot longer against undoing, or the concept of undoing, or the concept of mistake tracking. Undoing typically also involves mistake tracking. This deals with mistake tracking, and undoing would habitually lead to habitual mistakes for myself personally, and moving problems to later, right? Or fix itself through repetition or perfectionism, as well as looking at answer and then reinforcing cursory like excuses. So I typically address these things by my choice to, and I do this with everything. After a while, I do this with everything. So as much as I can, I do without delay. I retry. So this is called a retry. Retry without additional explainer. So without additional explainer. So I'm retrying. It's a retry because there's no additional trigger. No additional outside trigger. And when an outside trigger would be something like you look at a hint, you look at a nuance, but there are hints and nuances. I do check them for additional things when it's outside my thing. So retrying in parts, I rethink it. So this is a little bit different than guessing again. So oftentimes undo deals with the idea of guessing again. So if you guess again and then the next time it comes back around and you guess the wrong thing and then you guess again, that's a habitual mistake. Instead, what I do is when I get something wrong, I try to rethink it from a different perspective. So trigger something else. So look for something else. So right now for like WaniKani and HanziHero, there are like, I'm gonna say 5 to 6 ways I can try to retrieve the specific answer. So it is something that's incorrect is never incorrect unless you are done with it. So if you're undoing, often it implies that when you answer something, you're done. When I'm retrying on the spot, it means I'm not giving up. So those are the two concepts that I cover most of the time. I do not delay on rethinking and going over everything. When I am exhausted of all my things, then it is there that I try to compile all the missing things, right? Like if I tried a couple times, 5 to 6 ways, and they failed me, that time that I took to rehearse everything will give me time to reflect and either improve the 5 or 6 ways or connect something. So at the end of a session, like HanziHero is a really big session. At the end of HanziHero, I would go over those things. I actually don't use mistake trackers too often. I will sometimes use mistake trackers in order to be efficient, which is what most people do. They would use mistake trackers to increase efficiency. So if I had like 5 subject matters that I have to do, I would blitz through them and then quickly look at my incorrect things, try to adjust them after the fact, and then move along in order to save some time. However, since I've made time to do this, I work on the problem at hand, however trivial it is, as many times as I can to get the correct answer. And the challenge here is the next time it comes around, it has to be longer. If I keep repeating this stuff, it's not efficient enough. So the goal is the next time I do something, it has to be even better than the last time. I'm trying not to form a habitual mistake. So addressing it immediately is what I'm going to do. Using mistake trackers are a great way to tell you where your weaknesses are, provided that you're not doing anything different, right? So I want to test the limits of that. And then you can make an argument, but if it comes up way later and you still get it wrong, then what do you do about it? Then I actively review it in a different way, not go back and do the same thing and expect it to fix itself. So this is my compromise between constantly repeating the same thing versus always continuing to move forward and doing something different. Now, the relearning strategy is not the same as a substitution. So these ways that I accumulated, when retrying is not a substitution. It's not subbing for something. It's increasing. It's additive. Sometimes maybe synergistic, but at minimum, it's additive. So one way, I keep that way, and I either build on it or add to it. It's not a displacement, which most people would do by saying, oh, so I corrected my mistake, so therefore I should remove my mistake and replace it with the correct one. That is not what I'm doing in my head. I am taking the mistake and I'm adding additional steps to it, and it can be very not efficient. The idea is I'm trying to learn from my mistakes. I'm encouraging myself to learn and build upon my mistakes. So forgetting my mistakes is not the point. Undoing, the idea of undoing is to remove your mistake and then try to subconsciously or psychologically tell yourself you never made the mistake in the first place. That is also similar to leaving the mistake and moving it to later. Because when you move it to later, for myself personally, I know myself pretty well. If I move a mistake till later, then I won't tackle them. And what happens when you move problems to later? Procrastination. You let the problems pile up. I do have some form of this built in for WaniKani, as in like instead of and HanziHero, I kind of do this, but HanziHero doesn't have a very convenient way to do this. When I get something wrong, I quote unquote undo it and I push it to the end. But I have to address that problem today. As in this session, I must try to think about it differently. There's no buts or whats or coconuts. However, in Bunpro right now, there's no way to shove something to the end. So what I do then is I must do it now. Even if it throws my momentum off, or like it is the sake of time, right? Is the sake of time, I address the problem now. Or like whatever it is now, I embellish and do it now. So Bunpro pushes incorrect cards to the end of the deck. Yeah, but even if they do, it's not about tracking the mistake to the end. So I don't want those things coming up more. I want them to be pushed off into the distance. So I don't use the SRS thing where like the reliance is you allow something to be incorrect and it pushes to the end, and therefore it will come up again even more. that is not a part that I enjoy about SRS. I actually think it's the opposite. You are supposed to, in this session, address something, and then that distance should increase. So my use of undo is to make them move further. So in my WaniKani section, you'll know that I don't have like a tracker for how long, like how many, like this stuff, like how many things are mastered, or no, not this stuff, sorry, down here. Like this stuff, I usually remove this stuff because it's irrelevant whether it is far mastered or not. The idea is you're always doing the most. And I don't agree, in my opinion, most of the time, with the idea of incorrect things coming up more repeated. Like, they're repeated more often. It removes accountability to me. For myself, not for other people. It removes accountability. Basically, you're relying on the idea that, oh, if you get it incorrect, it'll come back more often. So you should let it include incorrect. Like, I don't even include things like this or like accuracy. I don't aim for accuracy or precision. I aim for comprehension and comprehensiveness. Where there's a will, there's a way to do something. So that's why I don't do the incorrect thing. I talked about it in WaniKani when I started pushing away from that. I also HanziHero as well. After like 150 days to 200 days, I realized that having them, actually it's more like WaniKani most of the time. I realized that when they come up more often, it doesn't really serve that much of a function for me. And that, okay, but hear me out. There are counter arguments to what I'm saying. Other people can use a different strategy. When something comes up more often, so like how SRS works is when something is incorrect, what happens is there's a demotion, right? Which then increases its frequency again. Now, this can work for intuitive people. So when you're intuitive, you often say, well, if it increases the frequency and it comes up more often, it can promote more thinking. Right? That's the goal. To me, that's what the goal would be. If someone doesn't see something the first time, then maybe a second time they will develop something else, right? They would start to do more thinking. I found that this is not true so far. The vast majority of people, what they do is they do less thinking and rely far more on brute force. So whenever you get something wrong, you might get like, I don't know, slightly angry, I guess, or like frustrated. And then you do it again. You beat your head over the board and you continue to brute force. There's no addendum, no like encouragement to add more notes, or slow down to like embellish, right? So that it's less and less brute force. It actually encourages brute forcing. So instead, I make it very consequential to myself. The next time I see it, it's probably going to be like 3 weeks from now or something like that. And I do all in my power to get that. And also, whenever I undo really rapidly, oftentimes it's typo. My hand is not that reliable. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I make typos like incredibly a lot in English, maybe like 5%. So the other way to fix the undo, to add to the undo thing, is I could try to work on my ability of typoing. And yes, this is an attempt to slow my brain down. Because sometimes I type things that aren't even part of the answer or the question because I jumped the gun, right? So I need to slow down. So whenever I undo something, I'm telling myself to slow down. It's like, okay, think about it again. I still don't I still have a habit of doing it again and again. So in HanziHero, for example, when I go down one track and it's a wrong track, I come back around, it's like, okay, I'll try again. Wrong. Like, then I'll try again. Wrong. And eventually I tell myself, it's like, okay, now I gotta stop, man. I gotta slow down. I do know how to get to the right answer. Do you think the positive aspect of SRS you mentioned definitely rings true for you? Oh, for the you slow down and you do more thinking? That's good. It's not for everyone though. Like, what I mean is this is what you hope to happen, and hopefully it does. That's the goal, in my opinion. When something comes back around, you're supposed to take pause and say, okay, I should think about this. Like, what else can I do? And that is the true intent, in my opinion. I think that is very healthy and should be great. So far, for myself, my experience is those who really struggle with burnout and SRS and all that other stuff, you don't strike me as someone who's burning out, James. Nor does drama strike me as someone that's burning out. Usually what happens is it becomes less thinking and it's more brute force. That's the problem I'm trying to solve right now, actually. So I'm trying to think of like complementary methods to how to prevent this from happening, or like encourage this from being less attractive. Brute forcing is less, like, how do you make brute forcing less attractive is the current situation with maybe 3 or 4 people who, when they describe their burning out and whatnot, they believe that if they see something more, they're going to intuit more the second time, and you hope that. When I asked them, like, oh, so what did you do differently this time, or is there anything that happened more, and they said the answer is because it occurred more often, as in they doom scrolled faster. So right now there's this like unexpected habit. One of the habits would be more natural before, like, when I mean natural, I mean social norm. Like maybe 5 or 10 years ago, the idea of going back to your mistakes and your mistakes coming back and you're reviewing and focusing on the mistakes is that all the things you know use up less of your time, right? So the things you know take up less time. And then the things you don't know, you know, the mistakes, then would take up more of your time. They would show up more often and they would be part of your focus. So then you can start to focus on your mistakes. How that would naturally lead to fixing the mistake. What is occurring right now is people like in SRS, what they do is they continue to increase the volume at a same rate. So their lessons keeps getting higher. So their review stacks keep getting bigger. However, since they're going faster, they're treating each of the recurring instances of their incorrect mistakes as a byproduct of moving volume, right? And to me, that's creating the burnout situation. Their stacks keep getting bigger and more residual stuff keeps getting passed by. And then it creates that quote unquote dreaded bad habit that most people are talking about. Or like the ones that are not, the ones that are incredibly vocal and negative, right? I don't think successful people or like individuals who make it work are incredibly loud or emotional, and that's why I'm not quite loud and emotional about the way I approach fixing mistakes or correcting or adding to mistakes. You try to spend only about 5 seconds per card, so if you can't remember the meaning quickly, you just fail it. It means that my overall accuracy is lower and your number of cards is higher. Okay, but the length of your Anki time, it's much lower, 20 minutes versus up to 2 hours. I see. That's efficiency based working. What I would say is that if I spend 20 minutes just accepting that 5 seconds of thought per card is a standard, then regardless of how much I do this, it's still 5 seconds of thought. If I spend 2 hours, this means that I spent disproportionate amount of time. It could still be 5 seconds per card on solid cards, and then a disproportionate, let's see, like the other like 90 minutes, for example, would be on like 3 cards. And what I think about that 90 minutes is that I don't want the card to repeat. So you could argue that the next time it comes back around, so you saved like an ad, like we just rounded to 100. Like let's say you saved 100 minutes here, right? Your length of time in Anki is much lower, but then you have to account for every time the future happens, and that can be a mixed bag. So anytime I spend more time is an investment in that it doesn't occur next time, so 5 seconds. But you can make the argument that every future second will also be 5 seconds, right? Like you always keep to it. You adhere to the 5 seconds per card, regardless if it's a fail or a accuracy. But then you get other reviews of vocab through immersion. Then when you get other reviews through immersion, that is time you add to your Anki thing. So then you're not actually spending 20 minutes for 5 second card. Your weakness is being addressed by time elsewhere. What I'm talking about, my commentary, is completely confined to the task. So now you're changing the name of the game. So now I can change the name of the game about immersion. When I immerse in other things, I can associate with more things. I also learn how to correct more mistakes and have a deeper level of thinking. So if that's not worth it, then it's not worth it. But the idea is where I'm working with the structure that I have. You can make an argument that your other times will reinforce it through redundancy. And that's fair. That's results driven. So the redundancy will correct that. You'll save a lot of time for that. When I go into immersion, I still do the same thing. So when something like immersion, it doesn't work, I'm like, I'm kind of curious how other way I think about it. So I use the skill that I'm applying is something that you're not developing, and it's not important to you. So that's fair, right? You save that time because you're not focused on developing a skill that I typically do, which is if you're given apples, what can you do with them? You could say you're gonna watch more videos, so it can give you more ideas about what to do with the apple. But a video teaches you how to do something one way, And then if you don't remember it in that one way, if you don't appreciate that one way, it's good, you know, you got exposure. Later on, you can watch other videos to reinforce this one way or more ways. That's fine. Like, that works. You know, this saves time. I'm doing the here are apples. And they told me one way. Then I asked myself, how many different ways can I do this differently? So when I go and watch other videos, they will introduce this or more ways, right? They would add more ways. And I would still ask the same question. I'll still ask the same question. Okay, so now I have more ways. So how many now ways can I do combining how I think with what they're showing? So when you say reviews, I agree with you. It's reviews in quotations. Yeah. Different mindsets and different focuses. I'm interested in how many ways I can try to correct a mistake, or how many ways I can refine my quote-unquote consistency, as opposed to finding inputs that will exclusively, right, like cover the thing. This is one of the things about like the balance between input and output, and then how output can create feedback for your input, right? Oftentimes it's easier to do this for other people. Like, other people prefer to do this, which is fine. I prefer to do it this way. So input, output, feedback, input. I go this way. And there's an extra step. So this extra step is not efficient if your goal is to produce a specific output. So you can increase the number of inputs you have to contribute to a singular output or a desirable output. You might not need to do a singular output. If I were to advertise, well, what's the important, like, what do you hope to gain by focusing on doing an output with the feedback, right? With the feedback. Oftentimes, I find this, for myself personally, more engaging. And it makes me more independent. The independence comes from the potential of creating an emergent awareness of myself and stuff. And that emergence is what creates new inputs that goes into output. So I'm doing a little mix of, so here's what I typically do. I restrict myself to 5 seconds. It's not really 5 seconds. I don't think that fast. I'm not a doom scroller or like a high twitched person. So I usually give myself like 30 seconds per card. This is step 1. It's the intuition phase. Then if I get it wrong, then I enter feedback. But if I get it right, I move on. And I know that I am not a perfectionist, so eventually this will trigger the wrong and will create a feedback. And that feedback requires that I practice those skills. So what type of routine do I do is the next like 4 or 5 steps. It used to be just one when I was like younger. What's the one step? Go back to the 30 seconds per card. Now it's no longer. After like 10 or plus years, maybe 3 or 4 years into it, most of my ways when I get something wrong, I go through a feedback loop in which I practice and add more and more steps to it. So when I started like WaniKani, for example, which is my first example of SRS, like this type of SRS, I did just that. I trust the system, and when you immediately get something wrong, you go back to it, right? You go back and you cycle, and then you're trusting the process that when you're doing other things like immersion, that they serve redundancy, and that does solve the problem. Like, you can do it that way, right? That is what happens then is you're practicing this step and again, but in a different context. So now immersion serves the same thing, where you look through the immersion, short attention, and if it's still wrong, right, you go back and do more, right? So this is what I call the input hypotheses, or what other people might refer to as input hypothesis. To correct things and create consistency, you surround yourself with a lot more input, and it works really, really well. For those who are specialized in this, this involves fewer things you have to think about, and it leads to high efficiency specialization, which is you take an input, you integrate it in with your existing inputs, and then you keep on adding more and more sources for input, so you're collecting more info. And I totally get how that could be incredibly efficient. It's not engaging to me as much as taking every source of input. When you get something wrong, so first you test your innate inputs, then when you get something wrong, solving those wrong things through a feedback loop in practicing and developing an emergent step, like a redundancy built in. Like when you're coding a video game, you can create a redundancy that you occurred very often off the top of your head based on the feedback of your output, right? This is your output. And I do this a lot because when I do output, I also have people criticizing me. Like the outputs that I have, I'm used to having quote unquote feedback from people before I continue and do the same thing again, right? However, that's not there anymore, right? Like I don't have my peers or scientific peer review situations. So what I do a lot of times is I also encourage myself to do a self-feedback, and that's what I'm doing here. And it could seem like it balloons the amount of time. That's certainly true. However, what I'm trying to practice is a form of self-evaluation and creation, which lots of people believe, and it's true. I think the reality is most people don't need self-evaluation or creation. They don't have to engage in creation. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like, I'm not telling you that this is going to change your life, where you need to come up with 4 or 5 contingency plans to achieve something simply by taking more and more inputs and correcting it based on those inputs, right? The thing that is different here is I'm doing both. So it's not the same as comparing 20 minutes per card. When you're saying comparing 20 minutes per card and 2 hours per card, or like per session, right? Or sorry, it's 2 hours per session versus 20 minutes per session. I'm not doing the same thing. You might be doing the same thing. Like, what I mean is, if you slow down and do, like, think about it, you just fail it instead. You're comparing 2 processes with no gain in a skill. I'm doing 2 separate things. So I'm doing the whatever your 30 seconds or 5 seconds things. I don't do 5 seconds per card. It's like 30 seconds. Far higher threshold. However, then there's the 2-hour period, the slow down period. And the slow down period is practicing something else entirely. It's done unrelated to SRS. In my opinion, it's unrelated to SRS. And I still do immersion, of course, like immersion and other redundancies. And during those times, I also do the same thing. I do the 30 seconds. Do I remember it? Oh, it came from WaniKani or Bunpro. And if I get it, if something doesn't click, I do feedback again. That's only when I'm learning something though. So this is assuming that I'm actively immersing. In the evening, I can passively immerse, which I'm not there to focus on testing or finding more input for my mistakes during the day. I'm simply testing all the things that I've learned before. So in a way, when I'm immersing, I might actually spend less time because my focus is not on developing the same thing. So whether you distribute it at the time of moments or you're saving time by engaging other things, to me, realistically, again, I don't have statistical like data mine for this, but I would like to think overall is probably not as statistically significant as one might think as a whole. So not only am I not saying whatever you're doing is saving you more time versus what I'm doing, I'm also saying whatever I'm doing is not really statistically going to save as much time as you are. So it is very difficult to determine whether one is more efficient than the other. I do this task because it is more intellectually enriching to me. And you're doing a task that you are more consistent at and motivated. So that's excellent. It works for both of us. How far will we get in like a 4 or 5 year span or even a 10-year span? I like to think conservatively there's probably not as much of a statistical significance as one might think. However, that is assuming that when we go to measure our skills, like the skills involved in language learning, we are including and measuring all of the skills that were gained between you and me, right? When you are doing your immersion and your input only strategy, right, your input dominant strategy, the skills that I talk about today and often how I evaluate people's problems and stuff, it's not based on using the SRS in the way that most people use SRS. When you're input only or when you're input dominant, there's less output, right? And reasonably, one would say less output also means you practice output less. And input dominant people would say, well, output is a small portion of input. And I agree with you. Output is not input. So if you spend 90% inputting, of course, inputting would be the most important thing you do. However, I require that I output consistently because I'm also creating content, or at least what I'm trying to do is record myself to do things. That includes being able to explain my actions. And explaining my actions require that I do these type of things. So right now, I'm both juggling the input necessary to keep up with like the experience. However, the feedback, the practice, and when I point out things like, oh, this is an interesting observation, or this part may be misconstrued as this part, the inconsistencies between relationships, between like the degree of varying degree of probabilistic nature of this card explaining uncertainty in Japanese versus English, that's usually through feedback. So like I output something and I notice these connections. And then these connections are what I use to reinforce my memory while I'm spending more time doing it. So it may or may not be useful for most people who are self-studying and may not be engaged in communication or teaching or other skills. So my goal now is that if you're asking me why like why do I always undo if I got one incorrect, this part. I'm engaged in feedback, practice, and systems development, as opposed to specifically focusing on input, progress, and information gathering, or like speed in which I acquire information. The way I analyze things is not because I input a bunch of SRS. Like, the way I analyze Japanese didn't come from me being more accurate and faster with the volume of Japanese. It can help. Having more volume of Japanese means I also have more things I can work with. However, how I work the relationships and stuff involves actually practicing and then evaluating that. Yeah. Different skills. I call it my, if like the TLDR, right? The big TLDR is that I'm learning about learning. I'm more like learning about studying plus Japanese. I'm not simply learning about Japanese. If you want to save time, you can remove this. Actually, a substantial amount of my time, like more than 50% of my time, is actually contributed to this. So my progress in Japanese is probably fairly slow. I mean, if someone comes to me and say, I'm really fast, it actually makes me wonder what else do they do with their time, right? Maybe life stuff, job, family, that type of stuff might take up more of their time. I don't have that. I don't technically have this stuff too often. So I spend most of my time talking about learning about studying. So how do you know when you made a mistake? And how do you fix it according to other people? Or how do you change it? You don't change it by getting more input. In my opinion, you don't change the nature of your process by getting more input. It helps replace it. That, in my opinion, that's what happens more than 50% of the time. However, there's always a chance, which is nice to know. There's always a chance that instead of replacing it, it leads to emergence. Which is like if you saw an anime and then you read the same manga and then you played a game that's very similar, and they all lead to one output that you want, your desired output. These things together, when they interact with each other, become emergent. So like any one of these is a fail. Like if you play video games, it didn't work. You played manga, it didn't work. You read manga, it didn't work. You listen to anime, it didn't work. However, when you end up doing two of them, they ended up working together. So that's emergent, right? It's synergistic or additive. And then when you add to video games, it's even more synergistic. Now, here's the kicker for me. Do you know why? How these things happen? For those who continue to improve in learning, they end up intuitively or emergent, maybe intuitively, or analytically, or both, right? They can combine their analytics and their intuition to improve their learning strategies because they understand the connection. So why did SRS fail and then watching anime fail? But when you combine SRS and anime together, why didn't that fail? You could argue, a lot of people say improve in learning is because repetition. Or input, basically. This is, some people call this mass input. I think drama put me on to this. I really like this concept, mass input. Mass input and repetition are king when it comes to that, and it saves time. Where does it save time? And I think it saves a lot of time for those people. It saves time in the troubleshooting stage. It saves time in process-oriented thinking. Because you don't have to think about it. You're saving a lot of time. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel. You're not trying to evaluate yourself. You don't need any self-evaluation. What you can do is you can take mass input, create a rotation with repetition, and get to your output. And then you are reliant, hopefully, on your intuition to carry you through. And there's still a chance, right? I'm gonna say like roughly 20% chance that your intuition can produce analytical skills that allow you to connect the dots. Like, what is it that you need in the future when you want to learn Chinese, for example? And the intuition would be, oh, I'll do the same thing I did for Japanese. I will first use an SRS to learn Chinese vocabulary, and then I will reinforce all the things I get wrong, so I'll save the same time. So this is trial and error, right? True. This ends up being akin to trial and error, which over time, when you have enough trial and error, which builds a lot of experience, you can then find your best way of learning something, and that's where intuition kicks in. So if that's the way you prefer to do things, it's excellent. It works. If you have motivation, you're consistently successful, and you're intuitively inquisitive, then you can make this work at all times. The next language you learn will get faster because you're going to do everything that has worked for a previous language and hope that in the new language you have accrued enough experience that it includes the next language, and then the next, and then the next. My curiosity lies in the idea that what are all my existing things that I can do in order to make my next experience more efficient? So like, I could do all these things, and what I habitually expect is if I continue to consume more things of similar nature, my learning curve should go down because I'm focused on learning, the process of learning. So all the time that I spent is to foreseeably reduce the amount of time that I need to adjust or adapt in the future. So when the future I have a problem that can't be explained by input, as in someone has, for example, if you're going on like a scientific question, like you have a scientific problem that you yourself is responsible for. You are a leading expert, right? You are what everyone goes to. This creates a problem of creation. So you yourself is the major source of feedback, and you have to leverage whatever feedback you can get from other people in order to create your own. This is the process that I like. I love this process. So the stuff that I'm saying is not because I'm regurgitating someone else's creation on learning strategies. Drama has introduced me to other people who are learning coaches and learning professionals. And when I watch their material, it's great to see that my material that I've created myself is coincidentally also reinforced and reaffirmed by someone else's a variant of it, and that creates that pride and joy of affirmation. Alternatively, instead of learning about learning, I could go on Google and mass input learning strategies and then test those and then refine them and iterate on them in order to be more efficient. And both of those goals will lead to acquiring skill acquisition. The difference, I think, the distinction that I want to make is one involves creation, the other one revolves around refinement. And I want to do both. I'm a greedy person, so I do a little bit of both in my standard rotation. So what do I get out of the 2 hours? A bit of creation, a bit of problem solving, a bit of critical thinking skills, and then testing my memory. So I test my encoding, and my memory skills with the first like 30 seconds. So the 30 minutes, so if I broke down, like say if my session was 2 hours today, right? It was 2 hours. So the 30 minutes that I used was for the 30 seconds per card. Right? This will help me with my encoding test. Encoding test, input synthesis, or input recording is what I would say. Input recording and memory, right? Memory stuff. Maybe even recognition. And then the other 90 minutes, the other 90 minutes, what am I using? I'm doing problem solving. I'm practicing problem solving skills, observational skills. Technically, observational goes on both ways. We're just going to say problem solving, synthesis, feedback, and critical thinking. Now, there is still somewhat critical thinking on this end, but it's smaller. It's bigger on observation. This side is smaller on observation. Right. So there is a balance. You still have all of these things. All of these things are still occurring in both ways. The emphasis is a little bit different. And then there's some distinctions, which is the lack of problem-solving skills or feedback, or feedback. Typically, problem-solving skills and feedback are alleviated by having mass input. Because if you can see the problem being solved, or you can implicate something to solve a problem without necessarily doing the solving yourself, then you don't need that problem-solving skills. Yeah, and hear me out. You might be thinking, so what's the function of time? What's the function of time that distinguishes between a problem solver and a performance? We're gonna call it performance. So a performer, right? The difference here is when you see 90 minutes as a waste of time, for example, a performer will see excess time as wasteful a lot of times, or maybe somewhat pointless. And it makes sense because a performer is expecting performance of a specific result. A problem solver, when they see 90 minutes, it means that they did a lot of problem solving. Now, whether they're fruitful or not, that's difficult to determine. A performance is always determined, right? It's very deterministic. It's certain. Because you know what you're aiming at, your readout. A problem solver, when they see 90 minutes, they're like, a lot of things might have happened. So you might discover things that someone else have already discovered. You know, you might have worked on something that you found out that someone else did really, really well, but you wouldn't have otherwise realized that if you didn't do the problem solving in the first place. Like, hey, for example, an engineering problem, right? Engineering problem is a great example. Instead of a theoretical concept, an engineer would look at a problem. They would look at a problem and they would try to solve it. And then only after they try to solve it, they would look at other examples. And sometimes when they look at other problems, they realize, oh, the problem is already solved. But what is the benefit of doing this part? Like, what is the point? What's the point of this? It's literally the answer of problem solving. So when someone says 90 minutes, problem solvers usually have one quality that a performer does not. Patience. Holistic skills. Literally problem solving skills. And then, so this is not beneficial to someone who already has patience or is able to slow down, right? If you're able to slow down whenever you want and you can still do all of this, then you have the best of both worlds. And that's what I'm trying to preserve. I'm trying to preserve that. I don't specifically think of SRS as an investment of time. I think of it as, how can I maximize the amount of time? When you think that if you can argue with me and counter argue that you can also learn critical thinking and problem solving skills by spending only 5 seconds per card. Like, you can make an argument for that. Some people think really fast. I just don't. Maybe I don't think that fast. That might be a possibility. So the question is, how much problem solving skills are you doing when you're saving that 60 minutes or saving that 90 minutes? If you're saving all of it, like, you're still doing exactly all of the things that I've mentioned here about feedback, self-reflection, not being anxious, constantly thinking about inundating yourself with input. If you're not doing, and if you're doing all of that and everything I am currently doing, then, and you can do it in a fraction amount of time, like 30 minutes, like flat, and you can get all of that synthesis, I want to understand it. Like sell me your approach and I want to test it out myself, because I have to test it out myself. That is where all the time goes. So whenever someone tells me it's much faster if you just mass input, give me your strategy, write down all your methodology, which will take you a lot of time, like a lot of time. Because the moment I ask you, hey, you think mass input is faster, convince me, explain it, write down your methodology, all your background information, your results, and your conclusion, present it to me so I can test it myself to either refute it or confirm it. And in that process, you yourself would take an exponential amount of more time to do that, while I will spend a fraction of the time refuting and criticizing your methodology and your results. Because most of the time I'm doing that as well, not simply trusting the process or trusting the results as a reflection of the process without due process, without due diligence, right? And that's probably where we gain and lose places. They end up equalizing, in my opinion, if the opportunity presents itself. Now, the nice thing about the internet, in my opinion, personally, is when it works, when there are enough people in the world to answer your questions, right? To answer your questions and to provide you examples, that you never have to do it. Like, you can stay 100% happy and content if there's always going to be enough answers, questions, and examples on the internet. This does not bring me joy. This does not bring me joy. The truest joy that I ever have is that I, myself, becomes part of the things I consume. So what that is if I learn Japanese, I have to imbue if I'm learning something in a certain way, I need to also understand myself in it in some way, right? So my strategies and stuff will often go off the books. It will take the book and it will run with it. It will take the method and run with it. It is through that test that I find enjoyment. This is where my joy is. Like I create joy in my life. I don't find joy most of the time. Or joy can find me, right? Like if someone made a video game and it just panders to me coincidentally, that's beautiful. Like immersing in something that I find enjoyable because coincidentally it engages me and stuff, that's great. Finding vlogs, like vlogs that find me, you know, when I'm creating content, someone comes to me and say, hey, I noticed that you really like deck builders. I'm making a game that is also a deck builder, and the games that you played, you said you really enjoyed that. I think my game, would you like to test my game and give me some of your opinions? That's what I'm doing. So when someone wants my opinion, it's not because I input it and took dependent on other people. My joy is creating the content. So my favorite part about language learning right now is doing just this very moment that I'm like digressing and expounding upon your answers and your questions and your statements, James, is because this is my favorite part. It's the reward that I get for synthesizing the information immediately. Otherwise, in my opinion, I would find content creation pretty much like not engaging. So that's not to throw shade at anyone else, because there are plenty of content creators who like to take an idea, like a trend, and then just repeat it. They like to repeat the trend, maybe slightly iterate on it. Alternatively, there are wonderful content creators in which they create the trend. So they take whatever trends that are it, and their goal is to turn it on top of its head and then create something based on it, but go well beyond it. And that's how I think about content creation. A creative process is involved in problem solving and feedback loops. If you're mass inputting, you don't have to create the solutions. You don't have to create the examples, and you don't have to reflect on your own personal problems or anything like that, because the problems solve itself. It is through the multiplicative and contributors of quote-unquote people like me personally, like it's not, it's part of the bigger picture. So we're not all autonomous, right? We work together. So all your mass input content, your creative content, the things you have immersions, all those people are either recycling things, which is through input, and then imitating it, or you're taking content from someone who does what I'm doing, which is you take something from an input, and since no one asked, no one's interested, I want to make it different. So like when someone asks me for an opinion, if I were to review their product, it's not through mass input. When you mass input things, the likelihood of you understanding the pros and cons about a methodology is non-existent. Okay, that's a little aggressive. Maybe like 10% possible. So basically, if you do no reflection, you do no self, like working within the system, then when someone comes up to you and asks you, hey, do you recommend Bunpro? Your answer, if you're a mass input person, is like, oh, wait, but you can't just do this. Here's Bunpro, and if you're going to do Bunpro, you want to also do this, and this, and this, and this, like all together, then you're good. Like, oh, so I just have to do all of that the way you did it by happenstance, which is dependent on the content that you're doing in order to hope that all of that lines up with me. Alternatively, when someone asks, so like there are two different ways, right? As a consequence, mass input learners versus problem solvers. My take on this is immersive learners. So oftentimes, maybe we'll put it in quotes, immersive learners. When you ask a mass input learner, they will tell you all the examples. Usually, that's their predominant way. Not everyone, not all the time, but greater than 50%. When you ask an advice from an immersive learner, they will tell you about their pros and cons of any particular specific, like any particular step or like art, right? What's the difference between mass input and it's not immersion? This is immersive. So the word is an immersive learner. So the difference between mass input and immersion, these are content. You're talking about content here. I talked about this in Bunpro, my Bunpro day 1. So when you're talking about what's the difference between mass input and immersion, to me, I don't see a difference. Like, no, like insignificant. Insignificant overall. Insignificant, maybe like negligible difference. Because the ultimate goal of the content being mass input is aligned with immersion. Now, if I had to like really pick out if there is a difference between mass input and immersion, mass input deals with different mediums a lot of times, or media. And immersion can be single media or a medium. So what's the difference between immersive and immersion? Immersive, when you're talking about what's the difference between a person who is an immersive learner versus a person who use immersion as a method. So immersive learning is dealing with the person. Are you immersed? An immersion as a method is not necessarily dependent on the person, is dependent on the content. And then you can do both, obviously. But an immersive learner is what happens is when you're immersed in something. An immersion as a method is when the content is immersive. Like immersion is valuing the content. So like how many different ways is an information presented to you? An immersive learner is how many ways can the person use the info? So if someone told you apple is an apple, and then you're asking yourself, I wonder what I can do with apple as an apple. And then you start to say, well, to me, an apple has a stem. To me, apple also has a little feather thing. Sometimes apples are shiny as well. They're usually red, but they can also be green. And if I'm colorblind, they can be yellow. But there's also yellow apples. So if I'm colorblind, there could be different shades of yellow. So we're just going to be like, there's like lighter yellow and darker yellow. I'm immersingly in the information. Alternatively, if you're mass inputting, what you can do for mass input is you can see a yellow apple. And then you wait and you look around and then you'll see a green apple. And then you'll learn from mass input that there are yellow and green apples. Right? So mass input involves the content informing the person to create that immersion is the extent of how much information and medium is presented to you. And then an immersive learner is someone who's taking information and trying to do something with it. Like as much as they're immersed in it, their self is relating to the information. This is the information is making it relatable to you. So if you want to learn about apples, an immersive learner, and you're doing both. Just for the record, this is to draw, you're asking for the differences. You're not asking for similarities or overlaps. So like a immersion learner, you can make an argument that like you can see the overlap. There's going to be overlap. But when I think about immersion, when someone's talking about immersion, they're talking about observing information more so than outputting information. Like not outputting. It's not output. An immersive learner could take an apple. They're like, okay, so I learned apples exist. So they'll go buy an apple. And then they're going to cut it. And you can see inside an apple. Because they know that they can cut an apple, which is how they're immersing. They know they can cut things. And they know that certain things because they're bringing themselves into it. So they're immersed in the process of learning about the apple. The other way is to immerse yourself in someone who's cutting apples. But you don't really know what you're looking for yet. You're looking for someone to demonstrate that you can cut an apple. The immersive learner is seeking information. The immersion learner is being presented information. Immersion learner does include you James, like literally I already addressed what you were about to say and you didn't listen to me. You literally didn't listen to me. You're saying immersion learning does include output practice, it's just delayed compared to input. I literally said you can do both. You're asking me for what the difference is, not the similarities. You asked specifically, and we want to be really careful about this. You literally said what the difference between immersion and immersive. We're not talking about the similarities here. This is a difference. The timing, now if you add the conditions of timing, it is literally different. And there's also a threshold difference. There's also an incentive difference. And you can still do both. You can still do both. They happen. We're categorically trying to make a difference, right? You could make an argument, oh, they're the same. Then explain to me how an immersion person, you just asked that because that's the contrast you are making as mass input versus immersive. No, I'm making a contrast between mass input and immersive learning. And I put this in quotes because I talked about this in my own terms. And then you're asking me, how do I define immersive learning? But you wanted it to be, what is the difference between immersive and immersion? So you didn't just ask about mass input versus immersive learning. You asked me what the difference of immersion and immersive learning, like the emphasis, right? It's the emphasis. The emphasis is that in immersion learning is driven by a dominant input. Whether it's delayed or not for output, that's perfectly fine. That actually furthers my case. They are actually different because of that too. So you're kind of answering my question, even though I kind of implied that you're going to end up doing both in the process of those things. The order matters, though. The order does matter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these categoric things. And then the first thing you asked me was, what's the difference between mass input and immersion as well? Like, that was the first question you asked me. What's the difference between mass input and immersion? Well, there is a granularity where mass input may often emphasize different media. So there's different media versus a singular medium. That can happen. And that is something that is observed like anecdotally. Someone who's mass input tends to participate in more than one media. An immersion person may or may not, but oftentimes you can see it, they only immerse in a single medium. Like only watch anime, only use SRS, or not really SRS, but only watch anime, only watch blogs of a specific nature. Mass input tends to have an emphasis on the collective, how many different ways you can input the target language. Immersion is selective. It's far more like the concept or the philosophy is far more selective. There's an idealism to the nature of the medium. So only native speaking, only Japanese people for Japanese, only when people only speak Japanese in the entire medium. There's an idealism for immersion learning. For mass inputs, one of the nuances that separate them two is that you do whatever possible, anything Japanese related. The more the merrier. So if it's like speaking English and Japanese, that's fine. If it's watching someone tell you a story about something in English, then hearing it in Japanese back, that's still part of mass input. It's the more input you get, it's a little bit more indiscriminate. And then because of that, you then followed up and asked, so okay, so what's the difference between immersion and immersive learning? So a person who is learning by immersion versus a person who is immersively learning. So immersively learning is that you are immersing yourself in the content, which can be immersion, which also can be mass input. If you're learning by immersion, oftentimes it would be predominantly in an immersion way. Basically, you're going to be selective in the nature that the information you're going to get is the most appropriate and most efficient way of immersing. So no, if Duolingo is bad because it's not ideal. AI voices is bad because it's not ideal. It's not because you care about it. You care, like whatever you care about. It's like, oh well, Duolingo isn't that bad. Like it keeps me consistent and streak focused, even though it's not exactly the most ideal way to learn. No. It's predominant immersion. Learning by immersion is predominantly based on ideals. So these are not a source of input. That stuff is inappropriate. It will hurt you. It will make you worse at learning something. Not at learning. It will make you worse at learning something. That something is the idealism that's baked into immersion. And that's the contrast between mass input. Mass input is anything goes. Like whatever engages you, whatever you're looking at, you're putting it into your skull, right? Like, oh, like I know this isn't ideal, but this product can't hire people, like 30 people to voice everything. What you personally feel about Duolingo is that they are financially incentivized to not teach effectively, to elongate subscriptions in the same way Tinder doesn't want people finding love. Fair enough. That is one way to look at it. Yeah. That would be the consequence of an immersion learner. So your response indicates to me that you immerse a lot of times. Like you could easily argue that they are financially incentivized to teach, so they do the most pragmatic way to elongate subscriptions so that they can compete with TikTok, in which TikTok is not incentivized to engage in your attention span, which then is still a consequence of capitalism. But what I did was I changed it into a different way of arguing because I'm invested in this counter argument. You decided, in my opinion, personally, to propagate whatever idealism you have. So I can make a counter argument. Now you can make a counter argument to me. Who do you think Duolingo is competing with despite them effectively elongating subscription? I could argue that they are doing something in the same way as TikTok is, but perhaps elongating the subscription to compete with TikTok using financial incentives is to outcompete TikTok for the brain rotting position. It's still a consequence of capitalism, but now I didn't choose to make it a negative statement that was reinforced by your confirmation bias by comparing it to Tinder. I'm not disagreeing with you about Tinder, by the way. I'm also not disagreeing with you about it's a consequence of capitalism. But there are so many more ways to explain that. And that, to me, is what I feel like when someone presents something in the very startling portrayal of a specific incentive, that's a narrative you paint yourself. And I like to believe that when I'm speaking to someone, they are open-minded enough to understand that, yeah, whatever that's going to come out of my mouth, it's probably not in agreement with yours, but it's also not in a disagreement with yours. I agree with you that those things are concordant with each other. They coincidentally coincide with each other. Whether it's a consequence of capitalism, that's a leap of logic. Because that's like corollary, most of that stuff. So I agree with you. Like using the indicative voice to correlate that most things is a consequence of capitalism downstream of anything they can possibly do because they are financially incentivized. That is certainly one way to look at it. Right. Alternatively, it could be, hey, we have to compete with TikTok for financial space. So how do we compete with TikTok with financial space while incentivizing an elongated process that might actually contribute to a different behavior other than doom scrolling? For the record, how did I find this presentable case? It's not because I run Duolingo or I work for Duolingo or I'm a representative of Duolingo. It's literally as a consequence of mass input of Duolingo's materials. And what I mean by that is not the material that Duolingo is presenting, but the media that represents the Duolingo company. So the Duolingo company makes a different argument. And that argument is also part of the mass input. If you listen to interviews from Duolingo as well as interviews with other things, you wouldn't have such a, in my opinion, such a startling, narrow, linear narrative of Duolingo. But that doesn't mean you're not wrong or you're not right. I totally agree with those coincidences. Duolingo's CEO specifically highlight that if you don't do something better, they don't really have much competition in the space of language learning specifically. They are by far the largest company and app in the field. But what is their competition that you're talking about? You literally limit it to the space of language learning specifically. I argue that language learning part is in competition with people's attention. So when you said they're financially incentivized to not teach effectively, to elongate subscription, what if they were financially incentivized to keep the elongated behavior and therefore enable people to learn something because they're competing with someone else who requires that elongated attention? You think they're not competing with someone. I do. When you said mass input is not the same as immersion, or they're the same as immersion, or my distinction between immersive learning is not the same, is similar to immersion, you're making the stage, you're setting your competition that narrow. I actually think there are even more competition. Like, what do you think school is competing with? If you're arguing that school is competing with, they have a monopoly on a dominant space because every government has the obligation for kids to go to school, and you're saying that kids don't have any competition for their attention for school and learning school, formal education, because formal education is obligatory, so therefore there's no competition in that space. What about TikTok? What about YouTube? Do they not compete for the kids' ability to spend their time learning something? So whenever I think about language learning, if you're saying there's no competition for Duolingo's language learning space, then how do you explain the competition? And when you think about the competition, you're talking about language learning competition. Okay, I agree with you. There's probably not a lot of competition in the language learning space. Like WaniKani can't compete with Duolingo, and you know, Bunpro can't compete with Duolingo. But the question is, I'm often wondering, do you think the CEO of Duolingo is competing with WaniKani and Bunpro? Like, just them? Like, is it really that narrow specifically? That's what is incentivizing them financially to elongate subscriptions and engage in practices that deal with high retention and high habit formation that can be borderline addictive and also financially incentivized for them. I'm not entirely sure if that coincides with highlighting language learning specifically. On the one hand, you're making a broad strokes argument by linking everything with huge hand-waving gestures. And then on the other hand, you're substantially specifying a condition in which I still agree is true, by the way. I'm not disagreeing with you. In the language learning specific space, there's no competition to Duolingo. And my argument is, much like your other statement, Duolingo is not competing specifically in the language learning space. Your two comments that you made are a leap of logic and they are hypocritical to each other. They contradict. On the one hand, you're making broad strokes, they're financially incentivized. So that includes all the spaces of financial incentivized teaching. And then you include elongated subscriptions. That would include the entire space of elongated subscriptions. And then it's a consequence of capitalism. So then capitalism, in which all the spaces of capitalism that it competes with, Duolingo is competing in that space. You can definitely agree that it is also competing for competition with TikTok and other apps. That's fair. And every financially incentivized app and every single one that is not teaching effectively because of elongated subscriptions. And possibly even Tinder. Because you've made all of those justifications and correlations in order for you to qualify that there's no really much competition in the space of language learning specifically. That's circumstantial. So you took a very long correlation and then you further it with a substantial condition, which then can be refuted and or detracted from by including other examples. And it is with all the examples that we have that we can go back to it's a consequence of capitalism and financial incentivized to teach to elongated subscription. In order to understand that large, broad strokes, I hope that we can get to that, right? You personally hope that people want to learn a language, it's easy for them to access free and high quality resources if that's what they want. I hope so too. I hope so too. That's somewhat of about a whataboutism, but I introduce a couple whataboutisms as well myself, where you detract from the current line of thinking by hoping for something better to be available. And I agree with you. Like, for example, when someone says, oh, instead of using Duolingo, use Bunpro. I don't think it's that ideally dry and cut, but you know, you also think open source software like Anki is generally going to be less affected by those incentives. The financial incentives, yes. By financial incentives. But they are affected by a lot of other things. So while you're saying I could do the same thing again, so circumstantially you levy that, right, that financial incentive is obfuscated by open source. Right? I have no problems with that. Now the question is, if it's not financial, what are their motivations? Now you might be saying, okay, well we'll think of the glass half full situation. Because it's open source, their motivation is glass half full, because then it would be benevolent. So that somehow guarantees that it is more likely to teach or be more useful, right? Useful or high quality or higher quality, because maybe a lot of other things that feed into it, like since it's open source, lots of people can provide feedback, or lots of people can contribute in like financially or something like that, maybe even in a way that it's it's like mixed, right? It's unbiased motivations. All of that can be true, can be possible. It can also, all of these things can also correlate with mess, unfocused, cheap, non-committal, lack of resources. All of those things are also concordant. They are possible coincidences. In fact, a lot of times when you try to argue a point, I often take the opposite point to see how strong my argument is, right? If my argument is, I believe open source has more benevolent motivations, which allow more people to contribute in an unbiased way to seek for high quality things, then my counter argument is, the null hypothesis is, how many examples is it that open source leads to a poorer product? So I have to challenge myself. So what do I do first? I need to look for, do open source products do that? Are there sufficient, significant evidence to support that open source does the opposite? And if I can't prove this, right, the null hypothesis test, if I can't prove this, then I am willing to accept my hypotheses that open source relates to those things. So I would have to go through all the examples of a mess, unfocused, cheap, not committal things that lack resources. Because the counter argument is capitalism. Capitalism is a source of incentive, right? Like that's the using my same logic in which I agree with you. Capitalism is a source of incentive. So when I make an argument, I'm like, oh, does capitalism always lead to poor products, lower quality, and is that substantial, right? Then I would do a counter argument to my hypotheses. Capitalism tends to always result in poorer products and lower quality, right? And they suffer from a different thing. So then I would go and try to disprove that in order to embrace my original narrative. And you stated all these things, and trust me, or maybe not trust me, however you want to take it, I've been in this rodeo on arguing for all of these sides. The idea is that they coexist. These things do coexist. So when I think of, we're going to double back to immersive learning. When I think of immersive learning, the question is, can we improve this? The question is, can we improve open source? So the next combination, the difference between including immersion immersion, learning by immersion, and immersive learning is that when you combine these, you can do both comparison and contrast, and you can also evaluate the system that it operates in and how to improve that. So right now, what you're engaged in is what I would consider as observational based correlation, right? And then when you try to connect them, it is not inclusive of what you observe logically. Like logically, they all exist. So how do you explain that? And then what can you do with it? What can you do with the idea that, okay, so is the goal WaniKani should not exist because something else more better by your idealism is better, so it shouldn't exist? Or Duolingo shouldn't exist because it doesn't set a precedence for something else? The idea is that they do exist, so you're trying to explain that. And instead of explaining it, you make a counter argument as though that it shouldn't be explained because there's no quality in it. Like somehow Duolingo being financially incentivized to teach effectively to elongate subscription as a consequence of capitalism is the only way you can argue that Duolingo has no merit or quality to exist outside of the quality and merits you measure by that is favorable to the other counter argument you have, which is open source things like WaniKani and Bunpro. Right. And most of the stuff you say is very sound. Like, I do not have qualms with agreeing with any of them. I think these are really important discussions to have in the quote-unquote language learning space. And then when I talk about Duolingo, I'm not referring to only the language learning space. When I brought up Duolingo, I legitimately did not refer to specifically the language learning space. You, James, made it about it. Yeah, you've used open source music software and you think the complexity of the type of software has those weaknesses? Yeah, I honestly would love to have more open source music software because I would love to like generate music, but not necessarily like produce music that enables me to produce music, but have the bells and whistles of, you know, corporations. And I like, as much as I want people, like, how greedy am I? If someone asks me, am I a saint? I'm not a saint. I love the idea that there are people who make a lot of money to enable me by infusing that money into something so that I don't have to pay for the high quality things, right? That's a fair assessment. When you say if we have to take into financial consequences and capitalism, I also am obligating myself to say that when I want high quality stuff, I also have to pay for it or not pay for it as well, right? For a flashcard app like Anki, I think it doesn't really suffer the same issues. The complexity of the type of software, yeah, I don't think it does either, because I don't think it's it doesn't have a complexity software problem. I know that it has a lot of other issues, which I could bring up if you're interested, but I think it suffers from something else that dramatically reduces its merit and its quality, the optics and the perception of its merits and qualities. If that's not to argue if it has merit or quality, is its perception of its quality and merit. I think Anki has a lot, and I, being someone who started with Duolingo, can illustrate that in real time because I have it recorded. The optics and merits of Anki can be misrepresented because it is open source. So there's pros and cons to most things, and one of the biggest things about open source projects is that everyone has an opinion on its merit and qualities. And with that comes complexity of its usefulness. Not necessarily the software itself can suffer from strengths and weaknesses, they are often not evaluated based on that. Because since they're open source, they are evaluated based on the opinions and the representation and optics of Anki. Anki is used as a weaponized tool to downplay the quality and merits of other tools that aren't open source, much like you're using to levy an argument against Duolingo. So you're using the very nature of your arguments as a way to sound capitalistic by substituting money for merit and money for quality when they are all involved with each other. They are connected with each other. It is a balancing act that I believe most developers have to do despite being open source or proprietary. I think it's a very myopic way to look at something compartmentalized. You think WaniKani and Bunpro are going to be much better than Duolingo because they're almost single purpose, whereas Duolingo is aiming to encompass with notable hits to quality and accuracy? I agree. You're doing the generalists. You're doing the generalists versus specialists argument. It is the very nature that you're doing. You also did the immersion versus my problem solving. It coincides. Like, I agree with you. One's also very efficient. Right? And inefficient. There's a lot of correlations. Duolingo versus whatever specialized product you want to pick. I guess Anki. Or more specialized product. I didn't say you said it had no merit. I said less merit, lower quality. Stop turning my words around. Like, that's what you did before when you talked about like correcting me before. I said less merit, lower quality. There's a correlation between the balance between merit, quality, and financial incentives, like resources. No one said no or all. The way you argue and the way you indicate things is suggesting it is or it is not. So I'm referring to that. But generally speaking, all of those things are correlating. So when you say a notable hit to quality, that's a lot more detail than when you said open source software like Anki is generally going to be less effective by incentives, which is great. And then early on, you're saying it's a consequence of capitalism. And I'm like, well, yes, among other things. Like strictly saying it's a consequence of capitalism would suggest that you're strongly believing that it's different from saying one consequence of Duolingo is capitalism. It's not the only consequence. Right? So here, this is the same. Like, if there's no merit to generalization, then there can be no value. Like, you're suggesting that becoming single purpose while Duolingo is aiming to encompass with notable hits to quality and accuracy, you think that quality and accuracy is a one-way exchange with specialism, specialties, and generalization, right? So, holistics versus specialty. So, the perception of quality is evaluated by the single thing versus the totality of the thing. So the way you evaluate quality will always be, in my opinion, okay, maybe not always, it's a little strong, maybe 75% of the time, or 70% of the time, and 30% of the time, when you think of totality, as in all, like, as much comprehensiveness of arguments, it is lesser in quality than focusing on the metrics you care about. And all of your correlations reinforce that. I have no qualms with that. I think that's very logical. Right? Because if you specialize in a very specific thing, it will always be higher quality. Because what you're measuring is that single thing, as opposed to totality. So instead of weighing the whole situation, you weigh it based on the specific situation. And every one of your arguments deal with the very specific situation. So how is open source great? Is great when it is great. It's not weighed against when it's not. Or when it's mid. Like, it's not the totality of these things. You simply decide to choose one narrative. And I agree with you. If you chose this one narrative, then it most certainly will affirm. It will affirm that open source is a great thing. And that Duolingo is always going to be take a hit to quality and accuracy when someone else focuses on that very specific quality and accuracy. So where Bunpro has no social media connection, like no social media presence, right? That does not take a hit to quality. This is not a quality measurement. Because it's not important. The quality you're talking about is the content, right? The Japanese thing. So this is what you're measuring the quality of Bunpro by. So whether they have social media presence or not, it is irrelevant. It does not add to the quality of Bunpro. The reason why I brought up social media presence is because Duolingo has social media presence. Now, would it be fair for me? What aspect of Anki I don't like? No, I didn't say that. I said Anki has issues. Or they have existing issues. I didn't say I didn't like Anki. You said that Anki is less likely. Or it doesn't, actually. You said it doesn't. Not even less likely. It doesn't suffer the same issues. And I agree with you. It's likely not to, which is when you're talking about finances. That long leap of logic from finance to like learning, right? The learning quality. Okay, what do you view as their issues? Well, we can address it at multiple levels. When you think of open source, we can think of it as all the other iterative designs. So that creates a conflict of interest. So conflict of interest is one of the inherent things about open source. When someone is open source, conflict of interest breeds competition. Now, when you think of competition, you often think, well, yeah, competition leads to better products. Competition also leads to capitalism. I mean, competition also leads to elongated practices of favoring one. A conflict of interest? Who's better? How do I know this for sure? Every time I go use something, someone is going to tell me there's something better. So what happens is when you have an open source, conflict of interest. You you can see it as not an issue because you could say, oh, conflict of interest breeds competition. So competition will always lead to, quote unquote, always lead to better products. No, it could lead to monopolization. It could lead to elongated favoring practices. It can lead to pragmatic uses for predatorial favoritism. And if I were to give a anecdotal reference, literally when it comes to the most toxically weaponized way the conflict of interest applies to users or developers, both. Users and developers are both human. Like, we're talking about a chicken or the egg situation now. Like, where do you how do you consider the actions of people who want to learn a language eventually become monopolized into incentivizing capitalism or promoting pragmatic use of predatorial favoritism and habit forming? It's this conflict of interest that deals with the survival of the product that they're developing, plus the user's engagement and optics of that product. Optics, representation, and incentives. So while I'm not saying this is rampant, and I'm not saying it's always the case, you're asking me what are potential issues that I can see with Anki, and then have I experienced them? I have experienced them. And it's conflict of interest. And oftentimes, it's an unspoken competition. People use conflict of interest to demoralize and diminish other people's competitors in order to raise their competitors. Now, this time, the comment that I'm making is not necessarily because the developers are promoting this. Their product is inadvertently, the consequence of their product is creating this. Now we're not talking about ad hominem arguments. We're talking about the product itself. Because when you set the type of software does not suffer the same issue, it does. In a different way. Because it's all connected, in my opinion. When you have a conflict of interest, there is incentivized resource gathering, right? Because if no one uses your product, despite being benevolently open source and not being incentive, you can't continue to innovate on that product or find the resources to do so. Being nice isn't the entire picture. Like, being nice inherently is against the human condition, in my opinion. So it is a little bit of everything. I'm simply pointing out a potential line of thought that has already occurred. Whether it is like the predominant line of thought, I can't tell you with a certainty. I can tell you one thing that I've encountered personally, and that's the idea of whenever I go to do a language learning thing and someone doesn't bring up Anki, it's refreshing. And when they bring up Anki, they're used to attack whatever the language learner is using. A lot of times, like significantly enough that it becomes an impact on language learning. Whether that's user motivated or develop motivated, that's fair. Like, you can make an argument for subjectivity and all that. The thing is, it's from the use of Anki. So you can decide if you want to hold the developers negligent by being complacent if you want. because it's open source, so they're exonerated from all of this. Or you can say it's the user dependency, like users, like Japanese language learners are toxic or openly competitive. You can make all those arguments if you want. I'm specifically stating that there is still an association between the use of Anki and its cult-like status that is also concordant with the idea that it's open source, and that allows it to be complicit in being used and for good. Like it's a ends justifies the means situation. You can't get mad at Anki for all of these open conflicts of interest because it's an open source product. So the blame and the fault is at the users, or the developers. Hence the first question you asked me deals with the user or the developer. And you can make an argument for both, or against both, or neither. You can even say I'm a collateral of a third-party user. I'm neither the developer nor the user of Anki interacting with a potential person who might actually not be a current user or a current developer of Anki. What happens is I'm citing that it is possible to suffer issues of competitive process that still deals with resource gathering, or capitalism, as most people say competitively. You still have capitalist users. You still have capitalist publishers. You still have capitalist people iteratively designing on your open source product. That creates a conflict of interest. So when you think of proprietary things, right? If I try to make an argument for the opposite, which honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of proprietary things. I believe in the goodness of people's hearts and the goodness of humanity. So despite all of this sobering reality that I'm trying to argue, I'm typically arguing against my own optimism about human condition. I really truly believe that things are great when people care about each other, when they exercise compassion. But that is not the world that I feel like the internet is right now, right? So when we're talking about proprietary, I don't know how to spell proprietary, but we'll just say proprietary versus like open source, right? When we're trying to categorize this, a proprietary, you have to make the argument, why does proprietary exist? And then try to make a strong counter argument to how open source can solve these problems, right? One of them is conflict of interest. So how does open source solve conflict of interest? One may make the argument that it's because it's free to use, right? Like the source code is free to use. That means anyone can create off of it. So the developers are not incentivized, or are kind of like de-incentivized for financial gains. But humans are motivated, unless you choose to believe that humans aren't motivated by anything. They just freely do things without any motivation. But humans are still motivated by something. And it's that something is interest. So while the devs are not responsible for being open sourced, it still creates a free to use in which anyone can create upon it, of which then will create proprietary and conflict of interest. And out of proprietary and conflicts of interest may create and contribute to open source behavior. So there are people who are going to be benevolent in their circumstances, and then there are also people who are not benevolent in their circumstances but proprietary. And here's a bigger cut of the argument. You mentioned specialty. specialty, and this brings back Anki, by the way, a specialty versus general purpose, right? Actually, the substantial, I would make an argument that a larger body of specialty items are successfully proprietary. They are not open source in generalization. So whenever we think about like things that are exceptional at what they do, they actually tend to be proprietary because there's less conflict of interest. And sometimes less conflict of interest doesn't mean the product has higher quality. I totally agree. And this is your argument for Duolingo. Because just because Duolingo reaches a large mass and they're general in nature, or like reach a large mass, doesn't mean it's higher in quality, because it could be generalized. It's very generalized, so that means it suffers. But because of its generalization, it reaches a larger audience. Which larger audience coincides with capitalism. Meanwhile, when you think about specialty, in order to create something that's very specialized, open source doesn't create specialization. It tends to contribute to generalization. Generalization generates conflict of interest, which then that conflict of interest can lead to proprietary softwares that lead to specialization. And because of how specialty and how good it is at things, it can lead to proprietary things like expensive things, right? So there are many ways to go about arguing the same like route of logic for your argument. Anki in a state that it is now is great because there is actually less conflict of interest, which I agree. But the thing is, most of the apps that are quote unquote have a conflict of interest with Anki is argued to possibly have better alternatives. Heck, I mean, Bunpro is one of them. Like, and I'm not saying that's my personal opinion. I'm talking about people can argue that there's a conflict of interest. You use Anki or you use Bunpro. You use Bunpro or you use WaniKani. WaniKani is not free. Bunpro is not free. Anki is. So if Anki is free, it must, and it's open source, then it must be of higher quality and merit. That's not true. Right. So ruling out that capitalism or some sort of incentive or having resources to be able to develop like for a fair price or whatever morality, without those things, you're making an argument that because it's open source, it would be not succumbing to the hit in quality or accuracy. I think that's incredibly myopic and very short, like specific case. We're talking about specific cases. In my lens, it's the combination of pros and cons that allows a product to be quote unquote specifically of higher quality or accuracy to the person that is using the product. And it is through the demand of that product that merits the motivation of things, despite and this includes financial, popularity, optics, representation. It's all of those things combined that measures its value, not the money only. Now, obviously, you can argue that there are different limits of it. Like you can break, like for example, Duolingo. You can break Duolingo down into maybe like the 4 qualities. Let's say money, social media presence, user ratings, and I don't know how general it is, right? And then you can still add more. It is then when you evaluate on these things, when you apply it to also Anki, that, in my opinion, reflects what I mean by when I think about someone making an argument. A great intellectual discussion would be to expound upon this. That's the conversation that we had, is not that. It was Duolingo, capitalism, compared to Anki, open source. Open source, no problems, no issues. And then you ask me, well, what are my issues with it? I took all the other angles. It's hot as balls here and your power just went out. I'm sorry to hear that, James. Is that pretty common? Hopefully you are cool enough, cool enough so we can continue our discussion. For the record, I want to emphasize, I think all of the things that you've pointed out are valid concerns. Oh, it's not common? Oh, okay, so this is just like a anomaly. Interesting. Like, James, you make a really great point. It's really important to know that those correlations exist. Like, how much is Duolingo, for example? How much is Duolingo motivated by money? And then how much of it is in contrast to Anki being open source, right? That's a great line to think about. And then when you're asking me, so what else, what other things could happen? Well, Duolingo also manages other things. They manage social media. So then we have to apply that to Anki. Right? So what is the perception of social media for Anki on its impact on, we're not talking about whether it's open source now, we're talking about its like optics. Well, Anki developer doesn't do anything with optics, honestly. And so the optics comes from the users of the product. So if you're wondering which, like if I was, so I haven't used Anki before. Right, so I'm a non-Anki user, right? For now, currently I'm a non-Anki user. I typically view as someone who does many things as opposed to do one specific thing. So in the future, not non-Anki so far. That doesn't mean I'm not going to use it in the future and all that stuff, and I'm not interested in it. I am interested in Anki. It is part of my repertoire. It is the things that I can use. So for now, I'm non-Anki. So when it comes to optics, right, in terms of social media, what Anki does is the optics of these users are toxic to the social media presence of Duolingo. And how they attack the social media presence of Duolingo is by attacking its financial involvements. Not the same as elevating, the difference between elevating Anki's presence. Right? Hear me out. Like, I like being encouraging. I'm a very hopeful person. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm making Anki sound bad and I'm making Duolingo sound bad. I'm actually trying to make both of them sound good as an incentive to not be motivated by a popularity contest or money. I really want them to focus on not bashing each other, but more like trying to elevate each other through competition. So right now on the internet, it's more about a competition of the best. It's a conflict of interest. It's not the same as good sportsmanship. Whether it's open source or proprietary, right? Proprietary. The idea of a social media presence create the optics of competition that's based on conflict of interest, not good sportsmanlike conduct. And one thing that I love about language learning is I often think of it as good sportsmanlike conduct. That's not what's happening for me. It's often whenever someone opens their mouth and they are an Anki user, they will bash on Duolingo. Or they will spin a narrative that only highlights and starts with the narrative that Duolingo is lesser in a quality that it's true Anki is better at. That's not how I would highlight how Anki is better. Right? Like, in my opinion, the narrative paints the person's intent. So whenever I'm going to tell you, it's like 9 out of 10 times. 9 out of 10 times, if someone says they use Anki, the next thing that comes out of their mouth is something about Duolingo not working for them. And then, how is not working for them? Capitalism. I mean, you might see a leap of logic here, but I'm not really exaggerating. That's legitimately the line of thought that happened. So because of capitalism, since capitalism exists, you should use Anki. Because Anki is open source. And it's also free. Right? We're not gonna... Hear me out. Then I will say something, and you're gonna have to follow me on this one. I'm gonna say, well, Duolingo is free too. And then they're gonna argue, no, Duolingo is capitalism. You think it's free, but it's not free because you watch ads. Anki does not have ads. So we're going to go back to Anki being open source and free. This is not a defense for Duolingo having ads and capitalism. I'm not doing a defense for that. I'm specifically talking about how this person is arguing to tell me to quit Duolingo and use Anki because Anki is the better product. I'm specifically talking about the act of decision making. When someone says it's open source, it's free, and then somehow Duolingo is free but not open source, then they change the name of the game and they do a leap of logic to capitalism. Happens again. So then when I make a comment, here's one that was more recent. I talked about how Duolingo did a cross with Squid Game 2, right? And then they made a music video with the Duolingo cast and stuff that talked about learning Korean. And then it was in the theme and choreographed with Squid Game crew, right? And the first thing someone says is like, well, it's not like you can learn. You're not learning Korean anyways. I'm like, okay, so your goal to demonstrate that Duolingo sucks is by saying you're not learning Korean, but this is a music video promotion to encourage people to want to look at Korean, which deals with Squid Game 2 being in Korean, but because all of this is a commercial, capitalism is bad. So capitalism is bad, so therefore, even if you're not gonna learn any Korean, capitalism is still bad. So you shouldn't be talking about this stuff. Meanwhile, that's kind of what Duolingo does. It's one of their areas of focus. One of their areas of focus is to use capitalism. I mean, you can argue they're using capitalism to create a not conflict of interest. Like, this is not a conflict of interest. Duolingo, quote unquote, expose people to Korean. Squid Game 2 is a Korean show, right? That's on Netflix. They're both companies. They have no conflict of interest, right? Because it's a shared interest. So then they tied it to Koreans in order to link the two. They did not spend their time saying, oh yeah, we're not shoddy like open source open source language learning. We teach Koreans we teach the best way to teach the Korean language because we're not out of touch with pop culture. No, they don't do that. They celebratorily demonstrate that they are in touch with capitalism and corporations and trending shows and music. They didn't do the opposite, where like, oh yeah, like if you do open source thing, you don't know what you're gonna get. Everyone's gonna bicker about who's the best because open source means anyone can compete with them. We have a non-compete because our software is proprietary. It's a different feel. On the one hand, I totally understand. On the other hand, see, you make the exact argument. Big companies don't need to put themselves in opposition to open source because they have marketing budget. That's like saying they can simply advertise themselves. James. I'm gonna be real with you here. Like, I want to be very direct with you. It's like saying, hey, this is an apple. The reason why they don't have to be is because they are an apple. People want apples. So because people want apples, they don't need to argue against oranges. Like, you literally say that the thing that's wrong with what they're doing is what's wrong with what they're doing. You do not evaluate based on the cap. Like, I can't even argue how illogical that is to me personally. Like, okay, so let's flip the script then. Companies don't need to put themselves in opposition to open source because they have marketing budget, right? So open source need marketing budget, right? Because that's what's inferred. You're saying big companies don't need to put themselves in opposition to open source because they have marketing budget. Where does that marketing budget come from? It's because they're apples. So your argument is don't be them, be something else. So your counter argument is whether something sucks because it sucks. Stop being the sucky thing. It's not a constructive criticism in my opinion, right? Like, they have marketing budget because they are companies. Open source can be spread by word of mouth, so can companies. Open source can also have marketing budgets, honestly. I'm not saying that they're exclusive, and how frequently they are, but so can companies. Companies can have spread of word as well. In fact, sometimes company has both. And then sometimes open source can have both as well. But your argument is that one needs one and one doesn't need another. So now the question is, do companies need spread of word? You're saying they don't. They don't need word of mouth because they have marketing budget, right? And where does that marketing budget comes from? By being a company. So your argument is stop being a company, and then you will know that it's open source and that open source cannot have budgets, right? They don't have marketing budgets. Or are you arguing that open source don't need marketing budgets? Because if I take an open source thing and they get marketing budgets, right? If they have marketing budgets, would it cease to be an open source? Like, my problem right now is that you make an argument that is tied to the characteristics of a company. So, and I'm making an argument that they don't, so that your argument is stronger. If your argument is stronger, that they have marketing budget, you can illustrate the strength by saying there are companies that don't need marketing budgets. And I would agree with you. There are companies that don't need marketing budgets, which makes it the case that Duolingo may be more incentivized money-wise. That would be the counter argument, not apples and oranges. Like, if you're comparing apples and oranges, open source will always be an orange. And companies will always be apples. Nothing to do with apples, but Apple just happens to be a company name. But like, so the goal is you'll always favor oranges. You don't like apples, figuratively speaking. So anytime you open your mouth to argue or type something to argue, it's like you don't like apples. I get it. And then in order for apples to not be apples anymore, they should be oranges. So you want to convert the apples to oranges. What I would make an argument is I actually agree with you that big companies don't need to put themselves in opposition to open source because they have marketing budget. Because there are also companies that are quote unquote big that do not have marketing budgets. Now, I'm not saying they're the vast majority. They are definitely not the vast majority. That there are big companies that do not have marketing budgets. But it would strengthen the argument that you don't need a marketing budget. Like, you're making a point that marketing budgets is important. So in order to demonstrate that it is not important and companies can behave differently, no marketing budget. Amazon, originally. Originally it was Amazon. Now it's not the same, right? You can argue, oh, but not present day Amazon. I agree with you. Present day Amazon. Just like most open source things may not stay open source. Right? Yeah, originally they weren't a big company. As well. Right? Well, actually, originally they were, like, in some way. But it was the transition. So I set a trap here, basically. I'm saying that they're one and the same. Whenever you're making an argument of apples to oranges, they're kind of like apples and oranges, as opposed to apples or oranges. Hear me out. I'm trying to strengthen your argument. I'm actually trying to support the idea that big companies have marketing budgets. Therefore, it is what makes companies incentivized differently than open source things. Like, I need examples. Like, we need to come up with examples in which word of mouth can exist without being a big company. That's a way to make an argument that you don't need marketing budget in order to create great software for people and reach a lot of people. But if you make an argument that they are different because they are different, then there's no argument there, in my opinion. I agree. Apples are not oranges. Like, if you're not coming up, if you're asking me if I have any examples, I have trouble coming up with examples. Anki is an example of that exact situation? No. Anki is not. Because Anki is being spread by word of mouth, right? You're saying Anki is spread of word of mouth. But it's not a big company. It's an orange. It's not the exact situation. it's not an apple. You literally said Anki is not it because it isn't. It's the exact situation you're painting because Anki is not the thing it is. Like, what I mean is, Anki is not Duolingo. Therefore, it's Anki. Congratulations. But that does, you said big companies have marketing budgets. This is not a refute. That's not refuting this. I mean, you can spend all your time arguing that an elephant is an elephant. I didn't say without being a big company. I said a big company. No. If I actually said that, I apologize, James. I apologize if that's what you heard or is what I said. I said a company that doesn't need a marketing budget. You can look back. Fair enough, James. You can nitpick my thoughts, but I specifically said 4 times more often that we need an example of a big company that doesn't need a marketing budget. That is also true. You can look back as easily as you want, James. I can guarantee you I've said this more than if I have I apologize if I have misspoken about it. You don't think that exists. Okay, so you don't think that an apple exists, right? Without a marketing budget. And then your argument is that in order to do something, the world must have oranges. Right? So whatever you say about the apple, it's not related to the orange. From my perspective. So yes, I agree with you. Anki could be an example of a not big company that is spread with word of mouth. So now let's go and entertain your other bias opinion, in my opinion. Word of mouth. Now, are there open source? Now, are there not big companies that have budgets? Right? That have marketing budgets. And I think we can come up with examples of that, right? Right now I don't have one, but I'm pretty sure there's an example of this. You must have an example of this, right? Yeah, there are very many. Okay, so say there are very many. I don't care. You don't have to give me an example. But there are very many, right? Very many examples of companies. So this means that oranges can have both budgets and word of mouth. Are these marketing budget ones better or worse than the word of mouth ones? Because you're using generalizations, so we have to do some sort of statistical generalization. I don't have answers to any of these things. I'm basically just talking about your logic in all of it. I have no way to believe that I'm smart enough to accumulate whatever it is you keep telling me, my wording and my stuff. Like, I don't have the capacity to remember all the specifics. You do, I guess. So, like, do the ones with marketing, it depends on factors of quality. I think word of mouth arises from perception of quality. Okay, so you're saying it depends, right? It depends. So what does that have to do with big companies doesn't have a market budget? So you don't believe that because a big company has market budget, it depends on quality factors? It's marketing budget, not a factor of quality? And you think word of mouth arises from perception of quality. Does marketing budget not affect perception of quality? Like, how are you so sure? I earnestly don't have any reason to believe you, but I still actually believe you because of its coincidences. Like, all these coincidences and correlations do exist. I can't explain it. Like, I can't explain why those are the case, but they do exist. The logic is not helping me though. I'm not using logic to dictate that. Like you're saying, so oranges, like Anki, is an exact example of a not big company that has word of mouth. I think you can have big companies with high quality, of course. We're not talking about high quality, we're talking about the budget, right? You specifically counter-argued me and also nitpicked my wording as well, but then now you're deviating away from the conversation we're having by citing a yet another condition. But we're gonna go back. I want to reinforce and just go back to the original counter argument that you're making. You said that big companies don't need to put themselves in opposition to open source because they have marketing budgets. So, if they have marketing, if they don't have marketing budgets, that would insist that they have to potentially put themselves in opposition to open source, right? I still didn't get there yet. Like, I didn't get to that reasoning yet. Like how a marketing budget either incentivize or de-incentivize a company to put themselves in opposition to open source, right? So, does the marketing budgets of the open source products not oppose like the companies that go word of mouth, or for example, or do the word of mouth not big companies oppose marketing budgets, right? I'm trying to get to how they're connected, because I don't necessarily think it's that clear cut. When a company has marketing budget, they don't need to put themselves in opposition to open source. I think that is a leap of logic. And then, so we need to see if small companies do that. And also, I skipped one of your comments. You said you did the Duolingo Japanese course for about a year in the past. I see. You definitely learned from it, but the progress comparison to last year is large in your opinion. That's fair. I mean, how you segregate Duolingo Japanese from the continuum of your process, that's another question entirely, but fair enough. It's a substitution game that you're doing, that's fair. Because the way you asked me about Bunpro is very similar. You do not segregate yourself from the progress that you made previously that impacts things in your current time, so your last year has no relevance to your years past, so that's fine. I can see your logic in that, as long as I'm embracing your own logic here. You think you use Ableton because it's better than open source options? Okay. You don't think open source software has advertising most of the time? Okay. You very rarely if ever have seen that ICE had to actively seek out any source. Had to actively seek out any open source software you use. You? Okay. I think that didn't answer my question, but here's the TLDR, because I wasn't expecting to go this long for this type of argument or this type of discussion. I feel like you're having an argument. Like, if I have to be genuine with you, I think you're having an argument. You're trying to present a perspective, and I am struggling. Pardon me. I'm struggling and also like speaking, probably getting pulled in many different directions in a manner that I can't understand how you would come up with such connections. You're not trying to argue or be opposing at all. You're sharing your view. Okay. So you're sharing your view, and I'm having a hard time understanding it. So here are the things that I have a hard time understanding, right? And it's not for you to scrutinize, but you did have an argument because you said originally they weren't, you literally said your wording was without being a big company, not that it should be one, right? So, while you're not arguing it, you are arguing something, but maybe not about your views, perhaps. Here are things that I don't here are things that I must evaluate this evening. What is intrinsically a big company? And what are intrinsically small, like non-big? We'll just say non-big company. How does this relate to the idea of proprietary? I still can't spell proprietary. Go look at how to spell proprietary. Oh. This is my educational problem here. I don't usually have to engage in this, so pardon my lack of practice. Proprietary versus open source, right? This has been an age-old presentation or shared view that people have. Proprietary, open source, right? How are these elements interacting with each other, right? We're talking about the intrinsic nature of big companies and non-big companies, proprietary, open source, and the leap that I focused on that I was having trouble with was the idea of a marketing budget versus word of mouth, or just word of mouth. It's not a versus thing. Like, how are these interacting, right? And then quality, or the perception of quality, I suppose we could write. Like quality, we didn't mention anything about quantity, so we'll just go with higher quality and lower quality situation. Your power just came back on. Very nice. Glad to hear that you're not going to go through the night without her. So, and then what are the relationships between higher and lower quality? I'm not sure where the standard is, so we're gonna have to. That's something that I have to. So I'm reviewing all the topics. There's also factors of quality. And I like to throw my hat in here when it comes to factors of quality. I'm not going to talk about whether like any specifics, but more like universal factors of quality, which is optics, representation, and then technically marketing was what I was alluding to. Marketing. right? Optics is how does it appear as a product, like without the representation. Representation would be the people. If there's aspects of your review you want to pull out specifically, you can explain further if you like. The aspect of your review that I don't understand is how do you not, like, do you not see that the how do you differentiate between a big company and something that has marketing budget? I don't think the word of mouth versus advertising point is justified until you make the argument that how marketing budget can be detached from big company. So like I would need some sort of evidence or like some sort of line of thinking that would imply that big companies and marketing budgets are like choices made. I can see already that you qualified that there are non-big companies that have budgets and, you know, word of mouth. And this would be another place that I would say, how are these separate things? So like a non-big company I can see as having both would be the ideal case, in my opinion. They would have both a budget marketing and word of mouth. But the idea is you're making a separation between the two because you're making a versus. So having those cases exist, I'm curious how they contrast. You would need to establish that this relationship exists in big companies in order to make a comparison with them. I don't see how you can compare big companies and non-big companies when you can't have examples within them that compares, like there's no control basically. On the one hand, your comparison does not have a control for big companies, but you do have a control for not big companies, which then you can compare the effects of having a budget marketing and word of mouth. But when you're comparing across from them, well, big companies are apples and non-big companies are oranges. So when you compare apples and oranges, plus or minus budget, plus or minus budget in a way that they're versus, I don't see how that works out. That's the most confusing part. So you can feel free to elaborate on that. Maybe not for the sake of my own stamina right now, but it would be a very fun discussion in the future to consider. Like since I don't have an example of with budget and no budget or like word of mouth, because even my Amazon example, for example, was not good enough because I don't actually know. The question is, are you arguing apples are bad because they're apples? Or are you arguing red apples are better than blue apples because they're both apples, but one's blue and one's red, so you can rule out that the color is the affecting thing. And if you can do that, then you can also suggest that when you compare it to the effects of red oranges and orange oranges, I can connect the idea like, yeah, you're right. I can kind of see in a way that non-big companies, honestly, you don't think you can really respond very well with how many different points and connections you're making? I know. Because those are the points you're making. Like what I mean is, it is overwhelming. It's overwhelming for me. So I was walking through it, right? So the first walking through part is big companies. With or without budget, you know, with word and budget and marketing. Yeah, I do too. I agree. So you're arguing big companies are you're not arguing you said that. Yep, I agree. I didn't say anything about those things. I literally didn't say anything about bad or good. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out big companies, word of mouth, and marketing. I didn't even get to like quality or anything like that, right? So when we're trying to think about the effects of word versus market, right? Word versus marketing, it's difficult for me to know what the effects are because it's going to come down to it depends. When I asked, because you said it depends on quality factors. Well, then I don't understand whether a big company has marketing or word of mouth, that you could make this a predictor, a strong, maybe like a strong predictor or a likely predictor of quality. I'm not sure if this is too convoluted. I shouldn't have added the last step. The first step is to qualify whether we can compare word of mouth with marketing with the same subject first. If we can do that, then I could follow along. But when I asked this about small non-big companies, your reference was it depends on the quality factors. And my argument was, or like my point of following you was, well, is this one of the qualities? It's word and market, one of the quality factors. I felt like that's what you were suggesting, that the quality factors, one of the quality factors is dealing with the idea that one is open source, who is predominantly word of mouth, and then big companies, which have marketing strategies, right? And if this is dependent on the quality factors, then it would be a cyclic argument to suggesting that word of mouth and marketing are both aspects of all companies. The difference you're pointing out is open source software don't have marketing. Okay. So your argument is that open source don't have marketing, which is what I thought you were saying, but I didn't want to be too bold. Don't have marketing. So this would make them unique. And so within the space of specifically open software, they must rely on word of mouth. Okay. So therefore, they must rely on word of mouth. Now, what you went on to say or imply is that big companies, not even proprietary. We're not going to use proprietary. I'm using what you're telling me. Big companies have budgets for marketing. So therefore, they don't have to rely on word of mouth. I think that's very reasonable. I'm not saying they don't use word of mouth, which is what you already said. Duolingo, for example, have both. Right? Duolingo does both. Right? Duolingo does both. So I'm not saying they don't use word of mouth. I'm saying they don't need word of mouth. Because you said they have marketing budgets. How do you know that? And then also, they don't have marketing. So somehow you qualified this too. That open source don't have marketing. I don't know how you do that either. And then because they don't have marketing, they need to rely on word of mouth. I don't know how you qualify that either. These are all the points that I cited in the comparison thing that was a bit overwhelming. Because I'm overwhelmed by the idea that you think that big companies have marketing budgets, so they don't rely on word of mouth. Or they don't need word of mouth. And then open source don't have marketing, and they rely on word of mouth, or they need word of mouth. And then the big thing that you said was you compared these two. They're literally two different things. How can you compare two things that are exclusive of each other? By arguing that the other thing should stop being itself. Word of mouth and marketing are both aspects, okay. And so within the space of specifically open, they must realize. So within that specific space, software that doesn't resonate with people or work of people remain obscure. Sure. And you can see what has marketing by seeing ads. Okay, so when you see ads, that's marketing, right? What about the ads you don't see? Does that still imply that there's no marketing? And then, how do you qualify an ad? They aren't exclusive to each other, they provide the same purpose. Okay, and what purpose is that? Which goes back to our beginning. So this, the purpose of this, when you're saying you're comparing them based on its purpose, that basically then marketing, budget marketing, all the processes that are involved is not the end game. The end game you're focusing on is the link is based on their purpose. And then it goes back to our very first comment that we talked about. What do you think the purpose is of the big companies and the open source? You're going to say capitalism is what you introduced. In open source, I don't know. Benevolence. You actually didn't ascribe anything to open source, but you paint it like benevolence. Sorry, like I'm not saying you said this. You're painting it as more benevolent for myself. If you can find the ads that exist for open source software, you'll concede that point. I am not here to argue, so you literally changed this into an argument again. Like, are you making an argument or are you not making an argument? And are you telling me that I'm making an argument? Am I making an argument? Because I'm not the one that has to qualify the view that you're sharing with me for me to understand it. So I can take your word for it. You can say there's no ads that you've never seen. You can make an argument you've seen all the ads, right? And I'll take your word for it. That means that one has to be able to see the ads in order to form the perception of marketing. So if you don't see an ad, then something is not marketed. And I can accept that. That's how you pick your viewpoint, right? If you don't see it, it doesn't matter. Situation. Like out of sight, out of mind. Right? Like, for example, I didn't see an Anki ad. The type of ad you're talking about. Right? So, because word of mouth is a separate type of... the word of mouth is different, right? Word of mouth is not related to budget marketing, right? That is the exception. So whenever I say if someone comes to me and they say, oh yeah, Anki is better than, I don't know, Anki is better than Duolingo, that's not an ad. That's a word of mouth, right? And then I added my own point. Here's my viewpoint to that. Word of mouth can be both destructive and constructive. What about my experience? Have you seen ads for open source software? I don't look at open source software, so I'm ignorant to this. So I can't really tell you. My experience is very limited because I didn't look at the world as open source and proprietary. I do study ads, but they don't deal with like open source and budget marketing. In fact, I know very little about budget marketing as well. We're talking about budget marketing, like budget for marketing and open source off my experience with seeing social media. So that's serendipitous. I have no way of discerning between marketing and budgeting, or like word of mouth and budgeting. Like, for example, it's hard for me to delineate if an influencer, like me, for example, I'm not an influencer, but like a content creator, that was a really big generalization. Like someone who uses Duolingo, right? For example, someone who uses Duolingo, and when they talk about how they use Duolingo, is that a marketing strategy or is it a word of mouth, right? I don't even think of it that way, where like I do not make the distinction at the moment, but I should in the future when we talk. I'm considering these things. How can I consider the distinction between a budget for marketing versus a word of mouth, right? And Duolingo actually did both. I agree with you, actually, because Duolingo tried to recruit a Twitch program at first, and then they abandoned it because it didn't take, right? That's why there's like a Duolingo section on Twitch. There was an initiative by Duolingo to reach a word of mouth, I suppose, a sort of thing. But then you can argue that that might have been budget marketing for a word of mouth because they set aside budget to support a word of mouth. So you could say that Duolingo did both as opposed to one. And if I were trying to make a fair argument, influencers are required by law to indicate if they're being paid to promote a product. Just because it's a law doesn't mean influencers do it, but I agree with you. That would be the legality of the black and white world we live in, suggesting that they are being paid to promote a product. So when someone is relaying a word of mouth, you don't know, in my opinion, the opposite is also true. You don't know if they're being paid to promote a product because word of mouth is unofficial. So when someone says, oh, hey, you know, I really like using this Anki thing from like a friend or something, you don't know if they're being paid to promote a product. This is a double standard of word of mouth situation, at least in my opinion. Whenever someone makes a distinction between budget marketing and word of mouth, there's also a double standard. What constitutes as word of mouth is as long as you don't take payment for something. But if you don't disclose it and it's considered as a word of mouth, then it's not required by law to indicate that. I'm not a great lawyer or legalese situation. However,
we'll just chalk it up to, I believe you. Influencers are required by law to indicate that they're being paid to promote a product. So I agree with you, right? Yeah, they may not comply, but they can and be penalized for breaking that unless they're spreading through word of mouth. Your argument tends to, in my opinion, or maybe not your argument, your viewpoint tends to select for a double standard, in my opinion. If they're relaying as a word of mouth, that isn't a contractual duty. Making content serendipitously about a product is not necessary. It's a word of mouth, right? Because as long as they're not being paid, it's considered word of mouth. We can agree with that. I think that is where I want to go. So if you believe that word of mouth is not going to be separated from market budget, then we can get to the point that I was trying to share. Word of mouth is can be both destructive and or destructive and constructive. And my concerns, the one that involves Anki indirectly, is that a lot of it is destructive because of NetSpeak. So word of mouth is often portrayed as consistently helpful. Like, it's like the half glass full. You believe that the spreading of word of mouth is often enabling. Yeah, it enables in two different ways. At least two different ways. Destructive and constructive. Right? The destructive one that I often think about is when you have word of mouth with open source and stuff, it creates a categorization of everything that demonizes something else. Whether we choose to agree if it's true or not, that's perfectly up for debate, I suppose, and we can discuss it further. For myself, the way you shared your views would be destructive to me. As in, I would be more compelled by word of mouth that I would not say certain things. But if it was constructive, it would suggest that you would be open to sharing a view that is both, right? But for me, when it comes to open source, one of the conflicting problems is that it reaches cult-like status. And that is one of the consequences of word of mouth, not necessarily business budget. I mean, you can certainly cultivate a cult-like status with a large business market. I'm not suggesting that you can't, but word of mouth has its intrinsic things. And how do I prove this type of, or how do I suggest this type of thing? Well, I suppose we can compare like WaniKani, or like the examples you have that have word of mouth plus marketing versus only word of mouth, but you're saying no open source product has marketing, right? So then it can only be word of mouth. So everything that deals with open source has word of mouth. So I'm going to operate in there. And now my commentary from like 3 hours ago was that my anecdotal experience is that when you have a open source right, and they need word of mouth, which is the logic you're using, so I'm prescribing to it, right? I am in your shoes. If open source need word of mouth, what could happen from that word of mouth? Now I'm adding my own personal opinions here. It can be both destructive and constructive. And this is coming from the conflict of interest. Why is conflict of interest important to me is because it is one of the factors of quality that you mentioned that it may or may not depend on, but I'm adding I'm supporting and adding that when something is required by word of mouth, I was going to argue it doesn't fully depend on it, but I'm using your logic that there's no marketing involved. So when an open source product is required by word of mouth, then they can both be at least constructive and destructive to each other due to a conflict of interest. Because open source means that everyone will have an opinion. It is dependent on word of mouth. And that conflict of interest affects the factors of quality. Why is this important to me? Because when you have standardization, like for example, monetization or capitalism, while there's ranging, while there's like for open source, there's ranging qualities, factors of quality, right? Companies, despite being on average lower or like marketing properties, their range is smaller because of standardization. At least that's my viewpoint. Do I have evidence to support this? Not really, honestly. I'm trying to put myself in your shoes and then trying to offer in addition to it. So yes, I would agree with you. There's probably examples that you can think of that's higher in quality. Because of the factors of quality, whatever they are. Like we'll just call this like a summation of I infinity, right? However, it also, to me, it also creates a large range because the factors of quality are dependent on one of the things you cited. Word of mouth. Right? Word of mouth. Now, the question is, I'm challenging myself now because I'm going to be my devil's advocate. How do I know that budget marketing, for example, budget marketing creates a smaller range in like deviation? My argument is it's largely because it's built on coming from a single source, or like you could argue it may make it even more sporadic, but so this is not a great argument for whether it has a small range or a large range. The idea is this is stuff that I'm thinking about, like does like marketing make standardization or expectations more consistent than word of mouth? Because for me, when I think about if I operate under open source being a word of mouth, then on the internet it would create a large range of perception of quality. So why I say this is because I encounter destructive word of mouth most of the time, as opposed to constructive ones. Like, what I mean by this is, what is constructive? Building towards a shared vision. Destructive is A is greater than B, so B is redundant. So it's worse. Then if B improves, it could be better than A, so A is worse. Or then C comes along, which is greater than B, which is greater than A. Destructive. So if you use Duolingo, even though it's not a small company, by the way, but Duolingo does use word of mouth. So if the word of mouth for Duolingo is that it's garbage, then it is garbage. Whether or not B is better than A, so if A is Duolingo, And whether B is like, we'll use Anki. Sorry, Anki. We should be using other examples. But if the word of mouth, because Duolingo does appeal to word of mouth, we'll just talk about that part since they're related. If the word on the street is that Duolingo sucks, right? If Duolingo sucks, then they can choose to attack Duolingo sucks. But the argument here is obviously they have a marketing budget, so they don't really need to. I feel like that's pretty sound. That's a pretty strong argument. Like, if they have marketing budget, they don't really need to worry about all the minor people saying they suck, right? And then Anki, where's that source coming from? It's often from a place that relies on word of mouth. So since Anki is a open source and they don't have any marketing budget, they're not going to compete with Duolingo in the marketing department, nor are they going to attack marketing. Like, that's an assumption that they're making. Like, Anki is not going to attack Duolingo for having a marketing budget, nor are they the developers are gonna say that Duolingo sucks, right? It is actually the word of mouth that's going to attack Duolingo for sucking. And that's where that word of mouth comes from. And that is my intimate experience. So not everyone's experience, not the world, it's my experience. My experience is that what are my perceptions and optics? What are my optics regarding people who use Anki? They attack other people for not using Anki. And not attack as in like verbally abuse or emotionally, more like contrasts. They tend to view like, oh, you are missing this without having this. You're missing that without having this. So the attack is more like FOMO based. It's an emotional optics. So like, oh, if you don't start with Anki, you're never going to become fluent. That's not what they say, but it's kind of inferred in, if you don't do something, you're going to miss out on something else. Despite it being free, by the way, right? Like, Anki is free. Which is great, because most people won't be able to miss out. Since Anki is free. Doesn't stop people from saying, you're studying wrong, you should use Anki to study correctly. And this whole like 4 or 5 hour discussion, when you're sharing your view, I can kind of see a more leveled headed argument, right? But the argument was focused on everything I said about Duolingo or big companies, as opposed to the argument about open source. But the open source is always painted in a good light, while big companies are not. And that's what I've learned about your sharing views, and that's fine. But then you counter argued and said you're not arguing that big companies are necessarily bad, right? You're not arguing for anything. So you're not arguing that big companies are necessarily bad. I agree with you. You're also not arguing in a logical way. That's my own personal opinion. And you just happen to like things, right? You share views that is based on what you like. That's what I'm gathering. What you like, as opposed to making compelling arguments about logical associations. I accept that's perfectly acceptable. And because you're not here to convince me of something, I don't need convincing. So if you keep implying that you're trying, like, I'm letting you convince me of something, no, I'm trying to understand you. That's the opposite, right? Like, you keep telling me you're not doing something that I think you're doing, so there's a misunderstanding. And that's probably where we're at right now. You just like Anki, you're not trying to convince you to use it. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Although I think if you tried it, you would like it. James. So instead of assuming these things. I like all of the above. If I did try it, I would like it. Not because of anything you know about Anki or open source or Duolingo or anything like that. If I tried it, I would like it. So does that mean that you're right? Or you were correct in your initiative? Well, yes, technically you are. Does it matter what the process of thought is about it? That's definitely up to you. Why would I say I would like it if I tried it? It's because when I choose to try something, I typically find what I like about it. I don't demonize it. So all the things that you're arguing for, or like you're implying that I dislike Anki again, in my opinion, because you wouldn't have to say that I would like it. If I tried Anki, I would probably find it useful. And because I find it useful, I'd probably like it. It has very little to do with whether it's open source or like it's higher in quality or lower in quality. And that's where you and I don't meet eye to eye on shared views, because evaluating on quality or the perception of quality is too complicated for me. Like it really is. It's incredibly complicated. It's even overwhelming, in fact. The idea that one could say, I would like it because of someone's perception that it's open source and it'd be higher in quality or what have you. I like it because if I use it, I'll probably find something useful about it. And I enjoy finding things useful. So I agree with you. If I tried it, I would like it. Much like Bunpro in most things. If I have to use it, there's a chance I might not like it. So the counter argument to me is, do I have things I don't like? Whenever I have to use something initially. And I'm writing initially because if I have to do it, I'm going to try to like it. Eventually. But initially, there's often a chance that I would not like something because I didn't choose to do it. The thing is, right there you said, although I think if I tried it, I would like it. Right. Because when I try it, it's going to be something I choose to do. And when I try to do something, I will end up liking it. Nothing attached to like whether it's money, if it's if it's profit oriented, or if they're shill or they're open source. Not too much of that. Like and there are people who can counter argue this. You could accuse me, which I'll concede, by the way. I'll concede that I am a shill for all the things that I try to like. Because ultimately, anyone who thinks that they focus on the negative aspects of something will see me as a shill for that thing, because I usually try to look at the things that make it useful. In order to understand what is useful, I also, yes, I do know when it's not useful. So I can easily concede that Duolingo is a financially incentivized IPO for language learning. You're critical about Duolingo for specific reasons. It has many good aspects, but it also has major flaws. I don't think that's necessarily destructive. It can't be destructive if you're only talking about the one thing, but you didn't talk about the one thing. You were being destructive by comparing it to something else. I try to compare it within itself. I know you don't think it's necessarily destructive, but destructive is the person you're talking to, not yourself. Like, you can think of anything you think of. Like, most of the negative stuff that I think of can't be destructive because I'm not sharing it with anyone. Unless, of course, you have an internal dialogue. That's perfectly fine. You can argue that it's not necessarily destructive to yourself. That's fair. I think when it comes to, when I say destructive and constructive, it requires two people. Like, two individuals. Right? So you said that it has many good aspects, but it also has major flaws. There's a difference between it has good aspects and it has it has bad flaws, or it has good aspects and bad aspects. You said good aspects, but also major flaws, and those flaws deal with things that I don't take into consideration. So I wanted to share that. I wanted to share with you that the major flaws that you are referring to probably doesn't really impact whether I like or dislike something. So then you can, at least I hope that can express some of my, I can share my views on specific things. And then we'll use this as a learning experience, right? Like, both of us can use this as a learning experience for suggesting it. So in the future, I know that maybe I should keep my eyes out for what is open source and what is not, right? And whenever I talk about Duolingo, you can choose whether you are destructive or not destructive. What's an example of what I consider as destructive? I mentioned Duolingo and Squid Game. And your response was, well, big companies can do that. Big companies can do that, and they don't have to oppose anyone because they have market budgets. Or you could now counter argue and say, well, I wasn't making an argument. I was just sharing my view. Right? You're just sharing your view. That's interesting, because that view was specifically destructive. That's a mischaracterization? Fair enough. Fair enough. If you think that's a mischaracterization, then you can continue to try to convince me otherwise, which is making an argument. Right. I wasn't arguing about big companies and small companies. I was trying to understand your argument. And your mischaracterization of me is fine, because I actually think it's reasonable that you would have that characterization of me. Which is that I would like the product if I tried it. Mischaracterization too, though. I think it's a lot more rudimentary for my end of the spectrum, I suppose. And I'm not entirely sure what you mean, like what parts are mischaracterizations. But for me, destructive is when you deflate and deflect by sharing a viewpoint that's opportunistic. Now, whether it was intended to be so, that's, yeah, I get it. Maybe that's not what your intent was. I just felt that I wanted to share with you what I thought. Well, what you said wasn't in response to what you said about Squid Game. Okay, go ahead. What were you responding to when I talk about the marketing thing with Squid Game? Go ahead. Like, I'll give you some time. Before we move on. I mean, it was during when I was saying that, so explain to me how it was not talking about the marketing of Squid Game. Like, what I mean is how Duolingo was using marketing budgets in order to have a conflict of it, like a common interest in advertising language learning. At least I think that was when it is. Maybe there's a, I don't know, a chat lag or something. I'll let you talk about that while I like move on to HanziHero today. But yeah, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Like, what you were saying was just that big companies aren't in direct competition to open source companies. Yeah, there may be lag. Saying was that big companies aren't in direct competitions to open source companies. Hang on. We can't I can't ignore that. If big companies, right? Big companies are not in direct competition with open source companies, right? For example, right? Are in direct competition. The example I was making was that open source companies are. And that's reasonable, yes? Right? Like that's got to be reasonable. I don't know what else. Like, so the reverse is not true, right? The reverse is open source companies are in competition with big companies. Okay. Now hear me out. But it's a matter of scale. Okay, so it's a matter of scale. But this is not a matter of scale, hopefully. This is not a matter of scale. I hope this is reasonable. The thing that I was trying to add the entire time by talking about Squid Game, because it's a mischaracterization of my intent, Squid Game and Duolingo, is that one way, since it's a quote-unquote matter of scale and big companies are not in direct competition with open source, it's non-destructive. Not destructive. It's non-destructive and possibly even non-constructive. Because there's no competition the other way. Right? And the whole point that I was trying to make the last 4 hours is that since you prescribe, it helps me, it helps my share, that most of it needs word of mouth. That when open source is quote unquote in competition, in direct competition with big companies, and you're arguing it's a matter of scale. So like, for example, this could be so small, it's insignificant, right? So they are not in competition, right? They're not in competition if they recognize, if like an open source project is recognized as so small that they wouldn't participate in direct competition. I totally agree with that when you say, but it's a matter of scale. Like, if this is so small, they wouldn't participate in direct competition. But I'm not talking about that. Ignoring what I said earlier, the users, for me, because of word of mouth, is destructive and constructive. and or constructive. And my personal anecdotes with Anki is that it's not necessarily the competition that I experience is not necessarily based on whether they are big enough to take down the big dogs. Like if Anki is a matter of scale big enough to affect Duolingo's big pockets. I'm not talking about that. Like the developer's choice or the publisher's choice to interact with each other or not. The users create their major source of advertisement. They use their major source of advertisement, not budgeted advertisement or marketing, but the way they advertise the need for word can be both destructive and constructive. That's what I saw, which is the reality, because I agree with you to a great extent that open source projects require word of mouth. And both word of mouth means that it is human dependent. And what are these human dependent sources? Like I'm offering my viewpoint now. This is my viewpoint. Human dependent, the quality, the perception of quality. So quality factors. So when someone comes by and say, this is the best thing since sliced bread, quality factors. Whether it is destructive or constructive is dependent on the inherent nature of word of mouth. So whenever we talk about money, money has some constraints. But maybe it doesn't. That's a good question. Do money have more constraints than word of mouth of people's opinions? Because the last time I checked, Silk Song was Game of the Year, and so was Clair Obscur. But one is a little bit more steeped in a money argument than the other. Actually, the Steam Awards went to Silk Song. So, the perception of quality and factors, yeah, I agree with you. It's incredibly nebulous whenever you have to think about the word of mouth and how it reflects on the small companies. So this is the part that I was talking about. And thank you for sharing. Like, I really appreciate your patience and stuff. This is what I feel was the focus of your viewpoint. As Steam Awards is a popularity contest, that's exactly the point. Steam Awards is a popularity contest. Word of mouth. Fictitious. Sorry, fictitious chimed in, James, on the other, on Twitch. That's exactly what I mean. So, popularity contest. And Clair Obscur Game Awards, company. It's a company competition. Right? So it's marketing. It's a like very strong, but hear me out. Clair Obscur had both. They didn't just have one, they had both. They have both word of mouth and post-release optics. So they took the Game Awards, but they didn't take the Steam Awards. So the question is budgeting, marketing, or word of mouth, which ones are stronger? So my thought was, is Duolingo a good product? Well, my concern is that I was able to use Duolingo and extract something from it, so I liked it. And when someone is telling me like I would like Anki if I try it, it's like I agree with you. If I find it useful, I probably like it. There's other types of things that factor into people's decision making or like viewpoint is it's very curious to me because I want to see the depths of it. This is the most involved discussion I've ever had, James. Like in the last two years, there a lot of these factors are rarely ever brought up. The factors that are typically brought up is that Duolingo doesn't have something. and then the thing that they like, have it. Now, you might be thinking, well, if I was being very reductive and being cynical, possibly, or being devil's advocate or something like that, I could make a compelling argument that that is what is happening still, which is Duolingo is a big company, and whatever you like is not a big company. So therefore, you like that other thing, and you don't like the other thing. But you didn't say that. You actually said you liked aspects of both things, and you dislike some aspects of Duolingo. You didn't say anything about the aspects that you dislike about Anki. So I suggested that. I suggested some counter arguments on issues that I have with I may see from like open source things, but that doesn't mean I won't like Anki. I will probably like Anki for both its pros and cons that I see, and that's how I treat Duolingo too. So in most cases, when I'm sharing my viewpoints and whatnot, it typically is like pros and cons at the moment of my use case of it. So like Bunpro will have pros and cons in 100 days. There will be things that I would say, oh, this is appropriate for this person. This is appropriate for this person. So if you don't like big companies farming your attention span for streak building, may I ask you, do you like TikTok? Like, this is how I select my information. Do you like TikTok? Are you doom scrolling a lot? And you can't find yourself compelled to spend like 5 minutes on a Genki textbook or a WaniKani thing. Like, give Duolingo a try. Maybe it can convince you that Duolingo is not good enough for you, so you can then transition into Bunpro. Or then when Bunpro makes kanji reading not that great, perhaps you might want to try WaniKani's mnemonic devices. I'm not making the argument like, oh, like, okay, so be wary that I'm suggesting Bunpro because it's a big company and it's publicly traded. So what they're going to do is they're going to try to lower the quality standards by having popular appeal. So if you're not interested in that, I'm warning you now that you don't want to get hopped up on being in an elongated, broiled into an elongated subscription-based product that you're not going to learn very much, right? I like Bunpro a lot too. It's really good. I really do. Like, honestly, here's a hot take. If I wanted to be in other people's shoes, Duolingo makes me appreciate Bunpro more. I think this is something that a popularity contest would win, as in like a word of mouth would win. I absolutely think this would be a personal, like, if it was an ad, right? If it was an ad paid by, I'm not sponsored by any of these products, right? My experience with Bunpro, my experience with Duolingo allows me to appreciate all the things that Duolingo lacks. However, I also can appreciate the things that Bunpro lacks. However, we're not going to do that. We don't do, at least I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to say is, what happens when you combine the two? What do you get? And I will probably tell you those things. Those are the things that I would probably tell you that I got from both. And then whenever someone asks me what are my thoughts about Bunpro and Duolingo, I would tell them what is there, not what they could be. So for example, like that takes too much, or that might not be my preferred strategy, where how I could wish something to be something else when that other thing exists, right? So yes, I do have to concede that big companies exist for them being big companies, and I also do acknowledge that open source companies or non-big companies, maybe one day there'll be an open source big company. I don't know if that's a thing. They might be intrinsically separated by that very nature. Like when it stops being open source, it becomes big, or when it's big, when it stops being big, it ends up being open source, which what have you. The idea is that it will be interesting to see how appropriate it is for various things. The amount of detail I give in grammar is honestly the best you've seen. Yeah, this is what Bunpro was advertised for. So Bunpro, like you said earlier, Bunpro is specialized in grammar. Grammar is what Bunpro was designed for. So lucky for us, at least in my opinion, if I'm maybe bold to speak for both of us, it's great that something like Bunpro exists. Is Bunpro open source? I don't know if Bunpro is open source. I mean, it's still predicated on Anki, but the material itself, I don't think it's open source. Like, what I mean, like, it's free, like, not copyrighted, copywritten. I'm pretty sure it's copywritten, but I don't know. I don't know what the thing is. No, it isn't. Okay, it's not open source, but the thing that we're talking about, like the details they give in grammar and stuff, that's more along the lines of copyrights as opposed to like open source or not. It's more about the copyright licensing, like IP stuff. Someone did ask about this, by the way. Someone did ask. I forgot, but there was a community member who asked, and then the Bunpro developer said they're not quite sure what the limitations are when it comes to like copyright and whatnot. They do have an API like fetch link ID thing, so I don't know. WaniKani has a CC0, so does HanziHero. HanziHero has a CC0 for that stuff. It's interesting. Anyways, I think Fetishes gave me just the example that I wanted. I was kind of setting up for someone else, but yeah. Steam Awards versus Game Awards is a great example of who wins when it comes to popularity contests. And popularity contest is word of mouth. For Steam. Game Awards, though, that's a tougher egg to crack. I think it's both. So then you would need hands in both. So then it went to Clear Obscure. Silksong is like incredible. It's incredibly still far more niche than Clear Obscure. Although Clear Obscure is still niche. Your game of the year is Dark Souls. What was my game? Well, my game of the year was Clear Obscure, but I that also means that for Bloodborne, yeah, those guys are Dark Souls and Bloodborne aren't even in my top 10. So we definitely are cut from different cloths on that one. I think I favor something like Dave the Diver above Dark Souls. That's a hot take. That's a really big hot take because they're apples and oranges comparisons. So like, to be super fair, I would say all of the above. Like for example, Silksong is Game of the Year or something. So is Claire. And Dark Souls is Game of the Year for something. Right? Because apples and oranges. So we're gonna go back to like big company, small company, or we can go like A, AA, and AAA, for example. These are categorizations. And because of categorizations, I don't typically compare them. They're all Game of the Years. Obviously, in terms of the idea of Game of the Year, they're games of their years. Right? So in this way, it's nice to see that Steam has a different preference, and the Game Awards have a different preference. In fact, here's another one that's really interesting. Claire was not Indie Game of the Year. By Indie Game. Because they were stripped of it because of an AI controversy. This, in my opinion, is more like because there's capitalism. And what I mean by that is, it's akin to pointing out something that disqualifies it from being considered. So, it is like, if something contains something, it cannot be qualified as competing. So, the idea that marketing, right? There's no competition, there's no direct competition, and yet a juxtaposition and a comparison is being made is interesting. I think that's a logic that I hear a lot, and I don't know if it's good or bad. The idea that if A has X, but B does not have X, you can compare them, right? You can compare them in the same statement. And that happens quite a lot. Honestly, you think the use of AI in that case seemed pretty minimal from what you saw? I agree too. However, you know, it's like what you said about laws, right? Law. In indie awards, the rule, right? Law, the rules disqualify Claire. And it's fair enough. There's no resolution, you know, there's no number line, like minimal or max. A rule is a rule. So much like this, right? If the rule is that you can't be a big company to participate, like a rule, if you can't be a big company to participate, for example, then it's not a competition you're participating in, right? Much like open source. Big companies don't have to engage in direct competition with open source projects because they don't play on the same field. So in a way, that also means that they are rarely compared. However, if you make that comparison, then now they are technically in competition with each other in order to make that comparison. So sometimes it can be a little tricky for me to navigate. My brain goes into analytic mode when this happens, where like, how can you make these juxtapositions if you're saying they don't compete with each other? Because in order to be comparable, they must be competing in a certain aspect. It may not be competing in the aspect that you are choosing to pick, but they might be competing in a different aspect. So whenever someone makes a comparison, I'm trying to justify the comparison, right? Escape from Duckov also had some major controversies recently. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, Escape from Duckov. This is a surprising thing. The other one that hasn't, I don't think there was a major controversy with this, but there was another one. What was it? The drug dealing simulator thing. Schedule 1. Yeah, there's also Schedule 1 this year. This year was really interesting for gaming. Yeah, Schedule 1. Yeah, there was some shenanigans with Schedule 1 as well. Like, I'm gonna end like this Bunpro discussion, but I want to relate everything back to Bunpro just so that I want to be clear. Whatever like James and I was going back and forth about, it is related to Bunpro. I think what we talked about today does deal with where Bunpro's position is. Right? It's kind of interesting to I would love to ask Bunpro devs, like, where are their positions in the optics department? Like, does my discussion with James about the contrast view of how like users, right, how users view their products, and support their product, how much of that is like relevant to their design language and their philosophy? And it would be even more like boss to have Bunpro conduct a survey, and then they would conduct a survey in their communities tab on whether the topics that we talked about matters, right? I am very, very interested in seeing how the people who are actively like participating in a community weigh Bunpro's position. I like this product quite a lot, largely due to the continuum of all the other products that I have used so far. And I know this sounds like a cop-out most of the time. I tend to like things that I spend time on and I choose to do. So you don't have to, it might diminish the significance of the product, but when someone recommends something to me, or like they really talk about it, they talk about it very enthusiastically and they know a lot about it, I tend to like the product because of that, because I would be interested and I would choose to use the product and then I would like it. I know some people say, how can you be so sure? It's about the only thing I'm sure about. Like the reason why my life is less like chaotic, right? Less chaotic, or feels less chaotic, despite the more you learn, right? The more you learn, the less you know. But there is one thing that is really wonderful that the human mind can do. You can learn to like things. And that keeps me sane. So despite all the, you know, future uncertainties, this is kind of, we're talking about the last thing, about being depressive or being worried or constantly ringing, like, what am I going to do if I can't predict the future? Or what am I going to do if I'm not using my time more efficiently? What if I do if I start now and I go down a road of using a terrible quality product that will like waste 10 years of my life, etc.? The one thing that I don't have control over that either. Like, I could try my best and hope for the best. There is another thing that helps me keep consistent. I can learn to like things because I commit to them. So oftentimes that's my balance. Like, I use all of my experience to choose what I think is, quote unquote, the best course of action in the moment. However, when I make that decision, it is not necessarily entirely dependent on whether that thing fulfills my requirement. Like, when I start a video game, it is not necessarily solely up to the video game to satisfy my enjoyment. It is not entirely of me. It's not entirely dependent on the content. I am immersively learning. Immersively learning and or actively participating. In choices that I make, of the choices. So in choices, if I'm choosing to do something, right, in choices I make, I am both actively learning, immersively learning, and actively participating. I'm not waiting to be satisfied entirely. It's both, really. And the other side of things is there's a chance there's immersion. Or in another way to say, immersive content. So I am both interested in finding video games, apps, books that have a high chance of immersive content that leads to mass input. So like if I read a manga, I hope that manga has a movie adaptation, which that movie adaptation also has a video game to it and a light novel, as well as like fan fiction and a community behind it. I want all of it. That's a chance. You know, maybe. While I do that, I'm consistently immersively learning and actively participating, which means that whatever seems insignificant to someone else, it could be significant to me. So the idea that, I don't know, Duolingo or Bunpro, like the way Bunpro lays out their relative grammar points. Oh, by the way, I read the related stuff, James. It's great. They always phrase it in a way of how they're related, like the related grammar stuff, and reading that is really great. So I started doing that because I really relate to what you're saying. So that stuff might not be important to everyone else. However, I'm trying to find importance in why they include it. So maybe it's not so much that it's one or the other, but usually it's both. I like hearing why developers think it's important. Like, why put money first? Tell me about it. Explain it to me. Why put money first in language learning? Why don't you see Bunpro as a competition? Like, if I sat down and, you know, talk with WaniKani developers, my first thought is, oh man, let's do some challenging questions. It's like, what are your thoughts about having a non-competitive or a competitive relationship with Bunpro? Like, in what way are you seemingly engaged in interchanging ideas and also separating your ideas in a non-competitive way? Because like Apple and Microsoft, you could create two separate ecosystems that are non-competitive with each other. And then you can create an entire environment in which people have both operating systems for their particular fields, right? That's interesting. And then we have Linux, which is open source. And then we can make an argument that, well, Linux is open source, so it's by word of mouth and it has no advertisements anywhere. And I'm like, I agree. So now I'm kind of curious how Linux developers, right? Linux developers argue and compromise on how they're extracting information from their non-competitors. So like from Microsoft and from Apple, despite not being in direct competition with them, they still take design cues and specific pieces of like design overlap in order to like marry the thing, right? Like one of the things is like one of the Linux operating systems, like for example SteamOS would be a great example. They took some of the things that most people do, which is an overlap, an indirect competition with the big boys or something like that, and then they still infused it, not suggesting that it is of poor quality, but more like accessibility things, right? And then they made it better, arguably better, like more efficient, less things. However, those things that they removed might be an inconvenience to other people. That's so interesting, right? So we'll talk about this for sure. We'll definitely talk about this again when we start the next project, which will be Like a Dragon, because Like a Dragon is kind of like AAA territory, and it does use marketing. However, it's still a niche title that is trying to use marketing to create a popularity contest, to raise its popularity. And then now the design language of the game, like the mechanics and the game theory, including the story writing, is trying to hit a larger audience through marketing and popularity, as opposed to remaining a consistent niche thing, right? Like a Dragon is a great example of all of this. And one of its push for marketing is that it supports multiple languages. So no, this is definitely still related to Bunpro and stuff. One of the biggest marketing pushes is multiple language. Like a Dragon is going to be interesting language-wise due to all the Yakuza slang. It is really interesting. Like one of the biggest things that they highlight is the historical adversarial compromise between the Kansai dialect and the Kanto dialect. It's baked in. And then there are, by the way, since we're playing Kiwami 3, Kiwami 4, by the way, Kiwami 4, they also have to include Filipino, like Tagalog and Korean. So Korean and Tagalog, sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing it. But they're 4 and 5, when they go to remake them, now that Kiwami 3 is a thing, 4 and 5 will naturally follow after. There's actually even more languages. Like this is in addition with Chinese and like actually literally having Chinese characters and Korean, and they spoke Chinese and Korean. Actually, I think some of the Japanese was supposed to sound like they have accents. Like one of the Chinese characters that I specifically remember, at least to my ears, sound like a Japanese person, like sounds like a Chinese person trying to speak Japanese. Because you can kind of hear it. There's like an intonation to the way they're saying the Japanese language. So it's gonna get really wild. And then right now, this is the remake series. Kiwami is the remake series. Like a Dragon 9, we don't know where that's going because the last time it was in Hawaii. And that deals with cross-cultural. So it dealt with Americans. And yeah, it was okay. Like, what I mean is, they didn't really hit it that hard. They also had a bit of Hispanic things too, but it wasn't as wet. They didn't really like deep dive into it. I think Like a Dragon series is one of the current existing contemporary, somewhat cultured forward series still going. We'll wait to see what GTA 6 is like in pseudo Florida, but I'm not sure how much Spanish is gonna play a role. I might actually play GTA 6 provided like 2 or 3 years down the line, if like Hispanic, right? Like Spanish, that might be a thing. But Like a Dragon, both Like a Dragon 9 and then the remix series is gonna hit a bunch of language things, like a bunch of language things. I think it's really cool. And their language push is that they are also still paying up front for 3 casts. So the English and the Japanese casts are like trying to be maintained. The Japanese cast is by far usually 100% maintained. The English is like 90%. Like occasionally there might be 1 or 2 people that can't make it because of recruitment stuff. And then the Chinese cast is done through recruitment. So like an agency right now. They haven't like put a face, for example, to it. You just got the card for your power outage. Got the card for your outage, okay. Tayden. Oh yeah, very yeah, the Tayden. Stop power outage, nice. Yeah. Anyways, Ting Dian as well. Tayden translates really well. Okay, anyways, really cool. I have a lot to think about. I genuinely, for last conversation, I genuinely don't know what is open source and what is proprietary. Most of the time. Like, I'm not entirely sure. I should ask Bunpro. I think Bunpro is part proprietary and part not. WaniKani is pledged to be not proprietary. HanziHero as well, to not be proprietary. And obviously Duolingo is proprietary. Satori Reader is proprietary. So I'll keep my mind out for that. Alright, folks. Open source just means anyone can contribute to the code base. The code base is open to the public and usually the software is free. Yeah. The thing about the usually the software is free situation is that live servers exist. So there are more things that are free that are proprietary than they are not. Nowadays. At least I would argue that. However, contributing to the open code base, I guess then that means that technically none of the things that I've used are open source because they're not contributing to the code base in public. And then anyone can contribute. Not everyone can contribute. So basically everything that I've used was not open source for language learning so far. By those qualifications, right? Because no one can actually contribute to the code base. My one criteria for open source is whether someone can take the code base and then run with it. That's my like really strict guideline, where they pledge to public domain. If there's a pledge to public domain, then I'm okay with it. Whether it's free or not doesn't really stick with me. I think the vast majority of things are like, even the subscriptional based things, they tend to be quote unquote free on a technicality. However, I do understand what you mean by maybe it's the qualification is free at all times. Like there's no intent of monetization. And I would say that's strict enough to rule out a lot of things that are open source adjacent, but they're not. So pretty much anything that I've used is not open source for the time being. I had this discussion before about open source, and I have mixed responses to this there. I think it requires an experience with an open source project and a non-open source project to really get into the type of stories or anecdotes that I have been exposed to. Whether I share them or not, I guess that's probably my own prerogative here. I can certainly get a impression of where you're coming from. Yep. Alright folks, that's the end for Bunpro today. The Bunpro session, if you're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You are always welcome to participate in these elaborate, unnecessarily engaging and exciting discussions or sharing of views. I don't think, at least I like to speak a little bit boldly here, that without discussions like these, I would feel like I am spinning my own echo chamber. So it's lovely to be engaged in trying to understand and negotiate different narratives about perceptions, right? Perceptions of value, quality, how decision making is made. I don't particularly think that I will encounter anyone who engages in this level of discussion, like between me and James, that will require any form of convincing or radically defining or redefining each other's perspectives However, it is through the exchange of information that we may supplement or build up our own perceptions. So neither of us, right, in this particular thing, in my opinion, it's more of an intellectual discussion because neither of us are in the discussion to be dependent on each other, which is very nice. I think it's seldomly a common fixture for people to have an active relation with a stranger or your academic or your peers or your colleague, where you're talking as intellectual equals and then going back and forth. So there's no strict dependence on either affirmation. Like I don't require affirmation from James, and I like to probably suggest that you don't need any affirmation from me. Neither of us need to convince each other of whose perspective is like more important or what have you. And that's kind of like what intellectual discussions are like, in my opinion, where there's no like incredible emotional burden to have someone be right or wrong, or like, and when there's misunderstandings or mischaracterizations, it's a good old time. I like when I start getting more passionate about something and talking about something. Otherwise, it's often like, oh, hey, hi, do you have any tips for this? And my first thought is, tell me about your life story. You know, just like the last 6 months of however long you were studying. And then it would create this like a bit of a dependency where I'm more concerned about what I'm saying than what I'm able to say, which I think intellectual discussions really allow me to let loose a little bit. Maybe a little too loose. I might have gotten a little too intense today. I rarely ever get this opportunity, like really get into the thick of things. Like I start writing on the board and let's start drawing circles and see if who can follow what. It's pretty messy. So I was today I was definitely talking way out of my depth. Pretty much out of my depth. Trying to process like the comparisons. We'll get better at it. It's a part of the process. Anyways, again, perfectly welcome to come on by, yap a little, maybe for a couple hours, 6 hours, 5 hours, what have you. I'm always game for a nice discussion. And definitely welcome to push back. Like, it's very challenging when someone tries to like dissect my my thing, like the thing I'm trying to present. I'm not sure about quoting me though. Like quoting is kind of a little tougher because it's very difficult to be speaking freely when one can misspeak. So there were a couple moments today where I'm not entirely sure what I said a couple minutes ago. So in that way, it's always important to correct on the fly, right? Amend those things as we're going. Until next time, for those who are only interested in Japanese and Bunpro, right? 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back to finish HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第359天 is day 359. I'm a little bit high on my energy right now, kind of high on life. Brain was very stimulated in the last couple hours. Thanks again to some really fine company. I did break out the midnight juice because it's getting pretty late. Midnight juice being sugar water. Refuel our glucose source from our brain. I don't know how much people believe in that. It would be curious to do like a modern study on giving easily accessible glucose as a form of mental break. It reminds me of those days when you're taking a really long exam and you're taking like back-to-back exams. So in the middle of the exam, everyone would take a break, and one of my instructors would give like peppermint candy or something to the entire class. So what you would do is you would like suck on it, get your sugar levels up again, like slightly up, not like blow it out of the water to cause the crash, but oftentimes when you have something to like a little bit of sugar or a slight break, boost the energy levels up a bit. That's typically what I would do. That's how I consume sugar, by the way. Outside of that, I don't typically consume added sugar for like meals and whatnot. However, if I'm going through like very long sessions, instead of throwing back like caffeinated sources and stuff, occasionally I would like eat a banana or have some sort of processed sugar to raise my energy levels a little bit without necessarily consuming too much for the crash, right? I totally forgot the one thing from yesterday though. I think it was done. I don't remember which done it was. Oh, it was delay. Was it delay? Hang on. No, it was not. Oh yeah, no, it was done. This was delay. And how do we change it? Whoops. We changed it so that we're talking about bat ears. Yeah, bat ears. And that was the really rough one. Right. Man, I could do that all day. We had such a long discussion in the last one. I could do it all day. Like then it would be awesome to have the resources to test all of those things. I'm genuinely curious. Sorry, this is a little bit out of context. I'm genuinely curious, is that what makes being part of like a company or a group is like online nowadays, like when you're making a product? Like when I'm I guess a little bit more of a context, we're talking about decision making and optics and representation, about the correlations between perceived quality and quality factors with money, right? Incentivize money and like different models to produce online things, right? Available resources for language learning, very specifically language learning with the point of importance. And my thought is, man, it would be really cool to have like a insider, like what I mean is be temporarily maybe employed at one of these places in various levels and various things to see what are the logistics, the philosophies, and the business models, like intent. You just sit in a meeting room to hear how people negotiate these things. I haven't ever in my life been part of a corporation or like worked in like a really, technically you could argue, academic institutions. They're an institution, so a lot of that still happens, and I could have been part of it by being, I don't know, part of the faculty or something like that. I'm specifically saying I would prefer to be an observer as opposed to a participant in it, because the amount of logical breaks that I was having when I was talking earlier with James during the Bunpro session, it makes my head spin. Like, it's one of those things, like, as much as people are motivated by money, right, the idea of sitting in and being the one to negotiate and balance between like having a PR manager, like a PR guy yelling at you is like, dude, the optics, and then another person's like, but the representation, and then, you know, you have the CEO come down and say, dude, IPO, and then like, and you're here trying to synthesize all of that. It's like, dude, we could try to simplify it and like go with what the data shows, which is where like AI comes in, right? This is where the dun dun dun, the two magical letters nowadays is like, why don't we just ask AI to synthesize all the data coming from the 4 sources? And I'm joking, obviously. I'm joking a little bit. I'm not joking that this isn't the reality in the future. Like, this is likely going to happen in some capacity in the future for decision making. However, man, high data prone things, that was not what was our discussion, by the way. The reason why it was so electric, at least in my opinion, to the point where like I felt myself getting even more hyped, is that I was talking to James, and he was revealing his viewpoints, and I was like enthralled by trying to break down the viewpoint in a way that we could ask more questions. And I really appreciated that someone was able to entertain my ruminations, largely because it does take, I really start to wonder if I sit down and have like a discussion with my old mentors, like different mentors, or even my friends nowadays, how do they, I don't know if they ever enjoy having discussions of this nature anymore. Like, I personally feel incredibly privileged to have even 1 or 2 people who would entertain the level of excessive, at least I would constitute it humbly as excessive thinking, right? Most of the time I have internal monologues and dialogues with myself, which is what I'm doing at this very moment. I'm having a dialogue with myself. Sometimes when people say, I'm not saying I have ADHD, but a lot of times when someone says, what does ADHD look like? Or what does like manic disorder look like? Or something of the nature. And then what is a great way to demonstrate what it looks like when it's functionally being used? Probably the last 5 or 6 hours is a good example. And being matched, in my opinion, being matched by someone else who is also vigorously high functioning is, I'm not entirely sure if I'm properly speaking for the other person. I'm presuming that the reason why that person continues to interact with me is the idea that there's some level of common interest, right? Generally speaking, it's a dangerous game of chicken when you have 2 incredibly passionate and potentially high functioning people interacting, because then it's like whoever drives each other to the ground in a not so possibly sustainable and healthy feedback forward. However, during that time, it's pretty electric. It's not every day when you have, at least in my opinion, personally, I'm going to say this as humbly as I can, it's not every day that I do feel a sense of connection with someone that says that they're high functioning. And then, you know, we go and interact, or like they say they're very thoughtful or they're very similar. You don't have to be incredibly thoughtful and compassionate and constantly high energy and always overthinking things and then having to manage it your entire life in that situation to be happy. When I do meet someone like that though, from occasion, like, it just keeps going. Like, you go until someone quits, right? And I do kind of miss those days. The closest thing to this is in graduate school, or like sharing an academic dinner with an old mentor and catching up on like 7 or 8 years of interest in academia or something like that. Like, you go through the night and you just unload, right? The passion begets passion, and then high functioning is just race. And then that's when I truly believe, you know, when you see the stereotype of like a Twitch streamer like chucking back C5s, or not C5, C4s, and like gamer fuel and stuff. The time when I'm like really reaching for that gamer fuel or some like double shot espresso back in the day was when I was in graduate school, when I was doing science, because there's not enough time in the world to not feel exhausted from concerning yourself with those things. And I do kind of miss that. Nowadays though, I find a different way to find catharsis for my skill set, and that is often talking to other people. And talking to other people by pushing somewhat the boundaries, slowly and progressively push the boundaries of the way we affect how each other think. And that is kind of something that I believe, if I am a little bit bold to say, in the next 2 or 3 years, I expect to somehow turn this into a working model where I humbly believe that there will be a demand for being able to do this, which is to manage active thought in conversation with another person or multiple people, or synthesize and problem solve as team oriented as possible, right? And if I could do this on a daily basis, as opposed to like trying to come up with a performance-based research task where like people grade you on completion or something, oh man, I'd do it for a lifetime. Sign me up. Like, being able to get people to vigorously defend their position and like double down on their correlations, and while trying to manage their emotional tethers, I think that's cool. It's kind of like a debate team or something. Meanwhile, I'm having an internal dialogue with myself. One might not think I'm having an internal dialogue, but when I'm saying things and following it up with something, my inner self is telling me what my counter arguments are. So whenever I make a statement, I'm thinking about what another person, like myself, would say back to me. And then I follow it up with another comment. And that's what my dialogues flow. So oftentimes, it's almost as though I'm talking to someone else. However, I can assure you at this very moment, there isn't another person who's like whispering in my ear or talking to me. At the very moment, whenever I say, oh, one would imagine this, that one person is hypothetical, it's imaginary. So my key trigger word nowadays, I should make it into an emote or something like that, where it's just someone, you know, like a red panda or something, talking to themselves in the mirror or something like that. because every time I say, now hold on, one might think, or you might be thinking this. I'm really just talking to myself, really, like hypothetically talking to myself. On the off chance that playing my own devil's advocate or my own counter argument would reflect in someone else. So I should make this into a more of a habit formation. Whenever I say, now you might be thinking, and remember that when I say you might be thinking, I'm not referring to the person I'm talking to, if literally, or any particular personal individual out there who would hear the statement. I am playing my devil's advocate because I think one of the greatest specified skill for someone who feels like I do. Oh, wait for it. When you feel very overwhelmed and you have a lot of thoughts and you need someone else to like kind of reciprocate that thought, but it's not readily available, right? Not everyone wants to hear your panderings about every particular rumination. Developing a skill in which you can challenge yourself in a manner that you can do it yourself at any time in any place it can be a boon to one's own emotional stability. You can hear that a lot when it comes to depression, manic disorders, and what have you, OCDs. Like you walk into a party and you're like panicking up the wazoo, and maybe the one thing you desire is one stability point, and it could be yourself. Like it could be that person's like, hey, you're panicking again, so let's go think about the trade-offs of being an open source product right now. And then that's where you go through that routine. How do you find things to talk about when you're literally out of words or out of topics? Internal monologue can really help with that, or dialogue. I don't know if this is considered monologue or dialogue. Anyways, a little through about a bit of out of context ranting before we go into our HanziHero session here.
耽误
Oh, speaking of delay. 耽误 Error? Oh, yeah. Maybe lead to being delayed. Errors leading to delay. Okay.
耽误兜售
Go show. Go pocket. Pocket purchase or sell? Oh no, sell. The pedal. Okay. Makes sense.
兜售华裔
Hawaii. Ethnically Chinese, yeah, that's fair. Descendant of China.
华裔孵化
孵化. What is that? Float like an egg, sting like a bee? With the egg hatch and change. Okay. Or transform to incubate. Okay.
孵化打捞
打捞 strike and dredge to salvage. Oh, to strike and salvage something like in a ship way. Nice.
打捞
Oh, salvage word. Still reminds me that I have to go back to playing all the DLCs for the game Dredge. Yeah, I think there have been 3 DLCs since then.
耽误，华裔，
I wonder if I'm considered Huai. I don't know how far descendant that is referring to. Like, in what political or cultural context is Huai? 我是不是华裔？我不知道, but it would be interesting to know how that's being used.
孵化，
Like, is Huai like somewhat of a corollary to, you know, Chinese American, so to speak? Like, is it weaker than saying you were born and raised? Like, what's, you know, 中国人还是华裔, right? Something like that. Like Chinese or ethnically Chinese, sort of speaking. I haven't taught myself how to say the difference between I am a descendant of Chinese people versus like saying I'm a Chinese person or an American in Chinese. In any form of Chinese. I'm not specifically speaking for 普通话, but that too. Anyways. I will find out in the future, and it will be glorious. Maybe not as glorious as some people might think. It would be very meaningful to me.
兜售，打捞，怡然自得，
怡然自得. Honestly, what excites me a lot about all this outputting, like imitation outputting, I'm genuinely curious if I talk to someone, like there's this satisfaction that comes with studying a new language, right? Or studying a target language, or even a language that you're trying to cap up. Like the, you know, Nihongo jouzu desu, you know, thing, or like, oh, you know, 你的中文很好, right? 你说的中文很好 situation. I'm genuinely curious, like, what is it like if I went to my friends, right? My best friends who have only heard me in English, like, what are their impressions of what I sound like? Like, if I gave them an example of someone who is a native speaker, right? Someone, and then they study that enough, and then I would start speaking 中文, like, 现在我开始说的中文. When they hear it, is it like, oh, that does sound reasonable, or does it still sound like I'm a poser? I'm trying to channel the excitement when from the many language learners that hyper focus on trying to sound native, right? And I really don't have that much aspiration for that type of thing. I'm just very grateful that I'm able to at least find some sources that allows me to be like, oh yeah, I have a reason to, you know, 说中文. There's not too much outside of maybe, you know, 日本語です versus like 中文, that makes me really feel like, oh yeah, I'm getting in the spirit now. Now we're just gonna throw words around and possibly inadvertently offend some people, but hopefully, 我不是故意的, right? 我不是故意的. 但是我说的英文很旧了 right 很旧了 and I must also combine English with 中文 right in order to feel like at home. And then hopefully maybe one day I can resist the temptation to say like 我 study 中文 Hopefully that doesn't slip out too much in the public. Here in this, at least in my opinion, this somewhat virtually inclined ganjing place, it will be okay. Like this is kind of like a virtual cutout of a dialogue with my future self. One day, 你可以跟我说的中文 right? Or just 说中文 探一点 I don't know if you can do that. I'm kind of saying like chat a little bit, trying to make 谈 sound a little bit cuter, like 谈一点 I don't think you can do that. I'm not sure with 谈 maybe something like 小说 small talk 小说一点 I don't know if you can do that. Small talk, just combine 小 and then 说. Okay. Let's see. 怡然自得 Let's see. 卓然 so self happy or virtuous or like obtained. Yeah. Oh no, that's obtained. Oh, just happy that's self-content. Okay. It's kind of like that, like joy that you have attained, happy and content. I feel like I'm okay with just happy, content, joyful. It's sufficient. 他住在长海 Oh, Yan? Oh, wait. How does balcony work? Yan Tai? Positive? Yan Tai Sheng. I'm not even sure if I have that. Yan Tai. Yeah. Oh, no. Yang Tai, not Yan Tai. Yang Tai. Yang Tai Sheng. 喝茶什么 是 I'm gonna go with 显得怡然自得 Yeah, 显得Okay. Oh. Okay. You know what? Iran. Oh, it kind of sounds like Iran or Iran. How does that work? Oh yeah. Iran. 自得
怡然自得
What was the two characters for Iran? Or was it Yirang? It was a different Yi. I don't remember which one. Proper nouns. It's a transliteration. I don't remember which Yi it is.
聋人
Longren. Deaf person.
聋人后羿
Oh Yi. Descendant. Another way to say Ho Yi. What was the other one? Oh. Quinn or Quinn Ho. I don't remember. I think it's Ho Quinn, your descendant as well.
后羿，柔成，
Rou Cheng could need into, yeah. Need and become or turn into. Sorry.
柔成，聋哑，
Long Ya. Long Ya. We got deaf and mute, yeah. Deaf and mute together.
聋哑，
Hmm. What? Oh, that's a typo.
聋哑，
Oh, I just realized the whole start of my conversation with James started with him asking me why I undo and correct things. Wow, that really goes far back.
后羿，聋人，怡然自得，
依然自得。
柔成，兜风，
兜风。兜风 pocket win. I don't know how this works. I genuinely, you're gonna have to help me out. Is to hop in your car and drive around with a little pocket that you hold out the window to catch the wind for fun, or you can just drive around with a whole pocket thing as normal people do. I don't understand this one. How do fun works for go for a drive. Maybe like to take in the air? You know, like to pocket some air, to take in some air. For do fun. Okay, 我们周末去海边兜风。他喜欢晚上兜风。我们一起兜风吧。
兜风，揉眼睛，
揉眼睛。Need the eyes. Oh, I am doing that right now, honestly. My eyes are kind of... We're in rough shape.
揉眼睛，
Yeah, my eyes has been like somewhat twitchy. My right eye is kind of like slightly
孵化器。
titchy. 孵化器。 So like an incubate machine, which is better.
孵化器，鹅，
Oh, that does look like a moon goddess? Holy. How does this work? Do I know a moon goddess? I don't know what this is. Alright. So, Master Chief is inside the electricity plant where he uses a handsaw to cut up trees and moons to throw into the fire-powered generator. Suddenly, a silver glowing woman appears before him, the moon goddess. She pleads with him to stop cutting these moons with a handsaw, saying he will start a new intergalactic war if he continues to do so. Master Chief, won over by the moon goddess spirit, stops when he's doing it and kneels in submission. sure. Chang'e. Oh, wait. I have a. I think I might know who that is. Oh, yeah. Okay. I like remember that image.
续
Oh no, son-in-law. We had daughter-in-law. Why does son-in-law have that character in it? Let me see here. We have the pointer, correct? Maybe we just throw in a movie. Son-in-law. Professor X. Wait, daughter's husband. Right? Professor X is in the bathroom of the house when a woman comes barging in claiming that he is her son-in-law. He is her son-in-law? When a woman... Oh, interesting. But Professor X is hecka old, man. And accordingly berated him for not being a good husband to her daughter. He starts hitting him with a pointer while he is still on the toilet. For defense, he uses his mental power to lift a miniature moon and hits her, knocking her out. It's not good. I don't like this. Let's make this about something. Professor X in the bathroom of the house, where he is consoling the son-in-law of a woman outside the living room. Who struggles to correctly console her son-in-law about how to manage his mutant powers at night in the presence of the full moon, right? Because he's a mutant. All right. 女婿. Oh man, how does that work? Okay, a worthy son-in-law, 贤婿. Boy howdy.
续 兜风
Ah!
鹅 孵化器
And help.
续 揉眼睛
Excuse me.
枣
Oh, double thorns, but stacked jujube. Wait, is this like the fruit? Yeah, the date. Jujube. Zelda is in the cellar. Wait, do you look like a Zelda first? You don't. You kind of look like a... You kind of look like a T. You also kind of look like a T. Of course, we have T, T, and G, and then, yep. Okay. I think this is gonna be a T and a, like a Zelda related thing problem here. Waiting to happen. Zelda's in the cellar of the barn, where there's a bunch of thorns piled up in the corner. She uses her Triforce powers skills to reach into the thorn and pull out 2 jujubes. She snacks on these in the cellar while drinking some milk from a bottle that was stored down there. Alright. We got more proper nouns or something like that. 小树 Hoang. Red? Yeah. The only jujubes that I'm familiar with are red ones.
Pan.
Pun is pun. Oh no, we have another proper noun. Which pun is this? Is this a place? Is this a person's name? It kind of sounds like a place. Patrick stars in front of the pawn shop where he's trying to make rice field out of the patchy lawn in front. It's at the edge. He sits at the edge of the in-process rice field, and Mr. Pun, the pawn shop owner, oh that's kind of cute, comes up to him and offers to sell him some droppings and fertilizer spray. Patrick has no money, but is able to trade his green shorts for them. He then goes around naked dropping droppings and spraying fertilizer spray into the pawn shop's rice field. You look at Pun. You look more like a fun or fun, but Pun is close enough. Oh, Peter Pan? Why? I'm kidding. Bida Pun. Bida Pun. Of all the examples, alright. I mean...
Pan. Mang.
Mang. Oh, we have it a root before, like Lu or Lu. So maybe like Lu Mang or something like that. Oh, there's no examples. So I don't know. Do you kind of look like a Mang? Mang. Not really. Just look like anything, really. I mean, there is a dog sort of related to it. No, I lied. Oh, that is a lie and a half. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Oh no. Alright. Mario's in the basement of the chapel where he's caring for his bulldog. In the corner, stacked in the cement floor, is a fence that keeps the bulldog in. Some rude priest came into the basement and rudely throws some flowers at the bulldog, saying that it stinks. Mario, mad, throws fireballs at the rude priest. How do I feel about that? Maybe more like... So, Mario is in the basement of the chapel. Dealing with a plumbing job, right? Plumbing job. There happens to also be a fenced-in pen for a bulldog that constantly, rudely but cutely interrupts him demanding attention. Just want to hug.
忙 残
Ton ashamed. Curious if this can line up with chu, like tan chu, or chu chan. Can I get a ton from this? No, I see a Jan. Yeah, I kind of see a Jan. It's off the to chop. There's Jan. There are a ton here? No. Alright. Casper is inside the pawn shop where there's a used car on display. Okay. Casper, feeling angry, gets a axe and starts beating up the car to the point that its soul came out and floats to heaven. Afterwards, he's feel ashamed that he beat the soul out of the car. Okay, alright. This one's kind of rough. Okay. Casper is inside the pawn shop. He came across a boy car and axe that he used to play with in order to free his soul, in order to lighten his soul. Soul shame that he feels. He acquires the toy car and axe to reconcile his shame. I don't know, something like that. Tang Kui. What the Kui? How does Kui work? Oh, that explains a lot.
残 西
C does look like a C. Okay, so she, it's pretty dang rare, right? But this thing is kind of rare. Okay. Alright, I can deal with that. Oh, I can convert all of these to like. That's okay. To play. Xena's in front of the house where she plays a strange game with a neighborhood woman. They have a small drum that rolls around the lawn that they chase around trying to kiss with their mouth. What a strange game to play. What? Xena's in front of the house trying to play drums with a woman, a neighborhood, another woman in the neighborhood who is singing with her mouth, right? I don't know, an ancient warrior chant or something. Laugh and play. 嬉笑. Okay.
西
All right.
早西潘
Okay.
莽 残
Oh, this one's kind of rough. All right. Off to our next review. All right. Oh, that's not supposed to be ball. It's something else. I think it's supposed to be jade or something. My eye. The grain stock and YOLO.
平
What? Oh there, Mika. They're going alright. We just started. We just started our reviews. Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, it's not one. What? Hmm.
香皂
我喜欢这块香皂的味道。
You're discussing a lot with James? Yeah, we were talking about we were talking about the pros and cons and the correlations between language learning softwares when depending on its dependency on financial incentives or not. And I was ascertaining too how I was trying to understand his viewpoint in which how he can make the correlation between whether something is for profit or not, and how its relationship is with the perceived quality or the tendency or correlation of the quality of the content or the product, and then how that relates to marketing. The presence or absence of marketing and the presence or absence of popularity, or popularity in the context of word of mouth. Why is that not what I think it is? Hmm. Like squire, right?
藏
Okay. It's like a store and container and stuff.
"糖尿病
糖尿病有治疗方法吗？
渗出
水从墙上渗出来了。
肺
What? I am kind of at a loss. Hmm. What? Hmm.
犬 米粒
米粒很小但重要。
须
Oh, fun. This term, you've been sleeping earlier, and as of now, most days you wake up from causes other than alarm. That's nice. Having a little bit more energy during most of the day so far. Seems like they fixed the heating too. Oh, lots of silver linings here. Very nice. Pretty sure that's meow. And then, what's happening here?
"瞄准
他瞄准靶心，成功射中。
Okay. Muyo mu. Eh? Muyo mu. Muti. What?
象
I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
捏造
这篇文章中有许多捏造的内容。
They keep almost slipping on the sidewalk, though. How do people deal with this in the city? They don't put salt on them. Oh, in the city, huh? No salt. That's interesting. Like a rough, like just a rough fabrication. What in the world is this? I really thought it was tray, probably tray, and then Baby. Urge. I trade. Yeah. Yeah, urge to sleep. What is that? Oh, lol. How am I missing the mian? We're gonna have to write mian thing. You don't know why they don't? Yeah, I don't really expect the city not to ice them. That's interesting.伤脑筋。
伤脑筋。
这个情况让很多人伤脑筋。
A headache? Or like cause a headache? I do literally 7 minutes walk further up, but not beyond that. I see.
游泳池。
游泳池的水很清澈。
Say what? What the ping? I'm just gonna go with 评论 or 评 wait oops
评论
电影评论
I have no idea what that is. Well, I have an idea. It's not that clean. What? What is that nonsense? My eyes are really bugging me. This is probably Hoang.
Hoang.
Why am I not surprised? Or Wei.
催眠。
他催眠了婴儿。
Tiger. Oh, heck? What? Hold up. Hi. Hey. Heck. Hmm.
“拆散”
战争的时候，许多家庭被拆散了。
无忧无虑，
孩子们在公园里无忧无虑地玩耍。
Hang on. Oh no. What is this? It's like a review or critique? Oh. What? Oh, that's the Japanese.
母
What? Oh. Just kidding. It's fine.
独酌
诗人喜欢独酌。
竹洒
Trying to keep my energy
Chum.
level up today. Pretty low on energy at the moment.
掺进
What? Hmm.
化石
恐龙的化石。
What? 化石? Oh my gosh, I typed the wrong thing. Dang it.
黑熊
黑熊喜欢吃蜂蜜。
美元
美元升值了。
Ooh, wait. Oh, they didn't take American currency. It's fine.
煤 围墙，
我家后院的围墙。
Uh-oh. YOLO!
央
I have no... Oh, wait, I do know. Just kidding. That can't be. I don't know what that radio had. Man. Wait. I thought this was like two stone things, right? It's a oh, I just misspelled fossil soul. My English is non-existent anymore.
妹
It still says fossil. Just not the right the soul. Fossil with an LE. Oh, man.
经 口感
这种面条口感不错。
Mouthfeel, texture. 棒球
棒球，
他的棒球技术非常优秀。
野球 Something makes me want to type Jing. Oh no. Hold up. Ah? 为什么？这种针什么会引起引起然后引起过什么？ 说明，Want to draw more this morning, but don't have ideas. Really don't know where to start again. Yeah. Guess that's cause, maybe. Where does the mouth come from? I don't know where the grain stock's coming from either. Hey, I want to say like, oh no, no idea. Oops, that's a wrong thing. Uh-oh. I don't know anymore.
四川，
我想去四川旅游。
So what now?
交，分泌，
汗腺会分泌汗水。
补，
Divination is fine. Divine is fine.
撤，
What the heck? Hmm. What? Can't just spend hours going through 20 drafts. Or you can if you want. Podium. Oh, sure. No idea. Hmm.
笑柄，
别让别人把你当成笑柄。
Excuse me. That's okay. You don't want to go through 20 plus drafts. I see.
奴，
Hmm. Oh, no, wait. Am I really confident? Yeah, I think I'm confident. So how do people just think up good ideas? That's a bold assumption that they were good ideas when they come up with it. I'm not entirely sure if one starts by thinking about it as a good idea versus an idea that they're willing to commit to. I think we're gonna need some help here. Drin. Oh, fungus. You got me. Gotta reevaluate how we're gonna use fungus.
丁，
Ideas they're willing to commit to? Now that is an interesting question.
精彩，
他的发言很精彩。
他的发言，like 精彩 like brightly colored or like very brilliant. Yeah, that's fine. Cheerful is fine too. Opinion. Oh, what am I looking at? Oh, wait. Wait. I think I am. Yeah.
幼稚，
他的言语听起来很幼稚。
So what are my thoughts for committing to things?
牙，
You start by doing it. At some point, you might run out of time.
真菌，
So now
这
you're
种真
committed
菌
to
会
it.
引起过敏。
What in the world? Oh, whoops. Soju dai tu.
守株待兔，
你不努力，就只能守株待兔。
掰，
What? I do not have an X account. There's a lack of ideas you feel comfortable committing to, though, due to feeling they're not good enough. Well, then it goes back to the very first question. It's interesting that you think that ideas start off as good. The heck? Oh. How does that work? Oh no, that's entirely different. That's entirely different. Holy, I got so caught up.
眼泪，
Very surprising. How is it surprising? What makes you think that I had a X account? What? Oh, Jingcha. I wrote it backwards.
饼，
Because it's the most popular social media in the world, you think? It is probably not, but it is among one of the most. You know what you're going to do is shower and think on it? Fair enough. Make good. Good luck, good luck.
“烟囱”，
烟囱很久没有被清理了。
咬，
干晶晶 oh oh 汗晶晶 Ready?
汗津津。乒乓球。
你想跟我一起打乒乓球吗？
What? Mm-mm.
各地。
世界各地。
畏缩。
小狗被大声音吓得畏缩了。
Or like suffer a loss or flinch, okay. Or fear and loss. Oh, fear and shrink back. What? Oh, 检查 not 警察. Wait, no. 叫 wait. I want to say it's like theming. No. What is it about the fence? Oh.
冒昧。
我冒昧的问一个问题。
I don't know what that is yet.
腐朽。
木屋的柱子腐朽了。
幼稚园。
幼稚园的孩子们很活泼。
冒昧。 A dim risk, so like take liberties. What the?
晋升。
晋升需要努力工作。
晋升要努力工作。晋升需要努力做。Like push for, like push, promote, yeah, okay, it's fine. Push, whoops, I misspelled. Push for. What? Wait. Hold up. No, it is Jingcha. Dang it. It is Jingcha. I psyched myself out. I'm gonna go on a limb and say...
母
Oh, wait. What am I doing? Oh, no, wait. This is, nanny. I think they want nanny. What? Wait. Oh, I typed the wrong thing there. It's okay.
湖畔
湖畔的空气很清新。
荷花
我喜欢粉红色的荷花。
旁狼人
传说狼人害怕引气。
头衔
你的头衔听起来很厉害。
不可没什么？不可没，不可枚举。
不可枚举，
他的贡献不可枚举。
仆人
他是家里的仆人。
山东姓。
煽动性
请避免使用煽动性的词语。
Like move fan to the insight. Okay, it's fine.
军衔
他的军衔是上校。
节配。I don't know. Oh, come back. I was locked into something there.
窗框
他用油漆刷了窗框。
亚洲。
我从来没有去过亚洲。
What？
充沛，
这里有充沛的水源。
Oh no, I screwed up. I don't want to think about it. We're just gonna move along. I totally got stuck in one thought limbo town. Talk about it. The only thought is with your wet hair, will your wet hair freeze outside? I don't know. What's the temperature like?
秩序
请保持秩序，不要插队。
序
-1? Probably not. What? Wait. Am I being a pep? Oh man, I forgot to examine.
审查
政府需要审查这份报告。
We're gonna ignore it.
B
What the B? I don't. Oh, I'm drawing a. Dang it.
邓拢
Feel like -7? You need to, but winter clothes someday? Yeah. Be a nice time to have some winter clothes. Yeah.
小溪
小溪的水很清澈。
Oh, I got it. What? Wait. Oh, that's 2. Whoops. Oh, what is this called? A culvert? Checking. A culvert?
寒
Checking culvert.
树蛙
晚上可以听到树蛙的叫声。
男婴
他们刚生了一个男婴。
蹲抢劫
他们昨天在街上抢劫了一名行人。
玄机
他的话语中暗藏玄机。
What? Oh, that's a typo. It's fine. Okay, that's not a typo. I didn't read that properly. So what is this? Shredder and fence. Oh.
剖开
他用刀剖开了苹果。
It's just it's either cut open or dissect.
昔日
这家店昔日非常热闹。
Hold up. Okay.
10解剖
他曾经解剖过一匹马。
It's pole. It's supposed to be pole. But I don't want to submit something for that.
腹部
他的腹部非常平坦。
胜仗
每一场胜仗都需要付出努力。
车轴
车轴需要定期检查。
Heck? Okay. I don't want to think. Yeah.
囚禁
他被囚禁在地下室里。
油漆
请小心不要碰到油漆。
胸罩
他今天买了一个新的胸罩。
Yeah?
仲裁
这次仲裁让问题得到了解决。
两栖
两栖动物对环境变化很敏感。
I can't spell.
桃青蛙
青蛙能够跳得很高。
涌入
游客涌入城市中心。
YOLO.
盖
Irrigate.
菌 坐姿
请保持正确的坐姿。
Wait, what's happening? I thought we already. Oh. It was a different character. It was a different character.
Guo 横
Nope.
汹涌
他的内心充满了汹涌的情绪。
湖
No. No, not like this. 小川在水面上有 shake. What did I send out? At least I think it is. Y'all. Not that. I don't know where the ray is coming from. Alright, this sucks. Sway. Dang it. On. For sway. How do I get sway from Hoang? Oh man, yeah, we got. I'm gonna more elaborate. Need something a bit more elaborate.
桶 遥控器
请把遥控器递给我。
摇晃
小船在水面上摇晃。
渗透
雨水已经渗透进地面了。
捏 募捐
他们正在募捐。
重 敞开
他把门敞开了。
Just to make widen. It's open wide, just widen. Dang you. I don't know, man. Uh.
招募
学校正在招募课后补习的老师。
Do I find reviews fun? Definitely. I'm scrapping my way through the reviews. Evan. Oh, whoops. That's a typo. I was thinking toll. I typed towel.
父
It's me? What the fool? You usually sound like I'm enjoying it? Oh, well, that's good. How the fool is that? What the fool? How? Ooh. Oh, like instruct?
紧凑
我们需要一个紧凑的计划。
Oh, the Tijuana. And like bring it all together. How do you like come up with compact? Okay, yeah. Bringing it all together is fine too. Everything compressed into a thing. Okay. What will? It's gone. It's back.
耸肩
老师问他问题时，他只是耸了耸肩。
What am I looking at? Ah! I really thought it was... Yeah. Oh. Right. 伺候
伺候
这名仆人每天都在伺候主人。
唠叨
他唠叨了一整天，听得我头疼。
乖 狼狈
失业让他的生活非常狼狈。
虔诚
虔诚
他是一个虔诚的信徒。
隐蔽
小屋隐蔽在树林的角落。
全什么？这是全 yeah 全 and 全 what roll? Hold up. 纯粹
纯粹
这是纯粹的自然美景。
海啸
海啸
海啸是一种强大的自然灾害。
OK。
叠加
这张地图叠加了多层资讯。
Or pile up. It's fine. Pile up's good.
驳回
公司驳回了他的辞职信。
Oh, reject. Fine. Same difference. Similar difference.
俄国
我想去俄国旅游。
菩提
他寻找菩提的真理。
What is the thing called? Okay. It's like stockpile or pile up stuff. To overlay, yeah, it's fine. Like to pile on top, like to overlay on top.
不妨
天气这么好，不妨出去走走。
不妨wait, 不妨 I really should add that into my lexicon for sure. Might as well. 今天是太好了，不妨不妨出去玩一点。Saying something like today is a very, is very good. Might as well go out and play a little, right? Okay.
前进，
我们用前进的新唱颂圣歌。
Okay.
嗨，
Not quite surprised. Not quite. What is it though?
反驳，
他立刻反驳了我的意见。
You fell over on the ice? Oh, rip. Hope everything's alright. Doing alright? Wait! You are such a ping.
平，
I can duckweed. Supposed to be like fun, yeah. Surprise is fine. A shot.
对，
Comfort is a little weak.
女佣，
女佣每天打扫房间。
绝， 瞥，
Wet the fingers. Like start grinding them. I don't understand. Oh, like ass aside. Ugh, that's rough. That's very rough. Uh, 哺乳动物。
哺乳动物，
海豚也是哺乳动物。
YOLO.
早，
Okay. How do we tell this? Think about spraying trees to grow. Something else. Using spray. I have so many plant related things. Like algae. Ah, that was from yesterday. I ruled it out based on process of elimination, which is not good. Not good.
哺乳
母亲会哺乳她的婴儿。
Yeah, I gotta hit that algae hard. Right. Oh, this one's kind of weak.
P
E.
佣人
佣人帮我打扫房间。
炫一群狼
一群狼在雪地里行走。
Alright, that's not too bad. Today's been pretty good considering how late it is. Okay. I really have to recover some rest for tomorrow, rest for the day after. Oh, tomorrow is a half lesson day as well, actually. 3.0 update is today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. All right. How did this work? Oh, yeah, okay. Two. Oh. Un. Un. C. Ma. Dun Wu. Y. Yi. Wu Hua. Go show. Da liao. Long Ren. Yirang. What is that? By I can't really see it. Or 依然这 content. Can't see it. Roll 眼睛 Oops. Long what? Long ya. Oh yeah. Roll 长都分不化器 Alright. So we got the Okay. Master Cheeks in the electricity plant. You know, going to town, hacking up a bunch of trees. To throw into the generator, but then he was visited by the Moon Princess, who's a protector of, I don't know, the trees or something. An alien, maybe, imploring him to not do so. He ignores it and proceeds. Master Chief do what Master Chief wants, I suppose. Okay, we have Professor X, bathroom of the house, consoling the son-in-law, and his pet of the woman does not know how to correctly help her son in the night of the full moons. Understandable. Mutant powers and all. Zelda, teller of the barn. Lots of thorns, you know, along the bushes and whatnot, but she's able to harvest with her special dexterity jujubes for the animal and herself. Have Patrick in front of the pawn shop, trying to start a rice field. He was approached by Mr. Pan, offering him like fertilizer droppings, as well as some spray to help him along the way. He traded his shorts for that. He just goes around parading naked. You keep almost slipping and you have 40 minutes of regular pace walking to do today to get places? Oh well. Keep at it. Walk carefully. Casper visiting the pawn shop, finding some of his second-hand goods in it. A toy car and a toy axe. In order to calm his ashamed soul, he was able to acquire it. Okay. Xena in front of the house, chilling with a neighboring woman, playing the drums. And singing along to a warrior chant. Mario in the basement of the chapel, working on a plumbing job. Meanwhile, working on a plumbing job. What's up with the flowers? I think I might have lost where the flowers are. Yeah, I totally forgot about the flowers. But he's working on a plumbing job, and just so happens that down there, a fenced-in pen with a bulldog that is constantly being a little bit rude in a cute way to attract Mario's attention while he's on a plumbing job. Mario tries to take some flowers and occupy his attention, right? Alright, so Mien. How do the Mien be falling? Is that how the Mien be falling? I don't know if that's right. I'll have to look. No, I don't think so. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I screwed up. This is sleep. Totally forgot about Mickey in this situation. His eyes is gonna have to play a role. Jun. I think I made this about his mouth, but it just wasn't good enough. Jun. Fungus. And Hoang? Hoang, I'm not surprised, honestly. How do I draw sparkles? How do... I don't know how to sparkle. Heckin' sparkle. Wait. Is it not Hoang? Oh yeah, it's Hoang. What was this? Sway? These are tough ones. I think we're gonna address... Oh, Mian? I mean, Mian Shui. Right, Mian Shui. Oh, no, wait. Shui Mian. That's usually how I'm supposed to remember it, honestly. Wait, is that how that works? Shui Mian. Nope. I done goofed. Right, then you have to sleep. Jun. I think Xiaojun. Xiaojun works more than. Oh no, Jun. All we got is C and C. Is fine, right? Fine or small, so that's a bacteria, right? But when you get the real stuff, Jun, and you got fungus. Hoang, sway, not great. What was our vocabulary word? Hoang, yao. Oh no. I'm missing the top right-hand corner of Yao. Oh no, it's not. Yeah. Wait. Nope. Yeah. Wait. Oh no, there's no top. I thought there was one more thing. How do you clay pot this? Nope. I wrote worm. Right. Yao Huan. Sway. Okay, let's add more to these things. Huan is the most difficult right now. There's really nothing to tie, but Mien does. Double body parts. Oh, that's how they do it. Okay. So Mickey is inside the pawn shop where he is keeping an eye on his coat of arms, but alas, it stayed up too long. Actually, was a bit sleepy, right? He's a bit sleepy from working on clearing out, doing some spring cleaning for Minnie. You know, I'm kind of curious. Does Minnie have... Yes. Spring cleaning for Minnie of his eyes. Eyes are feeling a bit heavy, and he is yawning with his mouth from time to time. But he was able to fill the pawn shop with some secondhand goods. One such item was a coat of arms, or like a banner or something. Coat of arms with the likeness of a mouse with a mouse eyes and mouth on it. Okay. Fungus. I did write something right. He's washing up from a simple treatment from a fungal infection in his mouth, right? His mouth. Removing flowers of maybe like of a old grain stock. Yeah, he's pleasantly surprised by by the advancements in medicine on fungal treatments. He compliments the infirmary for servicing him like a proper ruler. And providing immediate relief for his fungal infection in his mouth. Right. In his royal mouth. Alright, so we got Hoang. How do we do this? What did we do? Taking a break from service while he seeks some solace from his anger. Oh. The sun piercing through. From the, I don't know, the daytime, right? The daytime service. Comes from his anger. Maybe like embracing the caring rays of emotional the compassionate rays of feelings. Like, wow, the sun pierces the chapel and sways his emotions temporarily with warm rays, literal warm rays. It's okay. It's not the greatest. Are we gonna get more? No. No, we are not. Okay. Alright. That's a wrap, folks. It's been nice. Longer than anticipated. I was gonna use today to kind of rest up. We got engaged in a really interesting discussion. I'm gonna have to spend some time ruminating and looking for like data regarding all those things. Alright folks, that's the end of my HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap and prolong these sessions even longer, right? Thoroughly engaging in discussions, sharing viewpoints, and I'm always game for an intensive way to try to understand someone's viewpoint. Today was a bit of a challenge. I'm still not entirely quite sure how that's going to affect my way of suggesting things, but certainly a way to look at things when it comes to language learning apps. It was largely triggered by how one decides the perception of quality and how one can determine or make decisions based on the quality of a product that is derived from looking at ad hominem things. Like, for example, how would you commit and decide on ascertaining the perceived quality of something or its future quality if, say, the people are incentivized by monetary gains or financial gains? I don't usually think of this as a very reliable or consistent way of looking at things, but someone suggested a viewpoint that was incredibly strong. I would say it's fairly strong, and I spent a lot of time connecting the dots. I don't particularly resonate with it, but it is certainly a common or a fairly trending comment that I tend to respond to. So It is interesting to dissect how they come about that solution, correlation. Using the idea that something that is financially motivated to equate to the propensity of something that maybe may not necessarily lead to a specialized product. That's an interesting assertion. I think ultimately things that are proprietary and specialized, they tend to coincide more often than not. And it's very difficult to see it as a one-point perspective. So like, oh, did the specialized product become a specialized product because there were resources and financial incentivized motivation to improve a product, in which that reward for creating a specialized beneficial product led to proprietary ownership and financial gains. I think what was really important for me to share in that discussion was that it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. That person's view that I was talking about was in the presence of the absence of A and the absence of B. Like, their viewpoint was that something is exclusive of one another. Like, for example, something that is open source does not have marketing. And I'm like, well, I didn't notice these things, so perhaps that is the case. And then big companies don't engage in direct competition. That's a little far-fetched. That I've seen examples of. Like Nintendo, for example. I should have used the example of Nintendo, but nevertheless, strong viewpoints. And often I try to ascertain how that strong viewpoint comes about. Ultimately, it would be incredibly negligent to believe that I agree with a viewpoint that is either exclusive of something or not exclusive of something, and then that person persists on circumstantially qualifying it. It's circumstantial. And then it ultimately leads to like a comment like, oh, well, it depends on a bunch of factors. It's like, I know it depends on a bunch of factors. That's why saying something absolute leads to a lot of factors. It makes me wonder. So, lots of interesting questions that I could investigate this evening if I have time. You're more than welcome to come on by and yap about your hot takes or, your views. Of course, it is definitely up to you to be willing to participate and entertain my attempt to empathize. It's difficult for me to think that incentives, like the source of incentives for the human condition, may differ so dramatically that it would affect the quality of a product, because there's some sort of distinguishing factor between, wanting to help someone versus wanting to get paid versus wanting to have clout. I think there is a lot of wire crosses. Like, someone who wants to get paid is not void of benevolence, and then someone who some people who are motivated by benevolence, like they're willing to teach and pledge for public access or open sourcing, is not. I actually think it might be muddier than most might think. Selection for behavior is often taking into account the compensation, right? Like, you could easily argue that someone who says they're making a product of the goodness of their heart will still require that there is clout or word of mouth in order to keep the person going. That in itself can also reflect on how much effort that person placed in the quality of the product. It's often a double standard when you think of someone who has a lot of resources to generate a subpar product, or a product that doesn't meet that person's lofty reputation, versus someone who expects nothing because they came from nothing and created things, right? Like it's kind of the situation where, oh, this is free and open source, so you can only go up. It's like, oh, this is from money and stuff, so you can only go down. And then this is what I had a argument about, like people's motivations. There's an underlying motivation that deals with this perspective, where you often engage in a conversation like, oh, just because someone has less resources and it's maybe free or due to generosity is viewed as a positive thing. And then there's something that is viewed as a privileged position, which then gets alternatively downplayed as a negative thing. And I don't typically like to resonate with, I don't empathize with this. Like when someone's ahead, they can also continue to get ahead. If someone is ahead and they have to feel guilt because their product is perceived as subpar because they have to do with less, this is the talk about some comments like open source and quote unquote proprietary or big company. And I have to investigate this a little bit more to find examples of my own. But using this as a way to look at evaluations, it's an interesting approach. I think my perspective is both. It's a little from column A and a little from column B. And striking the proper distance that resonates with people who don't create double standards. This is a double standard. And my commentary on someone's view is that there's a double standard. Not that they're arguing that I should believe them or not, or they're having an argument. My perception is that when you talk like this, it's a double standard. You will conditionally defend your position at viewing something that's positive moving up, and you will conditionally represent something that's below to conditionally negative. It's a bias approach, right? It's a biased view, which is what people are entitled to. And my commentary was that with this perspective, you can have both word of mouth and marketing that is both constructive or destructive. And then when you're comparing these two, they are in competition, even though they're not literally in competition. That's what NetSpeak is, in my opinion. Like, for example, despite students, different type of people from different backgrounds learning like Chinese or Japanese, they are still indirectly competing with each other due to the nature that they compare each other's performance from each other. So oftentimes there's like, oh, this kid was ahead, so they're not performing as well as this kid who was behind, who's gaining ground on them. So therefore, clearly the person that is gaining ground is of a higher quality than a person who's ahead and losing ground to the person gaining ground. That is not how I typically view things, and I don't think this is logical. Like the idea of trying to equate an open source project to a proprietary, specialized, commercialized product, they behave in very two different standards. And then making an argument that they're not in competition with each other because one doesn't have access to like marketing budget and one does, that's like comparing apples and oranges. And I had a really hard time looking at how they're even related. If you're trying to make a relation to them, which I've spoken on many times, comparative analyses require that there's something relatable between them, not the absence or the presence of something. And that's like comparing English with Japanese, because English doesn't have particles and Japanese does have particles. So one is quote unquote more difficult than the other because one has something and the other one doesn't. And that's like the majority of the viewpoint. If that's the dominant viewpoint, then I tend to have a problem with why do you make it sound like it's a competition and juxtaposed despite constantly saying you're not juxtaposing them. Because you're going to make a decision. It's one of those things. I will leave it out of context for anyone else to think about how comparison and contrasts are made. But we'll probably revisit this topic another time. Anyways, until next time, right, stay safe, stay healthy. 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.